8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It is the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are live. It is the kickoff hour. We got golden ticket seats headed this way. If you're coming this way, travel safely. The elite, great elite, whatever you want to call it, 8. They will be here today, so we look forward to that. On schedule, the Wheel of Meat should spin today. That's going to be awesome. We got Super P. He's got the phones going. He is pulling show prep, and look at there, Lord of the Jacket, he is switching for TV. So we thank both of them being here. They're getting their degree in common sense, and we thank both of them for being here on time, dependable, and ready to go. All right, here we go. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up?
What's up?
Want to warn everybody, today is a high sniff day. You could hear, if you want to count.
Are we all sniffing?
Well, Greg is. If you want
something about this building.
If you want to count the sniffs, that's a challenge for everybody. We could get into the hundreds.
I'm just going to shove tissue up my nose.
I haven't done it all week, and I'm doing it now.
There's another one.
So I had to go get me a little tissue, Greg. You're not alone.
Yeah.
Hey, we're together in this.
We sound like a bunch of old men.
You and me, pal.
Well, yesterday I cut the yard, so I might join y'all.
Okay.
No, mine just stopped up. I'm not sniffing. Oh, you got old runny nose over there.
Yep.
It's funny. He was saying, man, I don't know. He gave a speech about this place.
Yeah.
I love it here. I just wish my nose wouldn't run.
Do you think maybe it's just what you do in the morning?
What?
Do you think you don't realize you sniff?
So you really do think it's this building?
Well, my nose seems to run a lot when I'm in it.
Right. But what I'm saying is you don't sniff at home?
I don't know.
Have you not looked at it very closely?
I ain't paid that much attention.
Okay. All right. So it might just be what you do in the morning.
Let's move on.
So what Speedy's talking about, though, it may be something that you do either in your home or on the way here.
Because
let me finish.
I'm not allergic to coffee.
Let me finish, okay? It may be something you do at your home or on the way here, and you don't start having the reaction until you get here.
Maybe. Who knows?
How quick do sniffles start?
One.
So I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm just saying it was the last place, and it's this place here. I don't know. I'm not with you in the morning unless we're here, so I don't know. I have no idea. This is kind of interesting here.
That was me. I'm just messing with you.
That's funny. I don't really understand this here. I just don't. A woman took to TikTok to put an offer out of $5,000 for anyone that could find her a husband. Do they think stuff like that really works?
I thought
Wait a minute. So I'm supposed to walk up to somebody and go, hey, do you want to get married? I know a lady that's looking for a husband. I mean, how is this supposed to?
Correct. And this made me
Why don't you just pay somebody $5,000 to marry you?
This made me start thinking here. Have y'all ever set anybody up? Like, in other words, have y'all ever found somebody and like, put them together? Maybe, hey.
No, I don't like that responsibility. I don't like to be the one to blame when
great couple when you try to put them together.
I don't like to be the one to blame when it goes bad.
Yeah. Do y'all know that Terry and I had two friends that we thought, hey, if they met, they ended up getting married.
Really?
I set somebody
up. Did
up.
you get $5,000?
And every time I see him, he goes, hey, if it wasn't for you.
Well, look at you.
Amanda and I had two
have a beautiful daughter.
Mutual friends set us up. So,
really?
Yeah. Heather Blevins was Amanda's sorority sister and friend, lived with her. And Bart Blevins was my buddy.
Mm-hmm.
And they set us up.
Were y'all on,
were
y'all on campus at the same time?
Yeah.
How many years were y'all there?
No, there was about a year and a half in between. I mean, that we weren't there together.
So are you saying if it wasn't for that friend, do you think you still would have met?
We probably would have met, but we probably
y'all wouldn't be married.
Probably not.
Is that not amazing?
Yeah. And they, Bart, it's funny. Bart, Amanda tells me this. She said, listen, I got this buddy. Now, he's real cocky, but I think you'll like him. I think that was the pitch. And I don't think Amanda liked me very much when she first met me, to be honest, because she did see a lot of cockiness there.
Yeah, wow.
But Daddy grew on her.
You're still cocky, but still in a loving way.
It's a more of a humbling, confident way.
Yeah,
I've got an arrogant ASS, way.
Gotcha. We had some friends that introduced Terry and I.
Really?
Yeah.
How about that?
I'm doing something for Super P.
I've noticed you're locked in on something. I wish I knew what it was.
Well, I've noticed something, and I need to watch myself.
Okay.
Because he doesn't see Uncle Greg get hammered on much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's seeing a different side. So on purpose,
I got
especially
it.
off
Okay.
air,
I thought that maybe
I'm
why-
getting on
okay.
Greg, and I've noticed that he loves
he
it.
really-
he starts laughing a little
Yeah.
bit because to him he's always just been Uncle Greg.
Listen, in
I know.
our
You know,
family-
and
in our
now
family,
I got to respect Uncle Greg.
Right.
And then all of a
right,
sudden he's
right.
seeing us get
and,
on
and,
him a little
and,
bit.
and in his mind, he's
Look,
told
he just gave us a thumbs up.
in his mind, he's told him off a bunch, you know, and we're doing it for him, and he's like, "Yeah." That's just kind of fun.
Well,
you do the same. Remember,
yeah.
you remember you tried to teach Tyler how to cuss.
Well,
In
he
Texas.
learned it well.
I'm like, what are you doing? He's 12. He needs to hear it.
He is about time.
I'm like, he needs to hear it.
I think I had a lot to do with his development because of that. That one trip.
That's so good. Guys, we're going to have a good time with this today. It's sad news because it's the White House.
Oh.
But yesterday, with a straight face, the Secret Service released a statement saying that they cannot identify the person that had cocaine in the White House.
So we give up.
We just don't know.
I've never heard of people just go, I'm sorry, we don't know, and we're not going to ever find out.
They also
we're done.
They also revealed that this is not the only thing that is a banned substance that's been found in the White House. In 2022, they found some marijuana twice in the White House.
A big cheese. Again,
But this one here is the latest.
I do have a suspect.
I think so.
You know.
I think so.
I know where I'd start.
Especially that whole
know
video
that.
we saw the other day when he's up there on the balcony, and you could tell that Biden's wife was very frustrated.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're talking about when he was rubbing his side of his hair and sniffing a lot?
But anyway.
He was sniffing a lot, Greg.
Oh, boy, he may have been here.
Maybe it's the White House that does it, too.
I love that guy. Well, we've investigated. We don't know who did it. We're going to close this case and move on. Okay, fine. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Add that
Did you
to
do
the
that?
rest
I
of it.
did. That was not
Yeah, it's just crazy.
I wasn't messing with you. That was real.
I think they just say this stuff, you know, just, hey, we can't find anybody. We can't identify, and he just hopes it goes away, I guess.
That's all it is.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why we say you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Yes, you can post for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba, linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
The Dell Technologies Black Friday in July event has arrived with limited quantity deals on top tech to power any passion. Save on select XPS PCs and more powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Plus, get savings on select monitors and accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to U.S. residents by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba,
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba,
day without 'em, brother.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. We're off and running. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the next hour. Lord of the Jacket and Super P, your interns today. If you're headed here because you're part of the golden ticket seats today, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you on schedule. The Wheel of Meat should spin and a whole lot more. Guys, this is going to be a really good RBU this week. I think you're going to really enjoy it. We have Major Scott Husing with us. He is the author of Echo and Ramadi. He's also the founder of Save the Brave. He's the executive director. They connect veterans through outreach programs around the country, and they also sponsor a ride called Ride the Brave. Starts July 18th in California and ends on July 26th in Georgia. There's tons of stops throughout Rick and Bubba markets. Of course, our flagship market, the Birmingham area, and Alabaster, which is a city just south of Birmingham. July 24th, the ride stops there. It's just a great conversation. It's not just about the ride. It's about what the ride accomplishes, as well as veterans and the suicide rate among veterans, how this foundation tries to come alongside them and help. Also create awareness to where other veterans understand that they are cared about, and there is a lot of love there from fellow Americans on their sacrifice that they've given our country. Also talk about military and the lack of correct PR and recruiting, how it's down. It's just a great conversation. Also, his detail from Ramadi, where he this book has received all kind of awards, I should say. Firsthand story of him leading U.S. Marines in Iraqi's deadliest city. It was published in 2018 and 2019. It came out in softback soft cover, I should say. Hardback was the first one. He actually did it in reverse. He went normally you go, the paperback first, but it's gotten a lot of rewards and awards. Sorry, and I'm just slaughtering this.
Well, I'll tell you why.
Thank you, Speedy.
I'll tell you why.
Anyway, it's just a really good.
I have
deal.
look, and we all get fired up about certain guests. You're really on fire about this one. I've noticed.
Well, it had a little.
Interesting.
Yeah,
it had a personal. I have a neighbor that's a veteran that helped me get in touch with Scott. What? Why are you looking at him?
I'm watching Greg's reaction.
I didn't.
You're gonna make fun of. How can y'all make fun of that?
He was just waiting on me to do something.
Yeah, really was.
I don't know why.
So anyway, I got in touch with Scott through him, and so I just wanted to make sure it went off right, and it did.
It did.
Unfortunately,
yes.
I was having a tough time with award and
Yeah,
reward.
He got some
but
rewards, but he may have got those too.
And I'll be honest,
it happens.
I wish it was called softback and.
Yeah,
paperback. Instead of paperback, I wish it was called softback.
Hardcover.
Soft
normally
cover.
they go
You would think it'd be
paper
soft
first
cover.
and then hard next. But so anyway, that's
And
all
I
to
like
you
the
this week.
size of that paperback's not little. A lot of times when
Perfect
it goes
size
to the
book.
paperback,
Yep.
they shorten it up. And my
I've noticed
eyes-
you've been eyeing this.
Yeah, he has. He loves stuff like
Yeah.
that right
I
there.
meant to already have
It's
it.
my
by the way.
it's my neighbors who let us borrow it, but I asked him if you could read it first, and he said yes.
If we still
he
had
said he would be
the,
honored if you did.
the Greg Burgess Bathroom Book Club, that'd be in it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
but we don't have that now at this place.
Yeah.
So we do have it on. I think we still. Well, do we have it on the website?
Nah.
I think we ripped it off.
Yeah, but there's a lot of links. Helmsy has got links and show notes about a lot of what's going on, about the book, about the foundation, also about the ride. If you want to, if you ride a motorcycle, it doesn't have to be a Harley.
I'd like to see you do the ride.
I might go to the Alabaster stop. I don't think I'll be riding, but I might go and show my support. All right, so here we go. I've noticed I've saying a lot.
Really?
It's
Just
hard.
today, or
now you're gonna
or
make me start thinking
today, or just in general?
In general,
Really?
yeah.
I hadn't picked up
A lot of times too, it's when I'm trying to figure stuff out
And hey, I
got
I do that.
yeah. I love this
Let's do
story.
the entire
just
hour
did
like
it.
that.
Was that joking or?
Yeah, I
were you-
did
Can we
that.
do the
Okay.
entire hour and like everything?
No,
everything?
Greg,
but
no.
no,
We're broadcast
okay.
professionals here.
Greg, this story
You remember
is
the bullhorns?
this story
I
is
did.
for you
Got cold.
because I know how you love Mama June.
Now,
Anything
Bubba
about
says she's from not to hot.
right? Well, she's lost some weight, and I know that.
Well, she's got her issues. I got hung up in the new show for a while. It's just like a train wreck.
Yeah. Well, June Shannon, also known as Mama June, and her family, we've talked about their show.
Yeah.
Greg is, he's
It's
glued
funny.
to it.
Well, the original was really good.
Yeah. So anyway, Shannon's oldest daughter, Anna, known on the family's reality show Here Comes Honey Boo Boo as Chickadee?
Yeah, that was on the first season.
Yeah. Unfortunately, revealed that she has terminal cancer, which is sad news coming out of that camp. But I know, Greg, you knew the story. I talked to you about it prior to the show. You knew all about it.
Yeah,
which is amazing because you know everything Mama June.
I got hung up in it on the new show, and they mentioned it, and she was on there briefly. She hadn't been on the show in a long time, I don't think.
Yeah, yeah. I have not. I don't know the last time I've seen a Mama June show.
Well, it's
been
they're as good as ever.
I've never seen it. I've not seen one.
They're as good as ever. The original.
Are they really?
The original was the best. When she was little, now it's getting kind of.
I just enjoyed Greg talking about it. I never did watch it.
Hilarious.
I think some of these reality
good white
shows,
trash
they have
reality
something
show.
because the best years are the first episodes or series or seasons or two because it's genuine. That's who they really are.
Oh, yeah.
And then they
Before
realize,
they get
hey,
that.
we got something. This is a moneymaker, so
They're
we're going to
right.
have multiple seasons.
It starts
and
feeling
then it
scripted.
starts becoming scripted a little bit.
Yeah, but you get it coming out of the gate. There's some gold there.
Yes, sir. Also, this one here, I'm confused about. Lisa Marie Presley, the cause of death has been revealed for Lisa Marie, and it says here that she died due to small bowel obstruction, according to the County of Los Angeles Medical Examiner's Office. Cause A, it says a report was listed as small bowel obstruction. Cause D also listed other significant conditions. Her manner of death was also listed as natural. She died January 12th at age 54.
How about that?
Never understood why it takes so long for them to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah.
Or did they know early on and just now releasing it? Maybe.
Well, they did say, or I have heard that it could take, depending on what all they were doing in the autopsy, it could take 3 to 4 months, and it has.
Yeah, a lot
it
of
has.
times
It has.
it takes-
The report said that she had been, an autopsy report said she had been complaining of stomach pain earlier in the day when she passed away.
How about that?
She experienced a common complication from a surgery procedure she had years ago. The Mayo Clinic says it's often done when other weight loss methods haven't worked, or if a person has a serious medical condition. I'm sitting here trying to figure out exactly when she had a procedure.
It does.
Surgery, but she was never
something
big
gone
enough,
bad. Yeah,
big enough for that.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you got to be in a real bad health situation before they approve that.
Yeah.
But maybe she could get what she wanted because who she was.
Yeah, probably.
So there you go. So those are just a couple of celebrity stories today that's been revealed, and wanted to update you on that because we talked about that a lot when she passed away back in January.
What you got? You got something else?
No.
We're going to break. I got a question for y'all in regards to hats.
Hats.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fedoras. I'd like to see Speedy wear like a fedora.
Just hats in general. I got a
Hats
question.
or caps?
Well, we'll talk about that, Greg.
There's a difference.
It is. So I guess I want to talk about both then.
Okay.
All right, we'll do that. Next, don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine what could relief from IBS-C mean for you. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You think there's no time to cook this summer? Think again and think HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers everything you need to whip up delicious meals right to your door, complete with pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof step-by-step instructions. They take care of the meal planning so you can spend more time having fun and less time stressing about dinner. With 40 options to choose from every week, you'll always find recipes that suit your lifestyle and your schedule, including fast and fresh recipes ready in just 15 minutes or less. less. And summer entertaining is a cinch with mouth-watering selections from HelloFresh Market, like a crowd-pleasing backyard bratwurst bar or tangy key lime pies. You can even skip an extra grocery store trip and choose from over 100 sides, snacks, and more delivered with your order. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code BUBBA.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Rick and Bubba, as well as Adler, join us right after top of the hour. Lord of the Jacket is our intern on TV today, and Super P has got the phone screening and the show prep organization getting that ready for the guys. We got golden ticket seats opening up today, 8 to 10 Central if you're listening live. Drive safely if you're headed this way. On tap should be the Wheel of Meat today. Meat. Which means Greg's on the drums. Watch out. So we got all that happening today. It's we're going to try to be a Fun Zone Friday as best we can. So be looking for that.
Big yawn there, buddy.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, really?
I mean,
got you a good one?
Speedy. It was. He would have swallowed the mic if he would have got close
I'm
enough.
gonna tell you what, a good yawn, man. Is that not nice?
That's a good old yawn.
Y'all,
It
where you
was.
stretching and
His
you're
eyes are
yawning
watering.
all together. Oh,
Yeah.
it was a watery yawn. Okay.
Question for y'all.
There's about we're at 25 sniffs, by the way. Count. Some emailers are counting.
Where y'all? How many hats and caps do y'all have at the house?
A lot.
How many? I've never counted them.
But I got a good many.
I mean, but are we saying like 4, 10, 50? Like,
I got at least, because I got a shelf.
Here's why I'm asking.
I got
Here's why I'm
between
asking.
10 and 20.
I've got a bunch.
I'm
bald, so I have a lot of hats.
As you can see, if
I
you're
got
watching on YouTube, I'm ridding my closet of the green and gold and adding some red and black for obvious reasons.
Yeah, I didn't get the memo on red. Y'all
and
both, I got black though on, so it's like I'm.
And so
Black attack.
as I'm cleaning out, I'm starting to find hats, and I have a little shelf like you're talking about, Greg, that has probably 8 hats, ball caps, whatever you want. And I never wear a single one of them. Never.
I have those. Then I have about 3 that I'll grab if I grab a hat.
And I never, unless I'm on the tennis court, and I don't do this probably as much as I should, I keep 2 like baseball, tennis hats in my car that I will grab and put on if I go on the court or whatever. But I never touch the hats that are in my. And I'm starting to wonder what's the end game here. Why am I having hats in here? Why am I taking up shelf space for hats that have been in my closet for 10 years?
I've tried to cull that, and then I'll go, well, I kind of want to keep that one. And then I back over and never touch it again.
All right, so
I guess I should have just threw it
No,
away.
so I want to know this. It goes back to the end game. If you go to my parents' house, my dad has, I counted the other day, there were I stopped counting at 100.
Wow.
He has them all hung up downstairs, and I mean, it's hats that from anything you can think of, okay? Baseball, basketball teams, football teams, softball teams. There's autographed hats. There's unique, different. I saw chewing tobacco hats. I saw a red man and a Levi Garrett hat.
I think I actually had a beach nut one.
And so hunting hats and fishing hats, and I stopped counting at 100. And so what are we doing? Like, what are we doing with our hat situation? Does he? I've never asked him, like, why are you keeping these? Like, you're never going to wear that Michael Jordan hat. You're never. I saw a Villanova Wildcat hat. You think Mac Daddy's going to wear that?
No, he's not. But he got it in case he wants to look
so
at it.
I'm thinking, like, what do we do with our hats? Like, if I don't, should I just toss these hats and go, I don't want to end up in this situation with 100 hats like Mac Daddy?
I've got a few. I got one that, of course, I have to swap them out every so while because they get so sweaty and stinky.
Yeah.
That I run in.
Yeah.
When I run, I always have a hat on.
Yep.
And then about 2 others, if I'm going real quick, I just throw a hat on and go. But you're right. I got a shelf up there with a bunch on there that I hadn't looked at in years.
Hadn't touched.
Yeah.
I
was trying to find
and not going to wear them.
Some.
Not going to wear them ever. But for some reason, I won't throw them away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I have a bunch that I don't wear, and then I have some that, you know, I know there's like little things you can buy. Amazon sells them where you put the hat on top of this little thing, clamp it down, and you can actually wash your hat.
Yeah.
And I've heard wash them in the dishwasher and all that kind of stuff. I have some that I'm not sure what to do with because, to your point, Greg, I've ran into it a bunch. I like the hat, but it's kind of nasty. I need to wash it.
Yeah, and then you'll get the hat. I got a big head, so there's caps especially. There's only certain ones that fit me good. I can't just grab those because a lot of them I've culled just because, well, I can't wear that.
Yeah.
But
so at what point do you throw a hat away?
And that's my question, because I throw clothes away. I don't hang on. I don't feel connected to clothes. I just toss them. Like, if I've wore that, I'm not gonna wear that again. That's sitting in my closet for 6 months. Hadn't put it on. I'll put it in a bag and donate it or toss it. It's quick, but for some reason I hang on to hats, and obviously it's a family thing because my dad's got 100 of them.
Well, I didn't. Y'all gonna make fun of me, but I do have.
We're gonna do that either
hats
way,
and even shirts that I've held on to that I'll never wear. But like, if we went and worked on a hurricane, when you got home, sooner or later they're gonna send you a cap, hurricane, whatever.
Okay.
And a shirt or both normally. And I've got thought on wear them.
Right.
But I've looked at them, thrown one, and said, I think I'll keep it. But I got a lot of them that are just there.
Yeah.
Hurricane Fran or whatever.
I've got some of schools that, like, the boys have played for, and I hate to throw them away, but when am I ever going to wear them again?
I got a lot of Grayson and Monroe area and Thompson.
And you're like, well, I hate to just throw those away or give them away. I mean, they're nice enough. There's some that hardly hadn't ever been worn.
Yeah, I just keep those.
I just don't know what to do with my hat situation.
I've went in and started going, okay, I'm throwing some away, and I always find a reason to keep.
That's me.
Ones.
I was in the attic, and I didn't even know this. This shows how many hats I have. Terry took it upon herself to get like a little Rubbermaid, and she put a bunch of hats, stacked them in there, and I was trying to find something. I opened it up, and it was like a cap or hat graveyard. It just had all kinds of them. I was like, oh man, I remember that.
So, I kind of like it.
But you know what she wanted? She wanted them out of the house.
Well, yeah.
Throw them up in the attic. Get them out of here.
That's not a bad move. Put it in one of them plastic totes. You good. If you want to go over there and look at them.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would, but you might.
I do need to clean out about half my closet, though.
Oh.
I've noticed I go to one area of my closet, and I just ignore everything else. I need to clean it all out.
I'm the same way.
Got to. But then I've also noticed, and I don't know what this says about me, that I've kept clothes so long they're back in style.
Yeah.
And now the boys go and rate it. They raid the area. Oh, Dad, this is in now. I'm like, oh, wow, really? I've had it that long.
You sleeveless flannel? Oh.
They're
back
into,
in style.
I don't know about the two interns. Are y'all into like oversized shirts and stuff? They tend to do that. And they're big thrift store shoppers.
Really?
They'll come home and Reese is like, has a stack of T-shirts, and I'm like, the last thing we need is more T-shirts, right? He goes, oh, yeah, but I bought these today. I'm like, well, really? Where'd you buy those? He went, oh, the thrift store. I'm like, you bought them at the thrift store. Let me see them. And, it's just different shirts, some with sayings and some that just have different pictures or whatever on the front. So, look, they're shaking their head yes.
Let me ask you this.
The two interns here going, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. We do that.
Back to the hats.
They'll go Goodwill box dumping.
Do y'all?
You don't know.
Do y'all have any hats that are not baseball caps that you keep up there that you might wear one day? Do you? I mean, I don't think anybody in here's got a fedora. But
no, you're talking about now, like a bucket
maybe you
hat,
do.
A bucket hat to outdoor or something, maybe.
Mm-hmm. I cut the yard in a bucket hat. And I
don't give those enough.
I got a big straw hat I weeded in.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you keep it up there in your closet with the other hats?
No, it's in the garage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody got like a fancy fedora?
That's what I want you to admit to. That's what I'm asking.
I don't have one of those. What about people that think they look sharp in those?
Correct.
Do you realize there was a time when men, that's what everybody wore them?
Mm-hmm.
You see them old pictures?
Yeah.
Of course, they all had a tie on, too.
Used to rock a Kango.
Yeah, but I mean, Speedy used to rock a Kango.
Turning around backwards. You kidding me?
What you talking about?
Huh?
Forgot about that. I've seen those pictures.
What I was thinking. You ever see pictures and you go, what was I doing?
Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah. That a lot.
That happens often.
I'm like, wow. So
I think it happened last week.
You remember when we were doing the 20th anniversary tour and they had a bunch of old footage and we would look at each other and go, oh, so I wore that.
Yes.
Ooh, I was tucking.
Yes. Yes.
Not sure why I was tucking on that, but yeah.
Back to changing wardrobe and needing to clean out half my closet. And we've discussed this. This is not new. But in our studio, we have 4 monitors. And one of them is our program monitor, so it shows the camera angle that's being shown on TV. But in the break, that same monitor shows what we're doing on TV during the break, and Adler will play old flashbacks from shows that we've done. And I'm talking about we go way back.
Yeah.
And I still think I still wear that shirt.
I do too.
I need to change.
Or we'll have people that have been to the Golden Ticket Seats have taken pictures 10 years ago and they bring them with them. Here's when I was here 10 years ago. I go, yeah, and I got that shirt on today. I'm sorry.
Probably need to switch that one out. What do you think? Got to. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come on back. Looks like Rick and Bubba are here. Adler will join us shortly for the main show, and we'll be off and running. Super P and Lord of the Jacket, they're your interns today. Don't forget, RBU this week, Major Scott Husing. We talked to him about a number of different things. Ride for the Brave that starts July 18th and travels through the country and a whole lot more. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Shop end-of-season deals during the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, save on major appliances and get an additional 10% off in-store clearance appliances. Plus, take up to 70% off select vanities, like the Allen & Roth Vanity Combo. Was $1,399, now $409. Get great deals now. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 7/19. Exclusions apply. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details.
The Dell Technologies Black Friday and July event has arrived with limited quantity deals on top tech to power any passion. Save on select XPS PCs and more powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Plus, get savings on select monitors and accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to U.S. residents by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Dave.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Kickoff Hour. Portion of the show brought to you by Relief Factor. Been talking about them for a long time now. They have been with the show for years now. If you suffer from aches, pains, or inflammation from time to time, let us suggest Relief Factor, 100% natural research-based formula that was created to help cause the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause the aches and pains from exercising, overexertion, or just like us, getting old, everyday living. Right now, the 1995 Quick Start Pack can be found at relieffactor.com. It's about a 3-week supply. Through their research, they know, all right, if you take this like you should for 3 weeks, you should start seeing results. So get that 3 weeks start pack. It's a trial pack, $19.95. If you pop the over-the-counter painkillers, I mean, they've got their functions, they help, but it shouldn't be done every day, multiple times a day. They could be harming your body. Instead, get Relief Factor. It contains 4 simple ingredients, and it works for us. We believe it can work for you. The 3-week quick start pack, again, is just $19.95. That's what you're looking for. If you suffer from aches and pains or inflammation, check it out at relieffactor.com today. Quick start pack, just $19.95. Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. I was doing a little bit more research, and this will just be quick. We talked about Lisa Marie Presley's cause of death being revealed, and we mentioned the obstruction of the autopsy revealed that she had bowel obstruction, and it was complications. It looks like from a weight loss procedure that she had done, and I was sitting here reading on it, but that's what we assumed, and that's exactly what it is.
She had, okay.
Yeah. So it just
bad side effect from some procedure.
Yeah, it's sitting here looking through the toxicology results. She had oxycodone in her blood, some other things, but the main cause was that obstruction there. Looked like she had a procedure done, the weight loss procedure, where they take the top of the stomach, connect it to the intestines.
Yeah, have a little something there.
Yeah, and you can have blockage there. It's easy to do. That's a complication from that.
Do y'all ever, I get in trouble a lot of times at home with messing up clothes when I wash them.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And
you mean shrinking them or?
Yeah,
or okay.
and used to, and I never hear about this anymore. And maybe it just happens and we've got it dialed in and all that. But we used to turn things pink. Remember when you put something red in and all this? Is that still a thing? Because I never hear that from anybody anymore. He turned it pink.
I know.
I never hear. Is that? Have we dialed in the
dyeing of the shirts?
Yeah, and the detergents and all that we don't have to work. Because I get in trouble for shrinking stuff a lot. Okay, that's still a thing.
In the dryer.
But
exactly.
I have. Listen, I don't separate things like I shouldn't. Okay, I mean like I should, and there's a lot of times where I'll make sure and do cold water. Or warm water, not hot, so I'm not doing all that. But I have not gotten in trouble for that in years and years and years. And so is that a thing?
I don't know. Like I say, maybe in the
when's the last time y'all
industry,
turned something pink in the wash machine?
It's been a minute.
I can't remember.
It has been a while. I think a lot of the material that we wear, though, are these golf shirts or the different material, and they don't really shrink.
They've dialed, yeah.
So that and then just the colors.
The colors have dialed in. Yeah, the material. Maybe maybe it's the material we're making these days.
Yeah, but we still kind of match stuff like colors.
We try
and
to,
and then light colors and all that kind of stuff. I've gotten in trouble before. When in doubt, though, if you mix, just wash and cold, right?
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. And we do that. Sometimes I'll go warm because I know I'll stink being out on the court. Want a little bit of heat on it.
Oh yeah, get it good and clean. Why not? My biggest thing is leaving it in the dryer and it getting all wrinkled. And it's like, who left this in the dryer? And sometimes I do it. But, the life hack is to go get a couple of cubes of ice, 2 or 3, throw it in there, and then do a quick, heat
steams
up,
it up.
Whatever. And it normally takes the wrinkle out.
But, I put everything in the dryer. None of my stuff shrinks up ever.
Yeah.
It's like, why is y'all stuff shrinking? Why is the women's stuff the only stuff that shrinks?
They wear a lot of cotton.
Huh?
They do.
Braden and I can throw anything in the dryer and nothing shrinks.
Nothing?
Nothing. But I'm telling you, you put one new shirt in there, goodness gracious.
You lift your arms and you showing your belly off.
Might as well. I can hear Caroline now. Might as well give it to Maddie. I can't wear it anymore.
Oh, you serious? What is going on at Northwestern?
Boy.
So they fired the football coach.
A lot of hazing, it looks like.
They fired the football coach, right?
Coaches, they fired. Yeah, he got fired.
And
he got suspended first.
He's hired a lawyer.
Yeah.
I think he might try to fight this.
Because he was suspended for 2 weeks, and then they got pressured because somebody said some student, Pat Fitzgerald.
Yeah, Fitzgerald.
Some student newspaper wrote an article about it. It was really bad and blah, blah, blah. So then they canned him.
And it was because they say he knew this was going on and sometimes promoted it.
Yeah.
And is this, hey, players, if you got a problem in the law, y'all handle it yourself. Is that kind of what it is? I don't know. But now the baseball player's been canned.
Yeah, the coach of the baseball team.
Yeah. Now I said baseball player, baseball coach. Northwestern fired their baseball coach, Jim Foster, after bullying allegations.
All right. So, again, we've talked about this on air before. You're going to have to define bullying by a coach, because coaching a lot of times, I guess, technically involves a little bullying to motivate, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what people consider bullying, I don't, but would be considered. I may have spoke harshly to someone or singled them out.
I'm being hard
front
on you. Yeah.
I singled them out in front of everybody and embarrassed them, which is, I mean, that's part of it. But they fire him.
Yeah. It says here that they started investigating him before the season started. The probe found evidence that he engaged in bullying and abusive behavior, according to a document obtained by the Chicago Tribune.
I would like to hear the examples.
Inappropriate comment about a female staff member one time as well. It was shared with the athletic department. Northwestern had several coaches depart from the program in February, and I don't know. Wow. There's a radio station there, The Score in Chicago, reported that he discouraged players from seeking medical attention for injuries and that players hid their injuries from him. The station also reported that the coaches and other staff members attempted to meet and with, I guess, the athletic director and were denied the opportunity. I don't know. It goes on that
Northwestern's cleaning house as it comes to coaching.
I guess so. Foster,
basketball coach, is looking around going, I wonder if I'm next.
Yeah. Foster coached at Army from 2017 to 2022 and won 4 Patriot League titles there, and then became the Northwestern head coach and didn't last long, it didn't look like. So he's out.
Ham said there was a female tennis coach
Here we
spot
go.
open, and he was thinking about putting in for it, but not now.
Not now.
He ain't doing it.
But
He said the
back
heck
to
with
your
that.
point, what is aggressive behavior and bullying?
Here
Is
we
it
go.
the kind of coaches that we grew up under? I'm
Yeah.
hard on you. I no nonsense, or is it taken too far? Or now sometimes they accuse you of being, you're
again,
bullying, and
they
you're
gave
just,
some examples, and you got to hear both sides of the story. People saying, "Well, I was injured, and they tried to make me play." Yeah, again, we've discussed this. You can be injured, or you can just be hurt a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you got to.
There is a difference.
Yeah, if someone asks you now. Obviously, if it's a major problem, nobody's going to do that. But if you got a little something, and somebody asks you, "Well, if you think you can play through it," that's not abusing someone.
No.
I don't think. That's just me.
Nah.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Main show will start, and we thank you so much for being with us. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A good name, but maybe a good phrase.
It's that skunk flavor.
Hey, Rick and Bubba's show. What do you think? Go ahead.
Ass flipper.
We've already had a flipper. Hey, Rick and Bubba's show. What do you think? Hey, what's your vote? Go ahead.
Skunk Baxter.
Skunk Baxter.
His voice.
You can say it normal.
Greg-
You don't have to say it in a weird voice.
Doobie
That was
Brothers.
his voice. I think that was his normal voice.
Doobie Brothers fan. Hi, Rick and Bubba's show. What is your vote? Go ahead.
Ass whipper.
That's
the world.
Because he goes crazy on
We've had 4 calls and only one has it got to do with what's on the list.
What's all right? That's what. That's what a 19-day vacation will do. Everybody's just stirred up.
Yeah.
Hi, Rick and Bubba's show. What's your name? Where you calling from? And what's your vote?
Jason calling from Prattville, Alabama. Skunk Baxter.
All right. Skunk Baxter is rolling. And everyone who's voting for it talks the same. Hi, Rick and Bubba's show. Hello.
Absolutely do.
What's your vote? Go ahead. I think I'm going to need the names because I don't think they know what they're on. With the
Skunk
delay.
rump. Somebody said.
Hey, Rick and Bubba's
they're
show.
all coming in.
What's your name? Where are you calling from? All right. Well, if you can't figure that out, I'm sorry. And I understand the delay. Hi, Rick and Bubba's show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Tammy, Tuscaloosa, Sockeye Salmon.
All right. Thank you very much.
That's
Tammy, you
good.
did
Very well
point.
done.
That's somebody that knows how to learn right there. Hi, Rick and Bubba's show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Travis, Ayrton, Alabama. Smackdown.
Smackdown. All right. Hi, Rick and Bubba's show. What's your vote, please? Hello, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. What is your vote? Skunk. All right.
Skunk Baxter,
I think that's what he said. I
Yeah,
hope it was.
yeah, it was.
Hey, Rick. Yeah, you skunk. All right, Rick and Bubba show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
That's Carl from Piedmont. I got a skunk bastard.
Did I say what I thought?
Yes. Again, you don't have to. No, okay.
I don't
that is
count
his
that
voice.
one, right? Rick?
No, I don't count. No.
You don't
Hi,
count
Rick.
that one?
Hey,
No, did you not
hear what he said?
No, I thought I didn't hear.
Greg, of all
No,
people,
no,
you hung in the stairs.
Ask me in the kitchen.
Okay, I got hung up on
It was what I
his
thought the
voice.
caller said before. All right, hey, Rick and Bubba show. What's your name? Where you
So it
calling
doesn't
from?
count?
No,
Skunk rump.
it's not. That's not
Oh,
one.
wow.
gonna be
I
tough.
think we just name him what we want to. Move on.
Yeah. Hey, Rick and Bubba show. What do you think? What's your vote?
Skunk Baxter.
Thank you, buddy.
All right.
Hey, Rick and Bubba show. What's your vote, please?
Skunk Baxter.
Thank you. Rick and Bubba show. What's your vote, please? Go ahead.
Smackdown.
Okay. Hi, Rick and Bubba show. What's your vote, please? Go ahead.
Smackdown.
All right, Rick and Bubba show.
what's the
Your vote,
matter,
please. Go ahead.
Pepsi Max.
Yeah, we said we couldn't do that one. Hi, Rick and Bubba show. What's your vote, please? Go ahead.
Skunk Baxter.
Where are we, Speedy?
We're at 6 for Skunk Baxter, 3 for SmackDown, 1 for Sockeye Salmon.
Hi, Rick and Bubba show. What's your vote, please? Go ahead.
Buzzkill.
Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please. Go ahead. I think he said skunk. Hey, Rick,
Do I count that?
no, you don't count. Rick and Bubba show. What's your vote, please? Hello?
Wow.
Yeah, is it me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. How about Smackdown Skunk?
That's not even one to vote for.
Sorry, guy.
Come on, you're better than that.
Yeah, come on, guy.
Come on, guy.
Moving on.
Come on, guy. Listen to instructions, guy. Rick and Bubba show. What's your vote, please? Go ahead.
Skunk Baxter.
He got hung up in the middle of it. You all right? You think he burped or something?
Welcome to Rick and Bubba University student, Skunk Baxter.
Yeah,
baby.
Nobody has any idea why.
I say skunk, you say Baxter, skunk, Baxter, skunk, Baxter. So he's in. Intern Skunk Baxter.
I love how you say nobody knows why, and you're the one that
Well,
said it.
I didn't think it would make it. In my mind, it was the first thing that popped out because Skunk Baxter. Do we need to explain who that actually is?
Well, he's a very famous guitar player who played most prominently with the Doobie Brothers, but with many others.
Steely Dan, and he is an expert on is it ballistic warfare or something?
Yeah, he is.
They did a story on him. Bubba brought that to the table.
Remember we ran that?
Oh, I remember now. I didn't know that's who that was.
Yeah, Skunk Baxter.
Oh, Skunk
There you go.
Baxter.
There we go.
There he is.
Oh, Skunk.
Welcome, Skunk.
Welcome. We'll shorten it.
Yeah. Thank you for being here.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba's show is back. The kickoff hour is behind us. Now we get the whole team together as we get ready to unpack another day in this wacky world in which we all live. This hour starts with our national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Here we go. You can get us live or archived on your own time. There's a number of ways to do that. Find them all by going to our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Get all the Rick and Bubba you can stand. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Man Adler have already given you a kickoff hour, and Adler now takes the YouTube experience to another level, both live and archived today. Super P and Lord of the Jacket. Interns again today as they're studying at Rick and Bubba University to get a degree in common sense. Common sense now, a superpower. I be Rick, and we be missing one. He's called the Silver-Tongued One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Hey, hey! Yeah!
Well, that was a little train wreck there.
That was good, wasn't it?
I like this one.
That's what it sounds like in a roundabout in Europe. How you doing, Bubba?
Yeah, I'm good. I hope everybody else is doing good. Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere. Welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
There it is. Well, that's just that right there's one. It's just got a little. It's just got that, doesn't it?
Yep, it's a classic.
It's got it all. So we do have a lot.
It's got a good beat and it's easy to dance.
It
to.
is.
Same riff
I'm sure
from
they.
Rappers Delight.
It is. You are correct. Dun, 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 dun. That's right. That is correct. So
is that hip?
Hop, hippie, the hip, hoppity, hip, hop, hobby. You don't stop. So we will today spend. One thing. You know how things make you anxious, and I wonder how many people. I guess maybe if you're in the grocery business, you might have this same angst that hit me today coming in. And you know what hit me? Oh no, we're out of spam.
Are we really?
Yeah, we have. I think we're out of spam. We got other canned meats, but we're out of spam.
Okay.
And I thought, well, if it lands on spam today, and somebody wins spam on the wonderful wheel of canned meat, I'll have to remember to run and grab some spam.
Yeah, we got to get some spam, don't we?
We're low on spam. So other canned meats we're fine on. We're just a little low on spam. How many people are driving to work today and say, "Golly"?
You know what? Now that you mention it, Rick, I'm low on spam.
You're right. I'm low on.
I'm a little down.
Come on, we're out of spam. And I've been meaning to stop everyone at the grocery store to grab a few cans.
Yeah, I'll make a note of that too.
I keep forgetting because let's face it, the great thing about spam, anybody can have some.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's nobody stressing over. I'll tell you one thing: if you people don't start spending like a bunch of drunk sailors, we're not going to be able to have spam.
You can feed third world countries with spam.
Oh, sure.
You drop it from airplanes. It doesn't matter.
You know what I say?
Doesn't matter.
I say thank you, spam.
Oh yeah.
So
it is the processed meat of the new millennium.
So that'll be back today after us being on vacation and the old wheel being on hiatus. And then another thing that starts back today is the golden ticket seats. Yeah. We do those on Fridays, and we'll have another group that'll be coming in today to sit only a few feet from here and watch us do the show.
Yeah.
I
like
love
magic. That we can still do that.
Magic, baby.
Magic at work.
Right. And watching their faces after they leave. I love first-timers. No offense to our multiple people, but the first-timers, it's just like, it's one thing to take a kid that's been to Disney World 5 times than to take one that's been there once.
Yeah. I always enjoy the ones that have been to the old studio and here and getting their comparisons, good and bad, and all that. So it's always interesting.
You ever wonder one time, right? if you were like right now, if we were able, and we could do it, we could take the time to put it together. Wouldn't be a problem. We just have to come up with the questions that we wanted. I mean, we could do it if we just said, sitting here, in year 30, and we'll have our 30th birthday in January. If we put out a survey and said, all right, let's hear from you at this point. What are the things you still like? What are the things that you miss? What are the things that you wish we'd get rid of? and just kind of go out there and see what's the good and the bad, the ugly, in the audience right now. But I don't. Then you think sometimes I think it's better maybe not to know.
Yeah, it'd be all over the road.
It would
if it's been like past times.
It would. You can pretty much sense that if you'll just pay attention without a survey. But it's always interesting because a lot of. Apparently, though, in these days, I guess the times of checking what's going on in the real world and then adapting that to your company, that doesn't seem to be going on a whole lot. It seems to be a lot of shoot, ready, aim right now. Nobody really knows what's really going on.
Well, you got people who are going to push an agenda, and they're going to do whatever they have to and try to change the narrative to act like that was the way that it should have been done.
Yeah, well, we're learning, though, if you want to do business, you really should be more of what we call the Michael Jordan. If you want to do business, it seems to be more logical to say, let's run business based on what the consumers want, as opposed to let's run business based on how afraid we are of a certain group.
Yeah.
This latter idea has been disastrous.
Yeah, cancel culture is not a good marketing idea.
No, what I would do, I'd try to figure out what the consumer wants, not what somebody else is mad about. I think that's a wiser way to go.
Yep.
And that's kind of how we've tried to do our deal. We know who our audience is, and we don't try to cater to maybe what a small minority would want us to be, because just to please them, because then you lose kind of the bigger number.
Yeah. Well, we're just not talented enough.
No, like I said the other day, the reason why this show doesn't have a lot of acting on it is we're not talented enough to act.
It is what it is.
We've had a few glorious moments out there in a few movies, sure. But they
were moments.
I can't think of any of them though that we weren't just ourselves.
You're right.
The only acting we did was pretend to be able to know enough about alcohol to be a bartender.
Right.
That was the only.
We looked the part.
We definitely looked it. There ain't no question about that. So
God has blessed this show with chemistry though, because there's a lot of shows out there that they finish today's show and then they meet about the next day's show and set up bits and lines, and you say this and I say that, I know. And it's exhausting. But with this show, I mean, it's what you love and hate. Probably you said it's just raw and it's who we are.
Yeah, I mean, but
it's pure chemistry.
Yeah, and if you tried that format with this bunch, there's been a few times we've dabbled with that. You can't assign this bunch their lines.
No, think about it.
Can't remember,
because you know what this show sounds like. That person was assigned some lines.
Yeah, exactly what it sounds
That's right, Rick.
Oh, yes. I wonder if they found the cocaine yesterday. I'd look at Hunter Biden. Well, we do have an update on that, Bubba. They just don't know where it came from.
Yeah, I've got a comment or two on that.
Can you help them with it, Bubs?
Yeah. I believe I could give them a good place to start.
15
Maybe
minutes.
The guy that looks like he's totally confused because he can't remember where he left it on camera might be the guy to start with.
That was the line they gave me. I was supposed to ask Bubba that.
Dang it. We'll be back.
And Greg's supposed to stand up.
More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Will any of us go see the upcoming Elton John movie?
No, probably
well,
not.
there was a lot of things, titles they could have picked. I don't know about the title Rocket Man.
He's got a movie?
Oh, yeah.
Is it a documentary or is it a movie?
No, actor portraying Elton John.
Rocket. You made that up, right?
No, that's the name of it. And
Rocket Man.
Correct. Yeah.
Rocket Man.
By the way, look, there it is. There's the trailer right there, and the guy playing him is like a D. What in the world is that? Has he got something? What is Kiki D?
Sorry, you have Kiki D.
But anyway, there'll be parts of it that it's kind of like the reason why I haven't seen the Queen movie yet.
All right.
And actually,
I love the part about how they got started, the rise of their career and all that.
I actually talked to my youngest son, went to see it, and I said, "Look, you know the question I have to ask," and he says, "Very little on that."
On Queen?
Well, the part that I don't want to see.
Right.
Yeah, he said very, very little on that. He said, matter of fact, they don't go down that road very far. They obviously you have to go down it because it's there.
Yeah.
But he kind of said he was kind of pulled away from the National League. He was full blown National League and got pulled over to the American League.
Huh.
Yeah, and that he was that had like a major relationship, and I kind of went south, and doggone American League got in there. And, And but so,
How about them,
so you know what I'm talking about? I don't think that was always his game.
Right.
And it may be the same for Elton. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Elton was married.
Yeah. But Elton, when I asked the comparison, I was told that really, believe it or not, Freddie Mercury was not as far like I'm in as Elton finally declared. Did I cover that in a way everybody can
I think you did well.
He basically said that I think you can stomach our very when we go down that road, we're not going to go like down a highway. You're just going to go down a street road. And I think you can go the distance and still enjoy the rest of the movie.
See, I want to be clear. I've never met Elton John. But
no.
I know two people who have been around him on different occasions, and they said quite the handle.
Oh yeah, he's an awful person. I think.
Think of Richard Simmons.
Yeah.
The high maintenance that he required, something to that level.
Well, when he went American
Really?
League, he also adopted a very Queen attitude.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, and I've heard he's very difficult to deal with, and has a little temper on him.
Oh wow.
We saw that in that concert we showed that day when the guy got up there and danced too close to his piano.
Yeah, man.
He huffed off. But anyway, so that music icons. But if you're going to go with their story, there's just parts of the story that I'm just not sure I want to sit through.
I think that's the new thing is to have a movie about these bands. It seems like there's a running bunch of them right now, and there's a few of them I'd like to see. I'd like to see Foreigner. I'd like to see a movie about Styx.
Throwing Foreigner out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking about movies about those bands?
Yeah, I would.
Well, you need to be watching Axis TV. Am I saying it right?
Axis?
It's AXIS.
Yeah, you're saying it right.
You need to be all over that channel because they do stuff. They do stuff. They do stuff on Foreigner.
I probably
great interviews.
The kind of stuff you're looking for is there, and that's not a movie where people play them. They actually do documentaries about them.
Right.
But in this one, these are movies where people play these music icons. Let's go. 21 minutes now past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Rolling by. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend. Be sure and grab that. It's back, a brand new one tomorrow. And Bubba, boy, what a conversation yesterday that we were able to have with Major Scott Husing, who also authored a book that is available. If you have not caught it, Echo and Ramadi. That's been out there a while about him being involved on the ground in Iraq. But also they have the Ride for the Brave that's coming up, going to go all across the country. He's the founder of Save the Brave, and that's us investing in our veterans and when they have returned home. And there's all kinds of great things that they do, and that's an important call we all should have and answer. But he also, we had a very enlightening conversation on the issues of our military and their recruiting numbers. We have people a lot less interested in being part of the modern day military, and we discussed with him as a veteran, and of course, how many different deployments he's got
20 something, right?
Yeah, in both and of course in North Africa, but also in Iraq and Afghanistan. So we have a great conversation with him. I think you'll enjoy it. I think it'll be very informative for you this weekend too. So catch it wherever you get podcasts. That's the unique weekly podcast, 45 minutes in length. Rick and Bubba University, available wherever you get podcasts. All right, so Bubba, we're looking at the headlines today. We talked about it going into the break. Secret Service, they are closing the White House cocaine investigation. What a shocker, saying it is not able to identify a suspect.
Couldn't sniff it out.
Rick, the Secret Service, I have a lot of respect for them. They are given really the most important security job we have in this country, and that is protecting our living, breathing president.
And shutting down counterfeit operations.
And they have done a very good job with that historically. We have had some things happen, but, considering how many probably were attempted, we don't even know about.
Right, yeah.
Those agents and the people working that are the best of the best. I mean, you have to work your way up and be picked for that, and it's an incredible job they do, and we've seen them at work firsthand several times. I find it just very odd that they cannot identify whose cocaine this was.
No idea.
I feel like that probably the boss was called in and said,
"You think?
Be sure this goes away." And I hate to say that it's political, but it really is. Rick, if they find a bag of pot at the local high school, they have somebody suspended by the end of the day. This is a very controlled environment. They know exactly who's in the White House. You have to sign in, sign out. There's all kind of cameras there on the outside. And for them to not to be able to tie in who this is almost comical and embarrassing for the Secret Service. And I hate to say that. The Secret Service, the CIA, the FBI, I'm big fans of them. I think that's one of the things that makes America elite is the agents and the people we have working in these organizations. But it's so clear that the management of these organizations have been politicized. I have people who have served in these jobs before tell me personally they have been compromised by politics, and it used to not be that way. And it's just kind of sad because, anytime you're doing an investigation on this, there's so much, when you have access to an area that it really raises the number of people that could have been guilty of something. This is one of the most controlled environments in our country is who goes in the White House. We know exactly who's in there at any given time. I just cannot believe that they could not identify who left this at that location. And now they've also come out and said, hey, we found marijuana there before too.
Yeah, twice in 2022.
If we're having drug abuse in the workplace with people who handle heavy equipment, we shut that down. We don't allow that to go on. I would think the people making the decisions in the White House should be under that same scrutiny. Okay.
Well, can I tell you, there's a part that's actually been enlightening to me that makes me feel better. When I now know, because Bubba mentioned, they're now saying that marijuana has been found there twice in 2022. So the Biden administration, since they've been there, there's been marijuana and cocaine found while they're there in the White House. Well, that explains a lot. So at first I was like, why do these people seem so out of their minds?
Right.
Why, how can they say some of the things they say? And I'm like, I know why they're high. Okay, all right. I actually feel better about that now.
And think about this: we would all cringe at the idea that people sitting in our nuclear missile silos were high on drugs. The ones that had the ability to launch nuclear missiles with programmable in-flight warheads, right? I mean, we just couldn't have that. So shouldn't we also be concerned the people who are giving the orders for them to send these are also under the influence of drugs? We're not allowed to operate a car if you're under the influence.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do some damage with that to me and to people on the highway, but we're talking about people in control of the military, in charge of nuclear weapons, thousands of them. People, this is almost comedic.
Well, and think about, we've used this analogy a million times, and this one it really sticks. So, if the president, let's say the president had a son who was a known drug abuser
by his own photographs,
right? So let's say that you and I, that are, your dad was still living, my dad was the president, and any of our dads, and we had the reputation that we have, and everybody said, I'm telling you, every time we go in the break room, donuts are gone.
Right.
And the Secret Service says, well, we just don't have any idea who's getting the donuts. Right. Everybody would go, well, you better check their fat sons. That's who's getting the donuts. You know what
and
I
the
mean?
ones with the powder around their lip.
And so Hunter Biden, and then used the equal sign, cocaine, marijuana. I mean, it just
right.
You
see
doing this.
You see the video of him on the porch out there in front of the White House. Mm-hmm. He's very disturbed.
Yeah.
You can tell he looks very much like he's on drugs.
Of course he does.
And he looks like he's concerned because he can't remember where he left it.
Right.
And you can see the First Lady, she has some disgust on her face with him.
I think we're all offended that everybody thinks we're this stupid. I think that's where we all are today.
Well, I think the Secret Service should be embarrassed.
Embarrassed is the word.
Embarrassed
is the word.
If you can't track this, how are you going to protect the president? You know, I know it would be very unpopular to come out and say that it's Hunter Biden,
right,
or whoever it is. I don't care who it is. But and what we will see now, the next time this happens with a Republican president at some point, we'll have an investigation. I mean, we won't be able to go forward. We'll have to have impeachment hearings and everything else as we continue our two levels of justice.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They may have one about the Gap Band coming out, Bo.
Right.
No, I'd go see that one.
You'd love that one.
What did you just do?
I waved it at her. We're checking the Skype feed.
I thought, gosh, let that be something. I thought you had a tick I need to address.
Hey, there's my laptop.
Yeah, but anyway, so there is an Elton movie coming out, and that guy's playing Elton John.
All righty.
Yep. Just right in line with it. Now, for some reason, I don't know why, I can't explain this, but I think y'all will get it in the times we're living in. Like, I won't go to the theater to see the Queen movie, but when it comes to Apple TV, I'll probably watch it.
Yeah, it'll have to be something like that.
I guess I can fast forward through whatever I don't want to look at.
Rainy day stuff.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That we had, Bubba came in, stuck his head into the office today and says we need to invite Trump to come to a meal. And I thought, I don't know what he's talking about, but now I realize that I guess during the government partial shutdown, the big story is Trump has lost his staff as far as the food is concerned, right?
He does his kitchen staff.
Rick, I was kind of concerned about that because we got the story about Clemson going to visit, and it's a great story.
Yeah.
But you know the old thing with the Kings and the testers and all that stuff, and I imagine there's a lot of security. I would think the people fixing the food for the president would be considered,
critical.
Yeah. Mm. I heard the guy call earlier on the show. Was he a FAA inspector, did he say?
Yeah.
Checking airplanes, and he's furloughed.
Right.
TSA people are furloughed right now, or they're not getting paid. Some of them are showing up, some of them are not.
It'd be tough for me to show up.
You know, I guess I'm a little gray on what critical is. The Coast Guard is not getting paid as of today, I think it is. And, we got 50,000 Coast Guard men and women around the world. Now, they don't, I used to think Coast Guard, hey, that, we see that down at the beach, but they're all over the world. They protect the coast of wherever the U.S. Has assets involved. So, that's... I guess I'm a little gray on what's critical and not critical.
Yeah, I don't know who determines that and then what the criteria is on.
See, I would say Congress is not critical. Send them home.
Exactly.
Yeah, amen.
Because they're not doing anything anyway. No question.
There's nothing can be done until the government is funded again.
Well, now you're gonna have to go find most of them in Puerto Rico.
Right. I know they're having a big party down there now.
Yeah, but I want to say this. So he's got Big Macs and fries, and he's a candle lit there for the Clemson Tigers when they come to visit, as we mentioned. But I'm with you. It seems like if you have a president and you have enemies all over the world, and you probably, let's not be naive. There's enemies here, that are inside the country, and I mean, don't you think the people that prepare the food for the sitting president and his cabinet to eat, wouldn't you? I mean, you wouldn't want just anybody doing that, right?
When we,
I mean,
Rick, there's agents now, and we saw this with North Korea. We've seen it with the Russians, where they literally can go up and rub some chemical on you, and you're dead within a few minutes. I don't know that we shouldn't be protecting the food supply at the White House a little closer than,
Yeah, I bet that it's reduced staff. I bet there's enough there to feed them.
Just not for the bigger parties.
And still people looking over the food. And
I think
all that.
I think Trump's
probably bring
food's
in more.
fine.
Yeah, they probably bring in people
His
for
shelf
events.
is there.
Well, I just thought it would be nice if we maybe called him and invited him.
I
to
still
lunch.
agree with that for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, if we're just saying the people who fix the food are still there, the people who serve him aren't, well, no problem. He can go get it himself. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah.
We've got 2 or 3 places here that advertise with us are very good.
They are.
Well, Rick,
I
he's
think
very
Trump would love it.
He's very proud of what he did. Here's a little bit of him talking to the media about what he ordered himself and paid for. About 1,000 burgers.
The national champion team, as you know, Clemson Tigers, and they had a fantastic game against Alabama. And they're all here. They're right outside the room. And I think we're going to let you see them. But I'll bet you as much food as we have. We have pizzas, we have 300 hamburgers, many French fries, all of our favorite foods. I want to see what's here when we leave, because I don't think it's going to be much. The reason we did this is because of the shutdown. We want to make sure that everything is right. So we sent out, we got this, and we have some wonderful people working at the White House. They helped us out with this. And I will say the Republicans are really sticking together. It's great to see because we need border security. We have to.
$35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Persian leather. SimplySafeBubba.com. I mean, now more than ever, you're thinking about making sure the property that you own is secure. Well, there's nothing better than SimplySafeBubba.com. There is no safe like SimplySafeBubba.com safe, and boy, they just continue to be on the cutting edge, not the bleeding edge of technology. So when an intruder threatens your home or small business, every single second is going to count. And knowing that, I'm going to tell you about the latest Simply Safe innovation. It's called 24/7 Live Guard Protection. Bubba, this is just another step that they're making. It's now possible by their new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. With this Fast Protect monitoring plan, if an intruder breaks into your place, SimplySafeBubba.com, the monitoring agents can actually see. They can actually speak. Hey, we see you. They can speak to the intruder and deter them through the camera, warning them that they're being recorded and that police are on the way. So they can do that. So not only do you have someone monitoring, for alarms and sensors, you now, through this new wireless indoor camera called Smart Alarm, the monitoring agent can actually see into the property once it gets an alert that somebody's in and can interact with them and get police protection there. So it's 24/7 live guard protection. The new Smart Alarm indoor camera, they work together seamlessly as part of an entire security system to keep your whole place safe from break-ins, fires, flooding. That's another thing. If they get an alert, they can look and go, hey, your house on fire. Hey, you got a leak.
Good to know.
So right now, get a special 20% off any system when you sign up for the Fast Protect monitoring, which I'd want that anyway. It's a huge offer. It's only available for a limited time, so go to SimplySafeBubba.com or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. As I said, there is no safe like SimplySafeBubba.com safe. Here we go. Well, once again, we walk into the world of the theory of man-made climate change. The favorite climate change at one time was the only thing we discussed. That's global warming. That seems to be the favorite. And we have an update on the ever-changing discussion of man-made climate change. Here we go. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Burn them all down, hey. Burn, baby, burn. I said Missile Inferno. Burn, baby, burn. Bubba, I understand there's a new tourist attraction in California.
Rick, in Southern California, in Death Valley, we are looking at the possibility of setting a new record for high temperatures. They have hit 131.
Hey.
They think they will break 134 sometime in the next week. And tourists are flocking to the area to be part of the record. The old record, 134, was set in 1913. Now, a couple of things about having the record in 1913 that immediately comes to mind is, how in the world did it get that hot? But way before we had cars, factories, the Industrial Revolution we had in this country, it just doesn't seem logical that that industry being added could have influenced it if it was 134 in 1913.
Yeah.
Now, the other question is, how accurate was their measurements? And that is a valid question. But it is interesting, since they think they may break the record, they're having mass tourism come to the area so they can be a part of it. Now, Rick, you know, we all love to be a part of history, but I don't know if I want to walk around in the desert at 131 or 134.
I don't want to be anywhere that's 134. I don't want to be anywhere that's 100. I don't even like being here in the summer. I certainly don't want to go to where it's even hotter.
No.
I don't. That doesn't draw me to. You know, when I think about Sherry and I going to the south of France, and I think about no humidity and the temperatures 78 to 82 for the majority of the week when we were there. Now, see, and the beauty and all of that draws you. Hey, that sounds like a vacation. Going to a what is it? A heat dome? What's it called? Dome of heat.
It's Death Valley to begin with, but we have a heat dome.
Heat dome,
you know, which is a weather phenomenon that
there.
you have sometimes.
I don't really want to go to a place called Death Valley. No.
You know, we had a heat dome here a few weeks ago. It got really warm. It was bumping around 3 digits. But when you have it over Death Valley, you really got something there.
Well, but the point that cannot be missed, if this temperature breaks a record, the record it's breaking is from 1913.
Well, see,
that's an important note. How did it get that hot in 1913?
Yeah, it's conflicting facts. You know, the people who are pushing the end of time because of man-made global warming are going to say, look, we're going to have the hottest temperature we ever had. But you can't deny the fact that the record we're trying to break was way before the Industrial Revolution really hit in America. So how do you justify that, or how do you explain that? And you really can't. So really, this event will be an arguing point for both sides of the discussion.
Yeah. Well, you want to hear some of the clips?
Yes, we also have some climate clips being discussed in Congress at the same time.
Yeah, so we'll start with one that'll probably, I'm sure it'll be smooth as silk. That's the president talking about it. And once again, he's going to use this thing they keep using, but we just don't have time. We're running out of time.
Right.
All right, so here we go.
On to tackle climate crisis, which you've been leaders on for a long time, and in order to literally preserve our planet. It's the only existential threat humanity faces, and we don't have a lot of time, but I'm confident if we continue to work together, we can deal with it.
You know, I would say there are other threats that we need to deal with.
Yeah.
You have, aggression by dictators, thermonuclear war, pollution. You've got some other things I would put in that category. Rick and Adler, I don't know, are you ready for cut 5 on this? Okay. Cut 5. This is Scott Perry.
Yeah, this is interesting
representative discussing with John Kerry climate change in the House hearing.
To the next slide. This is from NASA satellite data. Temperature has gone down. You want to have the American taxpayers, my constituents that are having a hard time afford their groceries, pay for a car, buy a new home, spend $1.6 quadrillion to fix a problem that A, doesn't exist, and as a matter of fact, you might be exacerbating because it's unknown. It is unknown at this time the low level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere that might actually destroy life. Because plant life all depends, as you know, Secretary, plant life all depends on CO2. And when we kill it, then we're done too. I yield the balance.
Congressman, let me just say that I don't agree with what you're saying out there for any number of reasons. I don't have time to go into all of them now, but I'll just tell you point blank that the difference between the periods you're looking at in terms of heat, et cetera, and human input is night and day, number one. Number two, why do you think 195 countries in the world, their prime ministers, their presidents.
Because they're grifting like you are, sir.
That's a pretty shocking statement, that you believe that all the scientists in the world are grifters, honestly.
Not all scientists agree with you, Mr. Secretary.
98% of all the scientists
Where's that
in the
number?
world.
Science isn't about agreement. It's not about consensus. You know that.
Chair now
recognizes. So what is this term grifters? Are y'all familiar with that?
Well, I think we
Like a
would
scammer.
I think we would have called it flim flam man, matchstick man, you know what I mean? All those things. It is again we don't have to look further than today's example. The heat dome. We had something that looked just like it within a degree or a few degrees in 1913.
Right.
So somebody's going to have to tell us if the line they draw to carbon emissions leads to this heat, how did it get this hot in 1913?
Well, you're going to see over the weekend, I will predict a variety of national weather people, meteorologists, who are going to point to this as a sign that the planet is warming, that it's got its worse. And if we don't do something,
of course that's what's
this is what it's going to be in your neighborhood one day, is 131 degrees.
Oh, of course that's going to be it.
But you will hear very little about the fact that the record that they're going to break would be from 1913, when we had none of, virtually a few percentage points of the industry that we've got now, and the quote-unquote greenhouse emissions that we have now.
You better get a crowbar if you're going to try to find 1913 in the presentation, because you're going to have to pry it out of there. You know it. You're going to have to work for it, because it's not going to be given to you easily. Do you agree? I mean,
Look, we need to study it. We need to keep an eye on it. But as the congressman pointed out, depending on when you start your measurement, is it getting hotter or colder?
Right.
And more are saying now, actually, it's getting colder.
Yeah, we have a flashback, too, from the scientist who founded the Weather Channel. I remember that speech.
Yeah, we'll see it.
He thinks it's all hogwash.
Have it. We have to have it. No doubt about it.
and then they start coming in.
Here come the tigers.
And the story, I think it started with 300, and I think of almost 1,000 were eaten. That they just kept bringing them in.
So who all was represented there? I saw the Big Mac. We had some Wendy's, Burger King, the whole.
He didn't say which pizza and nuggets and all kinds of stuff.
Yep. And I love when they lit the candles on the table with all the
That's funny. Now they're in the East Room of the White House, the same room we were in when we did the radio row.
Yeah,
correct. Yeah, I saw that.
Yep, there it is.
They got the fries in the presidential cups.
Right.
That's funny. That's funny. I love when he said we have mini fries.
Yeah, mini fries. Mini fries.
When he
so
tries
proud
to
of
say
myself.
things,
Of course, I've prepared the greatest fast food meal ever.
Now he did make sure everybody knew that he paid for it.
Yeah.
Well, that's
exactly.
what he should.
Did Dabo give a speech?
Oh yeah. He did. He talked.
Do we have anybody say they wouldn't go this time?
No, I didn't hear any of that. I didn't hear.
I don't know. I mean,
it might have, but I haven't seen anything on it, a story of any kind.
Yeah, I haven't.
But Trump talked about how Clemson was an inspiration to America, and how Dabo, he says, everybody's special, no matter where you come from. That there's a winner in all of us, and so he did a great intro to Dabo, and then Dabo got up and said a few words.
I'd like to hear what Dabo had to say. I missed it yesterday.
Yeah, now keep in mind
they got there pretty quick.
They did.
Yeah,
they did.
And I'll say this, and we all agree.
It's months, isn't it, after the fact?
Yeah, we all agree with a bunch of football players and guys from the South that they were so happy that that's what they had to eat, and not some free plate.
There was nobody disappointed that the cooks were not there. I guarantee you,
not at all.
Yeah, because the last
especially
thing
Trump.
You don't want word to get out there with the team stand and say, "Hey, they're giving us,
green beans and
chicken
and green beans,
chicken cordon bleu." Yeah. They'll go chicken cordon bleu.
Oh my!
Honestly, I'd rather have that. Really.
Which isn't bad.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised green beans weren't there because undoubtedly, as we said 1,000 times, that must be the most inexpensive food you can buy, because every single banquet I've ever gone to has green beans.
And there's some places that seem to always give you a pickle. A long cut, and I don't like pickles.
I like the pickle.
I love it.
And I love the pickle.
And I don't like pickle juice on all my stuff.
Pickle me.
And I don't. That's.
Well, no, I mean, give me a pickle.
I've got. I don't do pickles either.
You don't like pickles?
I'm not against
I love
them.
cucumbers, but I don't like.
You
pickles.
give me one of them Clausens out of the cold section.
Yeah,
Ooh, that's a good pickle,
Bring it.
mister.
Nah,
That's a good pickle.
I mean,
That's a drunk cucumbers. All it is.
I'll get me a little pop off that pickle juice. Little pop.
Oh my God!
Now you won't have any cramps.
Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Montgomery, Alabama, I-92, WLWI. This Sunday night, join us. Man Church. Landmark Church starts at 5 local time. You can just come. Just be there with us. They're doing the men's discipleship strategy. From themanchurch.com, they're currently going through one of our 40-week curriculum. And we'll be there to have a message, have some worship, and then give you an opportunity to plug into one of these small groups. So some of you that email us all the time going, hey, is there a church near me that's doing this? Because my church won't do it. Landmark would be one from Montgomery, and there's others in that area. But we'll do that on a Sunday night, and you can plug right in, even if you haven't been there the whole time. So make plans to join us. Those details at themanchurch.com and rickandbubba.com under events. Now, Bubba, this is a flashback.
Yes.
But when we hear
it's so good.
When we hear the very condescending John Kerry, who cannot believe that man-made carbon emissions are going to destroy the world because he throws out carbon emissions like I throw out gas after cheap Mexican. Okay. And so he can't really believe it, or he wouldn't live his life the way he does. And I know we belabor that point, but I think it must be belabored. Mm-hmm. I think we cannot let them off the hook on that. But then he says 98% of scientists, you arrogant rube. I mean, you ignorant rube, says the arrogant Kerry. Rick and Bubba, like they know more than me. Do they not realize how important I am? You.
But anyway, so I don't know where do y'all think John Kerry gets the percentage 98% of scientists? Where does that come from?
Well, it's probably 98% of the scientists that they handpick
Well, of course.
that want grants from them and agree with it.
Does anybody believe that 98% of scientists and climate
no way.
It's 98% of the ones they fund.
Hey, grifter, calm down.
Hey, grifter.
I've never heard that term grifter. I'm behind on my terms.
There was a movie called Grifters.
I've heard of that one.
I've heard of grifters.
I've heard
gifters, but not grifters.
Bubba, I've heard of a grifter and a white
I
nationalist.
know I'm behind on my terms.
I don't know where you grew up. I thought we were in the same county. Some of that stuff even got to Calhoun County. All right, so here we go. This is a flashback. We have played this before, but here is a scientist. As a matter of fact, the founder of the Weather Channel. And let's listen. He's also been studying this, and here's what he had to say about it years ago. So here we go.
Clear, Mr. Kenny's not a scientist. I am. He's the CEO of the Weather Channel now. I was the founder of the Weather Channel, not the co-founder.
And I'm glad you did, because I am addicted to the Weather Channel. I watch a lot of cable news.
Now, hold on just a minute. I'm not done.
Hush, Costanza.
And CNN has taken a very strong position on global warming that it is a consensus. Well, there is no consensus in science. Science isn't a vote. Science is about facts. And if you get down to the hard, cold facts, there's no question about it. Climate change is not happening. There is no significant man-made global warming now. There hasn't been any in the past, and there's no reason to expect any in the future. There's a whole lot of baloney, and yes, it has become a big political point of the Democratic Party and part of their platform, and I regret it's become political instead of scientific, but the science is on my side.
I don't think we're going to come to a conclusion about the topic right here. What I do wonder,
I know
though, is
we're
when
not,
you
because
see
you wouldn't allow it to happen on CNN. But I'm happy that I got on the air and got a chance to talk to your viewers. Hello, everybody. There is no global warming.
What I do wonder is when you see the government, when you see NASA, when you see other institutions say that 97% of climate scientists agree, do you think they're making it up? What I don't understand is how you square that.
That's a manipulated figure, and let me explain it to you. The government puts out about $2.5 billion directly for climate research every year. It only gives that money to scientists who will produce scientific results that support the global warming hypothesis of the Democrat Party position. So they don't have any choice. If you're going to get the money, you got to support their position. Therefore, 97% of the scientific reports published support global warming. Why? Because those are the ones the government pays for, and that's where the money is. It's real simple, but that doesn't mean it's right. That doesn't make it true. That only makes it bought and paid for. The money goes in circles.
I'm not a scientist, so I'm not going to try to refute you on the facts.
That's the truth.
I'll simply say that the
Please
facts
stand back from this issue and let the two sides be on the air.
He's out there. We think that's true, Costanza.
Wow, Stelter really. He's a lot skinnier back then.
Yeah, well, a lot of we all go back and forth on it. I look at pictures. I go from anywhere from Luke Combs to something in between. So anyway, that's as straightforward as you will ever hear. He takes on the 97. Kerry decides to get up to 98%.
Oh yeah, well that sounds better.
Yeah, it does sound better. I like
they're in the science community, Rick. There is 98% consensus on anything. Right. And the fact they use that number shows you how bogus it is.
Well, it would be like
it would be much more believable if they said 3 out of 4.
Right. What they're doing
60%, 70%.
And he explained it. It would be like me telling you that 98% of people love the Rick and Bubba show. And you're like, where in the world does he get that figure? And I said, well, I only went and talked to people in Mississippi. Okay, then you didn't talk to the entire country? No, I only talked to the preferred group of people I wanted to that already liked the show.
Let me give you another example. Let me give you something that ought to be easier to track.
Right.
If your city puts fluoride in the water to help with cavities, does every city do that? Does every dentist think every city should do that? Every city doesn't do that. And the point is there's no consensus on it.
Right. Yeah.
Some people say, well, yeah, it does help cavities, but is it causing other problems?
Right.
So some cities won't do it. Some cities do. You think that we could get a consensus on fluoride in the water that ought to be pretty easy to track and pretty easy to come to a consensus on. Yeah. And you don't have, I guarantee you, it's about half and half out there whether you should put fluoride in the water when it comes to the cities.
Right.
Maybe 50%, maybe 60 at tops.
Yeah, well, he explained that this number they love to taunt, that's the number of scientists that they paid to do study on this. The problem that we have is you have a political party that's embraced this as part of some political platform, and the problem with that is what this does is it keeps producing inferior products that cost you and me and y'all more. It really does matter. It's affecting people's livelihood because they are destroying industries. They are raising our utility costs. They are causing when they start saying you can't have gas stoves anymore, which they're trying to, I mean, some of the stuff they're doing is outrageous, and it affects your everyday life. That's the problem. If they were just a bunch of kooks that wanted to go out there and have parades and stuff like that, you go, well, but the problem is this is your government, and when they embrace this worldview, and it starts affecting the things they do around the world, and it starts affecting what you and I will pay in utilities, and it also may affect your job. I mean, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Well, it has done all those things.
If they thought it was that dangerous, they would shut all of it down. The president today could shut down all CO2 emissions from government vehicles, and they won't do it. What do they do? Or what do they do with the other? They said, well, just pay for your ability to pollute. Well, that's a good strategy.
And I don't think it saves the world.
No, it doesn't.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, anything worse than being nauseous? Oh, my goodness. What a terrible, terrible feeling when you're like, oh, my goodness. And if you're someone who struggles with this because of motion sickness or whatever, migraines, anxiety, Relief Band, I have good news for you. This could be the answer for you. Okay. Now we got some products out there that, I mean, they're cheap alternatives and they just don't work. Okay. They do not work. So, when you're feeling nauseous, you're like, I want something that's going to work. Do you realize that Relief Band, when it comes to relieving nausea, they have an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. They have over 100,000 satisfied customers. So it is a brand that you can trust. Now, this is important too. Relief Band is the #1 FDA-cleared anti-nausea wristband that has been clinically proven. You're not going to find that with some of these cheap alternatives. To quickly relieve and effectively prevent nausea and everything associated with that, from motion sickness, anxiety, migraines, morning sickness, chemotherapy. So you can use your ASA and FSA dollars to get a Relief Band. Did you know that? So if you just got those accounts refilled, put that money to good use and fix that nausea problem for good. So if you're using Relief Band, and a lot of you have emailed us, you know that feeling sick is now a thing of the past. You just wear it on your wrist to give you relief from nausea, and you can change the intensity depending on how you're feeling to make it stronger or make it weaker. Do you want yours now? Summer travel. It's a good time. Actually enjoy the travel. Don't dread it. Go to reliefband.com and use the promo code Bubba. That's the Relief. Go to reliefband.com, promo code Bubba. That's going to get you 20% off the Relief Band, and it's also going to get you free shipping. That's reliefband.com. Use our promo code Bubba for 20% off, free shipping, and say goodbye to nausea.
One of the things we were doing is there was a time in Rick and Bubba history, I don't recall the year, but it's been more than 11, 12 years ago because we were in a different studio, and we've been here for 11 years, I think. 10, maybe 10. No, this will be 11.
10,
this February will be 11
Y'all
years.
have been here a year before.
You don't know.
Yeah.
Shut up.
So 11 years we've been in this studio. So we're talking about probably 12 plus years ago. We were in another studio, and it had a cliff behind it, like a bluff.
Right.
And Bubba and I began to reminisce that when we were growing up, that we loved what we called the Shoney's Big Boy. Now, I know that other restaurants have used the same Big Boy. I guess they franchised it. I got it. But it's the Big Boy, the little boy, and he has the red and white checkered overalls on. He has
sometimes holding a plate.
Yeah. There's an actual picture of the bluff.
He has his hair slicked over to his side.
Wow.
He has, and so there's different versions of him.
It was a tourist attraction,
as you guys said. There were different versions of him, and we did not have the one that had the plate with the hamburger on it. We had the one where he's got his thumbs in his overalls, standing there looking at you. And there's something joyful about Big Boy.
Yeah.
And we loved him. And of course now that's resurged because it's 25 years of Rick and Bubba and this Ford commercial that is doing exactly what we did, and that was to bring a Big Boy on a road trip on a trailer being pulled by a Trans Am, reminiscent of Smokey and the Bandit.
Speedy and a cowboy hat.
So when we moved 11 years ago to this studio, Big Boy was left behind.
Yep.
And then we went and removed him from the bluff. Look at that beautiful shot right there, Bubba. If I don't bring a tear to your eye, I don't know what will. So there he is.
How picturesque is that? I mean,
so beautiful.
But that looks like it should have a Christmas card.
But what is it about this little fella that when you look at him, he just makes you?
He
feel
brings
good.
you joy. He really
makes
does.
You feel good.
He really
do
does.
Y'all have in the Golden Ticket season when you look at that? Does it kind of make you
All
happy?
right, Rick, just so I have the exact dates here. We actually moved to our flagship station now in January 2007, and we moved into this studio in February of 2008.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah,
that I knew, and so. Okay. So anyway, so it was prior to that. So it would have been 2007, 2006, somewhere in there. Maybe 2005.
Yeah.
But anyway, somewhere in there. So so a lot of people have been asking, where is Big Boy?
Yeah.
And Big Boy is being kept by some friends of the show and a company called Crane Works.
Yep, there it is.
And they keep him in all their storage area. Coming to you from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Let's go. I went out for a ride and I The real Greg Burgess here, Helmsy here, Eddie Van Adler here, Super P and Lord of the Jacket, Rick and Bubba interns, all here today. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
I know that this thing with our president, it has that feeling of that weird mix of secondhand embarrassment, sadness, and
watching the movie Titanic.
Right, and then sadly comedy, comedic at times. We've played a lot of Biden clips for you. There's one we played off the air yesterday that never made it on the air.
I thought we had played this, but
not on the air.
It's classic.
But I remember Speedy standing right over there holding it up, and we couldn't believe what we were seeing and hearing on his phone. This is when he tried to have a discussion about NATO when they had the little meeting, and when you pitch it, and honestly, let's be honest, guys, I mean, this is something that as Americans we should be proud of, the right kind of pride, is that normally when you're having a discussion about the world, the person who now represents this country, usually a pretty important person.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that everybody's like, let's see what the USA has to say about it. This is who communicates for us now, and then, of course, I don't know. The only thing that might be worse than him trying it is the vice president to try it. So this is he's speaking to NATO, correct?
Yes, he is.
And he tried pretty big operation, NATO.
Yep,
big deal. Yeah, and I don't even.
he gets
tries to say the number 32, and he gets locked up.
That's a tough one.
That's not a. All right, here we go.
Soon NATO will be the 32nd freestanding, have 32 freestanding members standing together to defend our people and our territory.
If I came to work and I know, hey, look, hey, we good. And hey, we good. And let me tell you this. I'm noticing this more and more with him, the slur.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
The words just, he'll just use a few of them. I've caught myself before, on the air going, hey, Rick, open your mouth up, finish the words. That's right. But if I slurred to the level he now slurs on just a normal day, I would be tested to see if I was drunk. People, if you got pulled over, if you got pulled over and talked like him, they'd get you out on the side of the road, rightfully so, and they would take you through the test.
Rick, there is a article out today from CNN. This is not Fox News. This is CNN. That says a growing number of top Democrats and donors are reaching out to potential replacements for President Biden as the 2024 Democratic presidential nominee. Several aides of top Democrats have allegedly told the outlet that the lack of the more robust campaign activity from the Biden camp has signaled to them that the current president isn't actually running again, despite his insistence that he is.
No way. Well, him saying it means nothing. Do you?
In other words, and we've said this all along because Gavin Newsom has already been at this. They have their committees, they have their PACs, they've been raising money, and I think they're just waiting on trying to figure out some way that they can say we're going to replace him.
You're right. But him saying it means nothing, y'all. Nick Saban wasn't leaving the Miami Dolphins either.
Right.
I mean, none of this. Whatever he says about it doesn't mean anything. Whatever anybody in his administration says about it doesn't mean anything.
How do you think that could transition? He could have a health issue that requires attention, and he could come out of that and say, "I've decided not to run." I don't know. I think he thinks he wants to run, or at least the people who are propping him up want to run. They don't want to lose their position. But it's clear that he is just losing his ability to communicate, get around at a rapid pace. He spends very little time in the White House, according to people in D.C. who are there day to day and see those kind of things. And he doesn't campaign. He doesn't get out. When he goes on these trips, you can tell he plays out. He's exhausted and gets so he can't even speak right. So, I mean, how do you think they're going to make this transition?
I guess they've decided, based on what we just updated you on last hour, I guess they've decided the Hunter Biden route is too mean and too ugly. Mm-hmm. So, because there's an opportunity right there, right. But they're not. Apparently, they're not going to take that. It has to be. I thought they would take all this obvious, underhanded stuff that he and his brothers and his son has done, and they would come out and say, "We just can't continue to support this." And
but would that hurt the next Democrat?
Right.
To step
so
up?
I guess they've decided
it would be Watergate-like and probably have baggage with it.
I think
they're going health.
It's got to be health. I agree with you, Greg, because the other, to Bubba's point and to all of your points, I think they go, this will hurt the party too much.
Right.
So, because they've got opportunities to throw them under the bus, and they've tried it, and it's almost like they're not comfortable with it. Ooh, that didn't feel good.
Yeah.
That didn't feel good for us to be negative about a Democrat on CNN and MSN. It didn't feel good. So I
Did
think
that clip make you feel good?
No.
Well, if his health is bad, they'll have compassion.
There you go. There's got to be a way that we have compassion for him. And they say, he's a hero of the party. Right. He's a hero of the country. They'll even
save the country from Trump.
Oh, and they'll list some stats that
and he'll get some kind of proper send off. And you'll probably see. I think if I was them, I hate to put myself there, but and that also means I don't have any scruples, and I'm just trying to do a good PR campaign. So that's part of being them.
Yeah.
I would also, believe it or not, and this is going to hurt you, Bubba, believe it or not, I would even compare it to the Alzheimer's plight that Reagan had.
Oh yeah,
I would let everybody know it's not the only president we ever had that started struggling with Alzheimer's.
Right.
Even the great Ronald Reagan
had to deal with this. I would paint that out there, and then I would somehow try to get you to draw a line between him and Reagan. It would be quite a lot of work for me. But
well, he had more trouble. Bubba, you love saying he was in Helsinki. I know that you
Helsinki's tough.
You haven't put that in the promo yesterday.
Yeah.
He had more teleprompter trouble.
Oh, even yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Frederickson of Denmark and the Minister Kosovo, daughter of Ireland. You can tell that's a Freudian slip. I'm thinking of home. The daughter of Iceland, and I want to say I think we've had a very productive summit.
I don't even know what that was. Well, what is that? What's the daughter of Ireland
32
even
in the
mean?
middle of it. Wow.
Don't focus on him. Focus.
Well, did you see what King Charles went through? When look,
Rick.
Again, our father, Greg and I, is going through Alzheimer's right now.
Mm-hmm.
And things like engaging people in conversation that you've never met, and because you don't know who you know and you don't know. Him talking to that guard
Who are not allowed to speak.
who are
right?
not allowed to speak was classic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Rick.
right.
Absolutely.
Classic.
Yeah.
You went through
was
it yesterday.
Yes, the body language, everything.
I'll say this: seeing President Biden next to King Charles is the first time I've ever seen King Charles look sharp.
Yeah.
You're right. That's not even being funny.
You are right.
I mean,
Charles looks like the genius.
he looked like he
was.
was on top of it. He
Yeah.
really did.
Rick, when he's trying to engage the guard, like I say,
excellent, Bubba.
and you know how the Brits are about protocol and all that, and he's trying to get that guy to engage.
I forgot
You
they're
think-
not supposed to talk.
Right. You don't
And
think?
he's
Hey,
trying
Greg.
to talk to him.
Greg,
Hey, nice hat, pal.
you don't think Dad would have done that?
Yeah, absolutely.
100%.
Yes.
100%. And what you heard yesterday is what Bubba mentioned. See, he's tired. He's wearing down.
Later
and
in
then
the day.
And then his speech starts slurring. And his speech starts slurring.
They got audio. He told me he did a hell of a job.
That's terrible.
I got to give him. But Helms came up with that.
I know, but how much longer?
You'll say anything.
But
Well, that's why I told him.
You know how we're always looking for
Heard that a lot yesterday.
you know how we're always looking for bipartisan things. Can't we agree at a bipartisan place that this man cannot continue to do this job? And it's okay, Democrats. It's okay. We won't hold it against your whole party. Let's just do what's right for you. We know y'all need another candidate. That's fine. We're all okay with it. We
But-
promise not to end zone dance on it.
But how would this happen the minute he steps down, Rick? President Kamala.
I didn't say we do it while she's still with
Yeah,
you,
let's
Greg.
hang on, Bo.
My
I
gracious.
said
his
let's
front-
make an administration change. We're almost there. You know,
No, he is Walter.
Oh, he's
Jeff
had
Dunham.
the Walter face on this whole.
The whole time we're showing him
Look,
walking
all right.
with Prince Charles here, and he's just got Walter's
It'd have been a
face
good
on.
time to get his aviators.
Look,
on.
Look at Charles.
King
so
Charles
uncomfortable.
cannot believe what's going on.
Yeah.
He cannot look. He cannot believe it.
what,
Look, now he
Mr.
comes back and
President?
engages him again.
No.
Still
still
talking.
hell of a job.
Greg, that's you yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
No, Prince Charles
I
was
know
taller.
this is totally off the
He
top.
had to hook
off
him
the
around the
topic.
back and get him away.
But when that guard, what do they call them with the big hats?
I
and all?
don't know.
What do they call them?
They
Adler?
got
You
all
don't you
kinds
know?
of
I
head
don't
guard.
know what they call them.
They're kin to the beef eater, but it's not one.
You've seen those videos where they're marching, in the field, and one of them will pass out because they lock their legs
Yeah.
and they just march
Yes,
right around.
yeah,
And he's out there like he's been shot with a 22.
Yeah, they just keep going.
We also have a theme today that we can play where wherever he is, he claims he wants to stay there
Yeah.
and not
I
come
didn't know
home.
that.
Yeah, he did it again.
Kind of like don't jump.
I think that's all part of the King's Guard, by the way,
Yeah.
and the
Okay.
Queen's Guard.
Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big is our number. 30 seconds a pop. We'll come back and find out what's on your mind. Super P's taking phone calls right now. 30 seconds, 10 lines available. You join us. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Time to time, I'll see him up in a crane over Birmingham.
Yeah.
And I'll go, well, the big boy's out, and he's being used. But a lot of people want it here. Now, we tried to bring it here and put it outside and met much resistance by city ordinances and landlords and all of that.
Yeah.
So
all that kind of stuff.
we started realizing that if we could get him in here, that he would be safe, but we can't figure out how to get him in here. So that spawned yesterday.
through the
The
door.
people who built this studio, started. They went down there and measured him, and we have his measurements. We have everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
they have actually pulled out plans from when they built the studio originally.
Right.
Measurements of all the doorways, the windows, different entry points to see how they can make this happen for us. And it's really going to be how far do we want to go with it. If we want him in the studio, they've basically said we can make it happen. It's just depending on how far we want to go with it.
Yeah, it could be a lot of trouble.
And I realize there's bulletproof glass on this side, and that brings a ton of trouble.
It does.
But we've even talked about the front entrance, the office side. That would be a nice little place where people could see it, and we don't have to deal with bulletproof glass.
Yeah, but then we're gonna have people because they want to take pictures.
But you got
to take pictures.
Yeah.
I mean, everything has
And in all fairness,
disadvantage.
In all fairness, that's better than nothing.
Yeah.
But
I want to see.
But
him.
I want to be able to see him when I'm down.
Yes.
And I would have to get up and go to the bathroom and then go out in there into the lobby and stare at him for a minute and try to get the joy I need from him, and then come all the way back here. I could lose the joy. What if I run into something in the hall and run back?
Rick, I have a suggestion, and I drew this on paper for you yesterday. And again, we would have a few hurdles to clear to get it okayed, but we have a staircase outside. And where the railing is of the stairs going down next to where the stairs come up, I think if you put it right there, it really works for several reasons. One, you can see it. Yeah. Especially you turn it this way. Two, it's actually in the sight line. I think it would be in the shot over your shoulder.
Oh, wait.
You barely see him right there. So
Yeah.
Well, let's Speedy, can you help me again with this?
Yeah, what you got?
Will you run out there and act like your big boy for just a second, and let's see what the sight line looks like.
Please take the mic.
We'll come back and do that. Let's have a look, and because we need to know where he stands.
Also,
Now-
I'm texting with management, and I haven't hit send yet because I want to make sure that y'all. I've asked, pretty please, can we put Big Boy outside the studio?
That's what you said?
Do we want to ask, or do we want to?
That's what I'm asking right now.
Once it's done.
We just want to put him out there and chain him up.
Well, there's times I think that you plow ahead, and there's times that you move cautiously, and I think this may be a better cautious time.
Because I'm going to
Just
tell you
my gut
something. Because if
feeling
they
on it.
show up here and they're trying to do a lot of things that they're running a lot of issues with here,
Right.
If they come up and they see a big boy chained to their staircase, I just think
emails will get sent out over
right.
that.
And now I'm not against it. I'll certainly do it. But I mean,
And we could just say, well, hey, we didn't know.
But then now you're stuck with the big boy that they say get this got to go. Then somebody's got to come get him. And you know you.
Well, let's see what it would look like right there. I think that's the key.
Okay.
Is that a hill worth dying on? I think is the question.
Let's try
so to
that.
speak.
Let's make that our plan number one.
Let's
And
look at it.
And if it goes nowhere, then we move into other plans.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, here we go. 22 minutes past the hour. The lines are all open for you. Super P takes the phone calls now. And you go 30 seconds to pop. You can talk about the stories you've already heard today on the program. You can bring up questions that you'd like to ask. You can make comments, whatever the case may be. In the phone troll, of course, you know, usually these are not all that entertaining anyway, is when we get into, you know, meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, but they're forbidden in the phone troll. So if that starts in the phone call, then that's going to happen. Really, this is designed for us to hear a lot of different people giving opinions, asking questions, bringing information to the table. And if you dial us right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG with all of our 10 lines, we take a much bigger sample than a lot of shows. It's a little harder to manage, but it's worth it because you give more people more opportunity. So 866-WE-BE-BIG, dial us up now and you'll get in. We'll start with Bryant. Bryant is out of Hamilton, Georgia, it looks like. So, Bryant, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. You got 30 seconds, buddy. Go right ahead.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I've been a faithful podcast listener, listening to every episode.
Thank you.
For over 15 years. And something new has started from Adler recently over the last few months that I've noticed. So I had to listen live today to call in and ask. But anytime somebody says something funny or a joke or something and he wants to chime in, all he does is go,
So, and you're saying that
how that came about?
Are you saying that's new? Yeah,
Do it,
yeah,
Adler.
yeah. I've heard Adler make that noise as well.
I think he's laughing.
Yeah,
He's the count.
No, yeah, there you go. Never mind.
All right, we go ahead.
Check. Hey, check 2. Yeah, I've only had a mic for what? How long have we been in this studio?
Since January.
Okay, so still figuring
Not
it out.
January this year. So
Sorry
year and a
if
half.
it's annoying. Just trying to be funny.
Yeah.
Just trying
I like
to,
it.
trying to
You're
be
just laughing.
Just trying to be a jovial part of the show.
Yeah, he said he's noticed it. He doesn't sound like he's against it.
No, he's not anti.
He's not anti. That's your signal that you have something.
Oh, and also interrupting people. I don't want to interrupt anybody, and I don't want to talk on top of people. And I'm trying to find that timing. So when that's stuttering. That's a misstep. And I'm working on the time.
He
Guys,
could be talking about his
some-
mic cutting out.
Straight up, that too.
Well, your mic sounds a lot better since Super Tom got a hold of it.
I feel like I don't have any timing until like Thursday. And then I lose it over the weekend, and then I'm like trying to get back. And then, what's a joke? What is that? What? How do computers work? You know, like I just don't. I think it's the sleep deprivation from my children.
Sure, it is.
I'm like you, Rick. I don't think the guy was being negative.
No, he would be negative. He says he's interested on what is this a new thing you developed?
And it's the off mic laugh too.
I'm mad about it, but I think he was okay.
I actually got another bad email about my laugh, so I'm trying to not do that.
No, don't change.
Don't let
your laugh.
one email affect.
I love your laugh.
like
when
your
we're all
laugh,
in here
Adler.
rolling like that,
quit years ago.
like that day you were playing back Greg falling asleep during the show.
That was
you
great.
completely lost it. I love it.
Yeah, when he gets seriously tickled.
Yeah. Let's go to Leslie in Birmingham. It's a little bit of the count. Leslie, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Please don't any of you change your laughs. It's hilarious.
Thank you.
My question is, I wanted to see what your point of view is on Bobby Kennedy Jr. and if you guys had any intention on bringing him on the show for an interview. I'll just hang up and let you guys talk about that.
Not with that voice. If he didn't have the voice issue,
Rick Burgess.
No, I'm just being honest. I'm not.
He'd be doing push-ups.
Yeah,
I don't think the Democratic power brokers are serious about him. I think he's getting traction just because Biden is so bad.
That's true.
But a lot of his positions are not what the I would say the classic,
the modern,
current
modern
Democrats are. Now, he is a throwback to JFK, which is a lot of conservative values when it comes to financial policy.
Yep. Hudson in Alabama. Hudson, if he wants to come on, though, we'd definitely have him on.
I would have him on.
It'd be tough to get through that voice.
It would. It would. Hudson, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, y'all. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
I just want to kind of talk about the fact that other countries, are kind of making fun of us on their news outlets due to Biden and how he's, going about the business when he's over in these other countries. Because I just watched that video of where he was trying to talk to the guards, and then it goes to the UK news outlets, and they're just.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. It's
We're a
funny
laughingstock,
here.
yeah.
It's funny there.
Mm-hmm. You don't think if this was King Charles or this was the Prime Minister,
Putin.
If this was any other world leader, would we not be playing clips?
Did we
like
make
crazy?
fun of Castro when he went barreling in the seats out there?
Especially with the music on it.
If the head of Spain was wandering around like Mr. Magoo, we'd make fun of that.
We would be going, how's this guy qualified and all that?
Wade
looks like he's
Franklin, Tennessee.
out to lunch.
Wade, go ahead.
So we're going to talk about the cloud formation James posted?
James Spann posted cloud formation.
Okay, I know what he's talking about.
Is there a phallic one? It's got to be phallic. Doesn't that mean that every time?
It's Rick. You probably couldn't draw it any better. And
really?
yeah, I saw that yesterday, and I saw some of the comments.
Am I correct that that's what it is?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It always is.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah. I hadn't even seen it, and I know
Didn't
what's
this
going to
happen not too long ago?
well, you got to watch. You got to watch
clouds. Clouds are funny.
Mm-hmm. Some of them is only so long you can sell everybody. That's
right.
Is
it the hurricane?
No.
Or a tropical depression? Or something?
No.
Is that the same?
It's Tropical Storm Don. D-O-N.
Yeah. Okay.
Man, not D-A-W-N. If you were wondering.
Bubba, we're showing it, Bubba.
No,
that ain't it.
Not it.
No, I think it's straight up clouds. I think it's straight up clouds.
Hey, let me see. Please show us.
Well, I'd rather not.
Let's go to.
I'll show you in the break.
Let's go to Anonymous in Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. I think it's funny. I was raised like liberal Democrat, even though I was born and raised in Alabama. I've listened to you guys my whole life. I've raised in Northeast Alabama, but I think now I've started coming around and I don't see eye to eye with you guys on everything, but I think it's funny now, that I've gotten older, of seeing things and how it's changed and how I've changed my opinion now that I've gotten older.
Do you feel like you're wiser as you got older?
Little
wisdom. Yeah, he said, listen, this show has influenced him along with getting older, that some of the things that, and he said he doesn't line up with us on everything, but he's absolutely changed.
I can relate big time.
Yeah, Adler,
I've got some liberal friends. They're fun.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're a lot of fun to sit down with.
Thanks, Bubba. Thank you, man. Hey, send me that picture, Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we have the 25-year celebration. We have some things that we're going back and looking at and listening to. And Big Boy, the statue, comes up periodically, but the Ford commercial has made it prominent on the show because there is a Ford pulling a Big Boy, and everybody has been really screaming, please find Big Boy and bring him back. It is a shame, and it is one of the sources of a little bit of embarrassment that we've had this incredible award-winning studio, and Big Boy has not been part of it.
Well, we've been two blocked in a lot of ways, but I feel like there's a new momentum right now.
There is a new momentum. So
a new passion.
Speedy is actually talking with, and I want my pastor to know this, who just texted me. He is trying to get permission. He's suggesting please ask permission before doing something as your friend and pastor. And I appreciate that. So
most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time. So anyway, we now have set up a camera shot that Adler's working on. Bubba made the suggestion yesterday, and he thought of this location, that if we could get Big Boy outside, which is an easy move. Now, we do need to secure him. That's a little more complicated. He was actually put on a concrete base, if I remember last time.
Right.
And I don't think they're going to let us build a concrete square out there.
Well, we might could set one down.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Like a pad, like an air conditioner.
Right, right. Something like that. Now, does that... Is that you can't move that though? I mean, it's
you can't move it.
Now you're gonna have a square concrete there if we ever have to leave.
Well, you can, but it'd take a little bit of equipment to do it. It would be easy to drag off overnight. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Have you seen
what they're dealing with concrete right now?
Speaking of two,
but I mean, you just set it down.
Yeah, right.
You just and then you could move it if you had to later on.
Right. So anyway, this location that we're looking at now is going to be the first thing we try.
Right.
Okay. All right. Now Speedy is outside on the wireless mic, and he's trying to be Big Boy. Even though the Big Boy's 6'3", by the way.
Yeah. Speedy, do you know where I'm talking about, where that rail is?
Yeah, I do. And there's a couple of things here that I've been looking at. I think originally you were talking like this right here.
Yeah, kind of in that area.
Right here, but I don't know if we've got enough room because he would be kind of
we've got his
like this. But but I think he's going to come out a little bit. This railing is not as wide as I think we once thought. But I'm wondering if
oh boy, that's good right there.
Right in here or over here would be good because there's nothing over here. But the problem is there's nothing to bolt him down to.
Well, I think you're going to have to set a pad down and bolt him to that.
Well, if we go up against the railing, we could at least short term we could get him out here.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
No, you've left the camera shot now.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Okay.
All right, so
Yeah, right. I mean, the closer
Somewhere
you
in there.
come to the window and the flag over there, the better, as far
Right.
as the shot.
Yeah.
Because he would actually be in the shot over Rick's shoulder, I think.
Right.
All right, for
yeah, Adler, try the normal Rick shot. Let's see what we got to
see if
to
he
work
was
with
right
there.
here. Let's say facing this way.
Well, all I'm going to see is his stomach.
Right, it'd be.
Mm-hmm. I want to look in those eyes. That's what brings me joy.
Right.
Doesn't it just make you feel
But see,
good?
you could look spin around. You could see him real easy.
Oh, yeah.
Because remember, he's a lot bigger than Speedy is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I could see him.
Look at that head.
So in the shot, you would see his checkers and know he's
Yes,
there.
right.
Yeah.
And then when I needed to look into his eyes, I just spin around.
Right. Or if Adler, pulls out a little bit, pans back.
Right.
After he does.
So can I ask something? Now, this is probably won't be the way we go long term.
Mm-hmm.
But could I just chain him to that rail right over there to begin with?
Well,
That's what I'm
you'd
talking
have to
about.
move it over there to change.
Yeah,
now
like
the
right
problem-
there. See, I don't mind that right there.
Here's the problem, Rick, is that we
Can I
don't-
just
you don't-
chain him to that rail and then we get a permanent plan, but just
Yeah.
short term?
I mean, in order to get him out here and chain him to where he's not like
See, I
on the-
like that right
the
there.
walking path, you almost have to go this block right here.
No, now you're out of the shot.
But you're not going to see that shot anyway, Rick.
can't.
See, look where how
Speedy
far out he
pose
is.
like he poses.
No, Speedy, I can't have him right there.
There he is.
All I can do is look at him then. He'll never be in the shot.
I'm texting with the management company.
The rail will not be in the shot most of the time.
Can I tell you, though, I'll take that over nothing.
Yeah, sure, well,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah,
I
yeah.
think you got to look at it in baby
right.
steps.
Yeah, because at least everybody can look out in their seats and see him, and I can get up and go look at
ideally,
him.
Rick, you would want him right here.
Yeah.
Right here. This is kind of where would work. But the
that
problem is
shot,
he's
that
gonna
shot's
come, he's
rare right there, like Bubba said. But he usually doesn't shoot that. But here's the thing. Hey, let's remember this, Rick. Okay. And I'm trying to upgrade from what we had before. He was never in the shot before.
Right.
We just
Right.
looked out the window and stared at him.
Right.
So if I can get him to where I can see him and others can see him as they arrive and as they leave, that's good enough. Even if we can't
now,
get him
far
in the shot.
as a place to pose with a backdrop behind it, that would not be as well there. Other than I don't know what it looks like coming back to the studio, but we could go up on the parking deck if you wanted a more picturesque view like we had before.
I think we're going to have a hard sell right there.
Really?
Because here's why. Because
I don't
think,
see a lot of traffic in here.
Well,
it is 35 minutes now past the hour. Let's go. Don't bring me down. 35 minutes past the Rick and Bubba show today. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Man, I'm going to tell you what, if you're out there trying to make a hire right now, good night. Look at that. So, LinkedIn.com/Bubba, the stakes, every time you sit down to hire right now, you go, oh, this is a high stakes wager. Why not be as ready as you could possibly be by allowing LinkedIn.com/Bubba to take your opportunity, put it out in front of the nearly 50 million job seekers that visit the site each week, and use their simple tools like screening questions to make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. That way you don't waste interviews on people that don't even have the basic requirements. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Small businesses vote them number one on helping them make good hires. So LinkedIn.com/Bubba, we're going to get you set up with an opportunity to post your job for free. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, and we'll help you, and LinkedIn.com as well will help you to become more successful in making good hires. Okay, so Kosovo, anytime you've got politicians where things get physical and things almost go to blows, Kosovo, the parliament descends into complete chaos because one of the lawmakers throws water on the prime minister. Correct. So we have the video.
He's going to come in here.
Yeah, look right there. Look, I mean straight. Like, oh, he threw water on somebody. Look, that guy comes back. Look,
now you're going to have some guys come in here really hard and then really stir things up. Looks like maybe security.
Is he trying to hit somebody with? What's that? He's got in his hand.
You have to be bald-headed to be in security here?
Right. But, all right, so Adler,
have you ever seen that many people wanting to get in on?
Don't miss this is Parliament. Don't miss this is Parliament.
Rick, we're not going to be understand what they're saying, but the play-by-play is pretty good.
Or threw water on his back. He throws the whole bottle. And there's a woman in there getting harassed.
Well,
Of course, she's holding her own.
She's holding her own.
I don't think she's holding her own. She's hung up and can't get out.
Well, that may be that.
Look at this one guy who can't get out.
Look at this like a scrum.
This is really good.
I heard police.
Yeah, police.
All right, so
a lot of pushing.
Adler, go
Nobody
back.
really wanting to hit
I'm going to
anybody.
walk to the screen.
Let me ask you this too. Can I ask you this?
We need
about,
a pointer,
So the guy
Rick.
throws water on the prime minister.
Yeah.
He throws water on the guy in the front row. The front row guy retaliates by throwing a bottle at him, and then he seems mad about it.
I know.
I mean, what did you expect him to do?
Oh, got him.
And then right here, and then that guy grabs his bottle of water,
Mhm.
and then
Boom.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
missed
a
him.
good shot.
Right. Now focus on the prime minister. He's just going to stand there like, okay.
Yeah, look at him.
And all right, so he's standing there, and then all of a sudden
He's a
these
little
guys
wet.
come rushing in and blow up the little circle there. Their security for him, trying to get to him.
The bald-headed guys all hit
I
hard.
want to concentrate on this guy.
Look at this guy. He's reaching in and hitting
Yeah.
somebody.
What is this? Is that his glasses?
Yeah,
What is he hitting
he's
everybody
got
with?
his readers.
He's holding his glasses up.
He's trying to hit everybody with readers.
All right, Rick, go back, watch him. He'll start throwing these things down like a weapon. Why are you hitting people with your glasses?
Yeah.
Why
That's
is he hitting people with his
hilarious.
glasses?
I don't know.
Well, they're easy to
See,
replace.
Wow, security finally gets over to the prime
right.
minister. Oh, wow.
So anyway,
I think of our leaders, or think of Congress, the Senate, or whatever. Who would y'all like to see in that right there?
Joe always threatening to take people
He's
out
always
back.
threatening
Yeah,
people.
Get him in there.
Yeah. So apparently they all were really
Tommy Tuberville.
they were upset about how things are being handled right now. Obviously, the opposing party not happy with the prime minister about diffusing tensions between majority the Albanians and the Serb majority North, and this has escalated in recent months. And the opposition party has been criticizing this prime minister, saying he has not handled this relationship that is deteriorating and has strained relations with the Western allies. So he's up there talking, and this guy, I guess, just says, "Look, you're handling this so poorly. I'm going to come here and dump water on you." And
here,
and here, and
I don't like you, and I don't like
I
you.
don't
either.
like you. And I tell you what, if this keeps up, and look look at this, the printed story Speedy gave us, in the still shot, there's the guy coming down with hammer-like force with his glasses.
Yeah.
Why is he hitting everybody with his
Can't
glasses?
hurt nobody with glasses.
So all of this area is the former Yugoslavia, right? Isn't this all part of that? Because I know Kosovo declared its independence from Serbia
Right.
in 2008. And according to Google, it says in its Declaration of Independence, Kosovo committed to fulfilling its obligation under the, I don't know what plan that is, to embrace multi-ethnicity as a fundamental principle of good governance, and to welcome a period of international supervision.
Just below
Yeah,
Serbia.
some kind of audio recording was played involving, one of the chairwoman of the Kurti party.
Oh boy.
I don't know what that is. And she was on the recording saying she spoke on the phone with an official of Serb ethnicity, and he was sanctioned by the U.S. government over organized crime and corruptive activities, probably with Hunter Biden.
Right.
And he also wanted a person by Kosovo authorities. So I don't really understand all the dynamic here, but to no one's surprise, it involves different groups of people, ethnic groups, not getting along.
Right.
And I know we've never seen that in world history.
Right.
Never.
It escalated to the point of dumping water on somebody. And I don't know. I guess you have to give the guy a little bit of credit. I mean, it looks like nobody stopped him. He could have come up there with a running punch.
Yeah.
And he went with. Is this just saying I'm just going to show disrespect by throwing water on you? I don't want to physically hurt you.
You want to know what
they just slap each other with the
handkerchief. Yeah.
You want to know what
With a
was
glove.
made it a little worse though?
Yeah.
It was a little bit of the backwash in the end of the right at the bottom of the water bottle, and he got it. He kind of just sprayed it at him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I got something for you.
Yeah.
It's not just water.
And I'm with you,
little bit of
Bubba.
backwash.
Then the other, for some reason, he wanted to throw some on the other guy too, and that guy picked up a full bottle of water and slung it.
And then he seemed mad. He retaliated.
Right. Well, if
you got to expect that, right?
Oh, if you're going to throw water on people, I think you have to be ready for anything.
Yeah, you do.
They might throw a bottle of water back at you. They may cold cock you. They may cold cock you. They may
Good.
tackle you. They may throw their reading glasses at you. Apparently,
Right. Shoes. We see in a lot of parts of the world they throw their shoes.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know.
Yeah, I've-
the only problem is you have to limp out after that.
Yeah, I've that's funny. I've never ever thought of the idea or ever looked at my reading glasses as a potential weapon. Look at the guy. See watch the glasses guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just hitting everybody with his glasses.
Oh,
I've never.
I guess you pop them with it. It might give you a little sting.
Speaking of glasses, you see the guy there that tried to stop the water. Watch him. His glasses get knocked off of him. He gets hit twice.
Yeah,
once there, and then there.
Look, there's glasses guy. I mean, he's tomahawking with those glasses.
Right.
Look at this guy up top reaching in there, hammering somebody in the head.
There's pro wrestler Ivan Koloff.
Yeah.
There's a lot
There he is, Rick. It is Ivan.
Right.
We got
Russian bear.
We got little side fights going on too.
Oh,
in
Speedy,
front.
Speedy, I'm surprised you didn't pick up on this.
What?
Watch Original Glasses, who gets his glasses knocked off. He misses the step coming down. Did you see him?
Oh man,
He's
trying to get down
he
the
forgot
step.
about that drop off.
Good night.
Yeah, so he's I don't know. I've just never thought of glasses as a weapon, but this one guy thinks he's got something.
Yeah.
I guess you got to go with whatever you got.
Yeah, it just. Oh no, he's picking up his reading glasses. The only glasses thing. You remember this? There used to be an unspoken "Don't hit a man with glasses."
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was a rule.
That was a rule. Who came up
You
with
can't
that?
hit anybody with glasses.
You remember on the comedy bit, somebody that thought they were about to get punched would put glasses
Yes.
on.
Yeah.
Can't hit him. Well, he's got glasses.
Was that about the glass going in somebody's eye?
Of course.
But I didn't know we were being polite in a fight.
I didn't
You know?
either.
Normally, you're punching someone to hurt them.
I mean, do I run up to the front lines and go, put the bayonets up? They got glasses on.
Yeah, guys, they got glasses. Leave them on.
That's back when people had manners about
guess so.
punching people in the face.
Yeah. That's a little better voice.
Punching manners.
That's back when people had manners about punching
Yeah.
people. in the
Don't
face.
be rude about it.
Yeah. Look, if you're going to punch somebody, let's organize this.
My brother would say, "Dude, take off your glasses. We're about to go." And
I
I
know.
would have to
You
put them
can't hit a
down.
man with glasses on.
Yeah.
I'd have to put them
Well,
down.
if you can't see,
So let's go.
See,
That's
I-
unfair.
It was a lot of
can't
close
see you.
contact. It was a lot of close contact stuff, anyways.
Right.
You know,
Do you remember the
Luke
people?
can fight dirty. He'll fight dirty. in
Oh
a
yeah.
second.
Do you remember the people that? Now I understand they taking off my jacket so I can swing better.
Yes.
You know, but
That's
the people.
usually the best time to take a swing at a guy when he's taking
Right,
his jacket off.
exactly. But then there was a rule about that.
Yeah.
But then there's the guys that go all the way shirtless.
Herbert, remember?
Yeah,
remember Herbert?
they don't just take off their jacket.
Went
They
to
take off
school
the
this guy.
t-shirts
I
gone too.
Oh, it didn't matter what degrees it was
Yeah.
outside. The shirts were coming off. He was going to get down to skin before
Well,
he
if you
fought.
think about it,
He did it every time.
That's smart.
you do have a lot more, moving
You
around.
do.
Yeah.
You can slip out.
I like to say, unless they get you while you're peeling your shirt off.
I got
Right. Oh, yeah, you don't
I
want
got in a
that.
bit of a
Yeah.
scuffle one time with a shirt taker offer, and let me tell you one thing you don't think about: they're hard to hold when they're sweating.
Yes.
They are slick.
Yeah, they are real slick.
Because like when you're doing the jujitsu,
Maybe that's why they're doing it.
and they get a hold of your gi right there,
Yes.
they can get leverage by pulling.
Let go
on
of my gi.
Yes. Speaking of which, I went to jiu-jitsu yesterday.
You
we
get
need
your butt
an
kicked.
Came back here to work, went all the way to the lobby to go to the bathroom, and I look in my nose, and there is a booger in my nose that is so big that it looks like I'm trying to pull off like a television prank of some kind. Like I had it in my nose the whole class.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's based on guidelines to get in and out
Yeah.
through.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, back over in the corner, I think you're okay.
Speedy, go back to that corner
because
where you were.
if you'll see the way the wall goes out, see you're not messing
that.
the flow of traffic up.
I like
you know.
that.
Yeah, the
I'm
only
fine
problem
with that.
is that we don't have.
But now the chain option's out. You're gonna have to put the.
Now I will say this, Rick, because I think in a world of technology that we live in,
Yeah.
and you wanting to see him all the time, I think there's no reason, no matter where we put him, we shouldn't have a big boy cam and a monitor in here that we see Big Boy 24/7 and
No matter where
all
we
of
put him.
what's going on.
And then people
with
can
him.
take their pictures or whatever, and
Yeah.
I can pull up the big boy cam and just see how he's doing.
I think we have it as one of the monitors in here. We put up a new monitor, and it just be the big boy.
Big
cam.
boy monitor, golly.
I don't know. I'm real big on new monitors. We're having a hard time keeping the ones we got working.
Well,
but I got the idea though.
We can just assign one of these.
We can use that small one there.
Yeah.
Get a normal one and put it somewhere else.
Rick, can you see me right here?
I don't think they're going to let that happen.
Yeah, I can look at you. It'd be joyous for me doing the show.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you're in the way.
Gosh.
You know, there's stupid safety stuff.
I know.
I think the only thing that he would be in the way of at either place was the marching band that we had coming in.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's once a year.
But over here is best. I just don't.
By the way, if anybody is new to the show and have no idea what this looks like, go to rickandbubba.com. It is the picture of the day. What we keep showing.
That's what we used. That right there, folks.
That is excellent.
We had and we couldn't see it in the camera shot, but I could look out that window anytime I wanted.
I tell you what, today you could if you were in that situation because we'd have a big boy cam.
That,
right.
I mean, there's few things that were better than that right there. We even had the safety rail up behind it. Remember, we had to put that up.
What is it about
y'all put that up? Y'all put the rail up?
We had to.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Wow.
There was so many people getting their picture made with it. And hey,
it dropped off.
And that first step was a Lulu.
It was a good one.
Because you believe it or not, Bubba threw his chair right off one of those.
Yep.
Yeah, Bubba, I see why you want to talk to Span. It's cold out here.
Hey, just everybody look in his face. What is it about that face?
This brings
I think
happiness.
it's the hair. It's got to be.
Yesterday, we pulled up the picture of him, and every time we said something we didn't like, we just take his face and stare
at it
on our phones. It was so good. He's got to come back, and I mean, you know, he's been part of our history, guys. Look, there's two little big boys in here. They're sitting here in front of me right now. I mean, people send us big boys. It used to. My gosh, we had one of our CDs had Big Boy on the inside of the cover.
Oh, sure. I know.
And that, I mean, 11 years we've lived without him. It just doesn't seem right, especially here at the 25th anniversary.
So did you get an answer yet?
Yeah.
What are they saying?
This is funny, Rick. The answer he got a minute ago was, "How long do you want to leave it there?"
Did you send back forever? Use the number 4.
Yeah.
Like they do when you sign somebody.
Forever.
But what are you seeing over there?
Yeah, it's going to go up the line a little bit, but a permanent outside
Back to
deal
this again?
It's going to be tough.
Are we back to this ordinance thing again?
Well, no, it's not more.
We got to get through landlord before we tackle ordinance.
Yeah, it's liability concerns of it being outside and all that.
Well, what's Big Boy going to do to anybody?
I agree with that. I think we could find a spot.
I got injured by Big Boy. How'd that happen?
I know.
Crowd pleasing. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Things you need to know. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming your way this weekend. We talked to Major Scott Husing, author of Echo and Ramadi, and founder of Save the Brave, and talked to you about Ride for the Brave. And we have a very frank conversation about the current state of our military and its recruiting problems. So we'll talk about that this weekend.
And also, you'll hear about this cool ride that you can participate in as it goes across several states here in our country. So catch that this weekend wherever you get podcasts. Also, coming up after the top of the hour, the Golden Ticket Seat guest, Bubba, will be here. And we will let some of them spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat before the show is over.
Big day, Rick. Big day.
Big day. So we've been talking a lot and how we're living in this bizarro fake world. And every time there's an update to keep making the point, I can't pronounce this person's name. I won't even try to.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, the first name is N-A, and then H-W-A, and then hyphen R-I-N. How would you say that?
No idea.
How about the first name? Nah? Nay?
I think. I don't
What's
know.
that?
Has anybody
N-A.
asked?
How would you say N-A?
Nah. I would say Warin. Because I bet the H is silent.
There is there's a Kevin Na on the PGA Tour, I think.
Is it NA?
And it's NA.
The bottom line is this is a South Korean biological male who identifies as a woman. Okay?
Well, said at age 7, growing up, he felt like he should have been a female. Na is now 37 years old, transitioned officially last year, and is now recognized as a female under South Korean law. A lifelong cyclist, she wanted to continue racing, and after her gender change, she did so against biological women. However, Na did so not to compete for herself and feel the euphoric feeling of victory, but to prove a point, Rick. Na, who comes from a Christian family, faced negative comments during her transition.
I bet.
But little did anyone know what she was planning for over 2 years. She wanted to race against women to show that biological men are physically superior to biological women. This was I guess what we would call a real-world test of this theory.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. This person is transgender.
Correct.
Yes. She says, I have no unresolved feelings over winning because that's no longer what I want. My goal was to stir controversy and to get my story heard by competing, she told the Korean Times. She did win, as a matter of fact, after her victory on the Gangwon Sports Festival. Na admitted she felt more relieved than happy.
I love this statement she says later in the story, Bubba, because this is a biological male who has transitioned and identifies now as a woman. But still, even though that is the life that this person has chosen, they still do not live in a fake world that somehow that she then suddenly became a biological woman. And now it's even. Mm-hmm. But the fact she's a biological male, she said, I'm telling you, I'm superior to the females. And at 37, I'm going to go out and win this.
Yeah, went out and smoked them.
Smoked them. And here's what this is an interesting point that is made. I'm not honored. I'm not proud of myself at all. I believe other transgender athletes would feel the same way. They may not want to admit it, but they're just being selfish.
Yep.
There's no honor in a biological male defeating biological females.
Now, listen to what else she said,
and that's
Rick.
from someone who's transitioned.
Just like Bruce Jenner's did.
How logical is this? Mm-hmm. She said she is not going to advance to the next level in the racing because she won this race. She said that would be unfair too. She's declined the invite to go on in the racing world based off her victory. She says, I don't want to make an issue to the point where I'm harming other people. In other words, the women are not getting to advance. But she says this. She says committees should include a third gender category.
That's what
we've been saying all along.
We've been saying all along.
We're not wanting trans folks not to compete. No. We just don't want them to compete with an unfair advantage against females.
You can't be against illegal drugs that give unfair advantage and be for this.
Yeah.
It's no different. And what they should do is say, if there's a apparently ever growing transgender community and they need their own category.
Yeah.
And that would solve the whole thing. That way people can compete. They can continue.
Well, what's wrong with that? What is wrong with that?
Probably not going to be a lot of participants.
No.
You go by the
Well, I think you're going to see more and more.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on the other end of the spectrum, Miss Universe organizers have said they will confirm that trans women are going to be confirmed as candidates for Miss Universe and as women, as long as transgender models have had gender-affirming surgery. You have to have the surgery.
Right.
If you've had the surgery, you will be allowed to compete for Miss Universe. But you can't go in there and say, basically, I'm a drag queen.
Yeah.
I dress as a woman and I present myself.
You got to
as
fully
a,
commit.
I will say this in this situation.
That's more fair than the other.
Yeah, you do not have a competitive advantage in that situation.
No, you don't.
So
you don't.
As weird as it is.
Unless your talent is like push-ups.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, weightlifting.
Well said, Calvin Speedy Wilbur.
Yeah,
axe wielding.
Yeah, it's bizarre as it is, but again, just because we say we're gonna call you phobe or whatever, we're not saying like that's weird to me, very weird. And if one, that is strange, but nobody has a competitive advantage. Nobody's like trying.
You don't look prettier because you transition from being a male. As a matter of fact, it probably is a disadvantage. I don't know why you're wanting to do it. But again, if you're going to do it, at least that's not a huge advantage.
And the stipulation that you have to have
that's right.
surgery.
That's right.
Well, and the only thing I will say that
you won't be bringing nothing to the party.
That may be
you can't be standing at the urinal backstage.
Right.
If you can stand at a urinal, you cannot be Miss Universe.
If you have to hike your dress,
right.
You're out.
Right. But what I would say though, the only thing you have to be cautious of, and we all know people do this, is it becomes an advantage for you because everybody wants a transgender woman to win.
Now that you got to deal with it.
Now if they'll just all say, look, let's bring them out here. And we'll judge them by the same standards we always have. Right. And as long as they've had the surgery, they're in. But we're not going to have a special bleeding heart because they're transgender.
Right.
And try to make some historic moment when really they weren't the best.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Well,
do they?
I agree.
That's right.
Do they have that on the form, like that you fill out the paperwork?
I guess.
Who checks about the surgery?
Is that a
make sure you're not lying?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's called the PEEP test, Greg.
That's why. But wouldn't you hate to have that job? All right, bring them in. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
You're Cleary tucking.
Greg
Burgess.
Well, that's the thing.
You meant a Target?
Yeah, I mean, Target even had you a bathing suit for.
That's right.
There's old Greg again.
That worked out good for him,
didn't it?
What a good idea that was to cater to about 2%.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, you need to start taking care of your liver. Let's have liver talk. There's been a lot of liver talk here on the program. The latest data that we just got from the American Heart Association indicates that adults with fatty liver were 3.5 times more likely to have heart failure than those without. And there you go. We don't treat our livers very well. We don't. And, boy, our liver is incredibly crucial. We got over 100 million Americans right now, fatty liver. Many people are at risk. You're throwing high cholesterol at your liver. A lot of you overindulge in alcohol, throwing it at your liver.
That's why small
toxins, processed foods, overuse in Tylenol, statin drugs with some of the side effects, cigarettes. So that's why so many, if you're out there and you're thinking, man, I just feel sluggish all the time, could be fatty liver. Hey, I'm gaining weight. I usually was able to keep weight off. Could be fatty liver. I'm losing. I don't have energy. Not having energy and being sluggish, the same thing. But anyway, but for decades, you know how many key functions the liver does for the human body? 500. I'm gonna say that number again because that's a big number. It's time to help the liver, and there is a solution, an all-natural formula called Liver Health Formula. It contains 12 clinically proven botanicals that help recharge and protect your liver. Manufactured right here in the United States of America and approved by American doctors. So if you're looking to ignite, your liver and to protect it and have the liver do all the wonderful things that it does for the body, try Liver Health Formula and receive a free bottle of blood sugar formula to reduce sugar cravings when you order today. All you got to do is do this. Go to getliverhelp.com/Bubba, and there's that free bonus gift. You get it. Getliverhelp.com/Bubba.
People got injured by it when it was out in front of a restaurant.
Ideally, if we could put him in here, we could even put the drum sets back where they were.
I think he's going to have to come inside just to stop all this foolishness. He's going to have to come inside. I don't know how we're going to do it. I think our hope of outside is dim. But let's try it.
Well, even if we can't have it in here, it can go to the back. That's easy, and we can do the cam, the big boy cam.
We could.
That's our last resort. I get that, but
Yeah.
I'd like that to be our last resort.
It is. It's dead last. You heard my concerns
Why don't we
about
just
it.
put it in here and move the wheel of meat somewhere?
We could do that. Yeah. But we're bringing it in here. I'm in, though.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now, you saw an emailer who's trying to be back to Big Boy for a minute. We're trying to find a way to bring Big Boy back, and I think it's just appropriate to try to bring him back during the 25-year celebration.
Oh, yeah.
And so now this one's going to be, some of y'all, it's going to hurt what's being suggested here, but maybe in the long run, it may be just hear her out. Bubba, tell us what she suggested.
Well, Rick, she said, and I won't go through the whole email since I've lost it and I don't have it in front of me now, but she said, there might be other ways here we need to look at this, because if we have to bring him inside, it's going to be a problem. We can't get him in size-wise. We have to cut him down or do some kind of construction to get him in. But she suggested maybe cutting him down to get him in and then using him like as a facade, even like a half Big Boy up against the wall, like he's breaking through the wall or something, or incorporate him into a door frame design of some type, which I thought had some good possibilities.
Yeah. You guys, I really hate to dumb this down for us. What she is suggesting is that we mount part of Big Boy like you would a deer head.
She is.
Yeah.
And
that's a big head.
And you,
That's a lot of
like right there. It's like he's coming through the wall like Kool-Aid, like you said.
Yeah.
And he's there, but it's just half of him.
Need a sure enough taxidermist for that.
I mean,
Or you do it, Rick, and kind of incorporate in a door frame, like build the door frame up and him into it, like he's part of it or coming through the door with you or something. There's all kind of possibilities.
Yeah, like one woman is saying here that you don't lose his front view,
right,
top to bottom.
You basically cut him in half.
You take the back off,
right,
Yeah.
and then put him up against the wall. And you could make like a bigger door, bigger gate type look, and work him into that design.
I don't want to be here to see that, but after it's over and it's already up, then I want to see it.
Yeah, I think if you cut him in half, you could get him through the door with no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Now,
front to back.
That wouldn't be an issue at all.
I don't.
And then you just take
his Big Boy in half.
I don't want to see
a lot of pressure.
Then think in Greg's office we could mount the back part of it.
Yep.
So it looks just like Big Boy's butt facing Greg.
That'd be even better.
Yeah.
Big Boy throws rump at Greg.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we just take him from the top of his head down, put him in two halves, and then we can use both halves.
Yeah.
One him going away, one him coming at you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we got to think of everything.
Yeah, we're just
Nobody said that's what we're going to do. They said if we get to a dead end and nothing's working.
You've seen things built into door frame designs before like that at amusement parks and all. You could do that.
Mm-hmm.
She said she was from Southern California and she'd seen that kind of stuff done before.
Ooh, I know about stuff.
I mean it.
Y'all are oohing her, not me.
I know.
Right.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
But
but
to be clear.
I didn't come up with the idea. I was just relaying.
I'm from Southern California. Ooh.
we know how to cut things in half and put them on walls.
We're not stupid like y'all.
Well, no, she's not saying we're
Especially
stupid.
you, Rick.
No. Six minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world on various platforms, live and or archived. America's boldest radio stations give you a live option all across America. And then, of course, you got our YouTube option. That's a live option that is available. Our TuneIn app is a live option. Go to the App Store and get the TuneIn app. It's free. And then put in Rick and Bubba Show, and you'll get a 24/7 Rick and Bubba channel there. Live options.
Then on the archive side, we've got a daily archive video only on our YouTube channel as well, including a best of hour you can see on Blaze TV. Our podcast channel has daily audio archives. You can go back and catch any part of the show or all the show on your own time on our podcast archive. It also has a 1 hour best of hour if you'd like to just get a nutshell version of that day's show. All that available on our podcast channel. So if you'd like to find out all the different ways to get the Rick and Bubba Show content every day, go to rickandbubba.com. All of that's there. We also do a unique podcast sometimes during the week, most weeks, not all of them. But this weekend, Rick and Bubba University is brand new again. Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, Adler here, Super P, and Lord of the Jacket, and welcome back, Bill, Bubba, Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for allowing us to do what we do.
Bubba, look right out there. Look out in front of you right there. There they are. There's the Elite Eight, the Grade 8, the Golden Ticket seats.
Yeah!
So they're here, and they're watching. We've got Meridian, Mississippi. We've got Southern Indiana.
Watch it.
Is that all? Two different groups? Are y'all one group?
Gadsden, Alabama.
Gadsden, Alabama. Meridian, and all this right here, Southern Indiana. Did this for Daddy on his 60th birthday. Is that right?
All right.
So
Big 6-0.
Bringing Daddy to Sweet Home Alabama to see Rick and Bubba.
That's a lot of pressure to come that far.
Right. Oh, boy.
We really were hoping you're on the way to the beach or something.
Yeah. Right? And then there's that, when things like this happen over here, there's always that awkward feeling, maybe we should do a better show.
Yeah.
So this is a pretty big deal. All right, so we
everybody wake up.
We'll start with this. Is this a Your America? Is this a Your World? Where's this TikToker from? Anybody know? Is this one of our people? Is it somebody from around the world? Well, who's this TikToker?
I don't know. It's just Speedy sent this
to me.
It's
from the Libs
on
TikTok account, which is hilarious.
That is a funny
account.
Yes. She's just talking about a recent interview she had and some requirements that she wanted, and she just couldn't understand why.
So a job interview.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me, and I just thought y'all would enjoy it.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
State of our country.
Here's the times we're living in right here.
So I just got yelled at for asking a very reasonable question. So I'm applying to go somewhere, and I just wanted to know, are there accommodations for people who struggle with time blindness and being on time, And then the person I was with interrupted and acted like I was asking something else, and then when we were done, they actually started yelling at me and saying that accommodations for time blindness doesn't exist, and if you struggle with being on time, you'll never be able to get a job, provided you're trying your absolute best to be there. And then they're like, your stupid generation wants to destroy the workplace. And yeah, I think that a culture where workers are just cut off because they struggle with being on time, when there's other solutions that we can look to, I think that just anybody who thinks it's okay to just treat people like that, that culture needs to be dismantled. And then I asked that person, how can you feel good about yourself upholding this kind of system? And then to think I'm entitled. No, if people think it's okay to treat others like this, that's entitlement.
No.
What's she call it? Time blind?
No.
Time
blindness. No, heck no.
She wants to be able.
I didn't know my wife had time.
Yeah, there's a lot of people suffering from that.
Careful.
I didn't know there was a word for it. I just thought you were.
She just wants to show up to work when she wants to.
Yeah.
And I would say this: you can do that, but I'll pay you whenever I feel like it.
Yeah.
And whatever amount I feel like. Yeah, I got pay blindness.
I know we told you get paid on the 15th, but we got around to it on the 18th. I hope you're not upset.
We just couldn't get there. Now, we tried hard.
Yeah, we're trying hard. No,
that is one of the dumbest things I have ever heard.
Tell me that's an actress and somebody's messing with.
Oh, you can tell I was emotional.
Oh, she's real.
Don't miss. Don't. This is the important part. And I know people that do struggle to be on time, and that's fine. And I usually try to, do the best I can. Now, there was one friendship that I completely got rid of because of it. Well, and the reason why is because that person had this attitude. The person couldn't quite grasp that the rest of you sitting here waiting on you to get here to lunch 20 minutes after we all got here, that you're being rude to us. I could not make that person grasp that.
They don't care about your
and
time
they thought
at
it
all.
was funny, and they thought it was kind of their personality, and it should be something that we find fascinating about the person, that they're always late and that's funny. It's not funny.
Nope.
They're really, and I had an older man teach me this, that you're incredibly rude to other people when you're late. And I don't know why some of you late people can't see that. Now, there's things that happen sometimes that are beyond your control.
a traffic accident or something happened at your house when you were trying to leave and you had to go back and
but shouldn't you kind of budget in for that possibility?
Or you just simply let people know what's happening. I know there's some people that'll have the reason why they're late. They'll never even let you know. Hey man, I've just got backed up. They'll just let you sit there and write.
Yeah.
So you need to keep people informed, and you should make every effort to be on time. And I know this is a bizarre concept because of how that is treating other people.
Yep.
See, all she could think about is how this affected her. She had no concept that the person who was going to write her a check, that she is actually mistreating them. She couldn't get that in her mind. When you tell somebody that says, I'll provide your livelihood and you need to be here at 8 a.m., you go, I just don't think I can go with that. And I think you're being mean to ask me to do that.
Right. Yeah, she acts like it's something that she can't control.
Yeah, well,
getting somewhere on time is really not that hard.
Again, you can tell kids
math.
that were not spanked when they were little.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's
she tried her best, though.
Being that my dad was a World War II veteran, we were on time. We were 15 minutes early on time.
Our dad was the same way.
And that was non-negotiable, and he didn't care what your feelings were about it.
No, I was asked one time.
That was a big nay on that one.
Sure.
I was asked to help one time in a coaching thing, and the head coach was so much more knowledgeable on the sport than I was, and was incredibly gifted at strategy and getting the best out of players, but he was horrible on discipline. And so he asked me, he said, what are some things that you would change immediately? I said, well, I've been coaching the junior varsity team, and I see your team showing up late and walking toward the field. I see them in the parking lot, like slowly putting their equipment on, disregarding that practice is about to start. They don't seem to care that they're late, and I'll fix that immediately. I'll fix that. If you'll give me that authority, because I cannot believe you're letting them treat you that way.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they have no concept that they're being rude to authority by when practice starts at 3:30 by just not giving a crap whether they're on the field.
You're there ready.
Yeah, and so the first time that I was allowed the authority, I ran into the parking lot and began throwing equipment bags. I ran them to the field as if I was a shepherd.
Yeah,
and they were
the flock.
And they were the flock. And I said, don't you ever show up to a practice late and walk to the field, ever. And everybody who did that today, I'll make you so miserable by the time this day's over, you'll never walk to this field again. We solved it.
Yeah.
The first time I was ever introduced, and Bubba, you brought it up, the 15-minute thing, the 15 minutes. If you're 15 minutes early, you're on time, and if you're on time, you're late.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget, this was a rude awakening for me. We had practice at 3 o'clock. The great late Rudy Abbott had locked all the gates, and we thought that we were fine. We left our apartment, and it was 7 minutes to 3 o'clock. And he was standing by the lock waiting on us to show up, and he sent us home for the rest of the day and gave us that speech.
Right.
But I tell you this, we were never late again.
No.
And early meant and on time meant something different that day.
And you didn't
moving
cry
forward.
about it and claim it.
I went home and thought, wow, I'm in trouble, and kind of laid around and was like, what do I do now? Do I, you put your mind plays with you on what you should do next.
Yeah. Well, what I would
do, then the next day I was 15 minutes early.
Well, what you do, like
kind of set the boundary.
How did he say it? Hey.
Well,
yeah.
Need somebody to call in.
Well, and what I would do is even this, and this needs to be said to this person. I had a guy that did this. He said, I just struggled getting there. And of course, one time, this is a guy who missed practice because he had heartburn. And finally, I told him, I said, you know what I want to do? I'm going to release you of this burden. I can tell this is a burden for you, so you no longer have to worry about being on time. He said, oh, great. I said, because you're off the team.
Yeah.
There it is.
So that burden's gone.
There you go.
And you no longer, you don't have to, 3:30 is not a problem to you anymore.
Yeah.
You can go do whatever you want to do at 3:30. I said, I'm just going to relieve, this seems to be too big a burden for you to carry, so I'm going to relieve you of that burden. And so what I would do is say, hey, thank you for coming in. It's obvious that what we would require would be too burdensome for you, so we're going to be kind enough to you to give you no chance at this job.
Yeah.
Does she not see that she's treating the employer wrong? Does anybody have a concept of that anymore?
Well, she's simply saying your time is not important to me or anybody else.
And now more than ever, small businesses, every hire is so important because they don't get to make a lot of them, you know? And so my boys that have entered the workforce, I'm like, just be on time, which is dependable.
Yep.
Be honest, have a good attitude, and work hard,
And you'll shine.
You'll excel.
You will. You'll
Tell
stand
my
out.
kids the same thing.
Yeah, and the term time blindness, let's leave the blind out of it, okay? That's just rude.
We'll be right back.
Goodness.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She's not saying we're stupid.
Something like that.
She's giving
And you
suggestions.
basically could cut his feet off of the base, and have him off the
Now
ground.
we're dreaming.
Right.
That's
By
a
the
lot
way,
of cutting
there's
going on.
more than one person. Now here's another person I didn't realize had emailed that's basically saying the same thing.
Yeah, and I'm getting a lot of GoFundMes too.
No, we're
if
not.
I-
It's not going to be the people's big boy.
Yeah. Find out how much it takes to get the windows out and put them back in.
Guys, we
and,
can't
and
even
have the
Guys,
people's
that's a
big-
lot of effort for a big boy.
Yeah.
Hey, look,
Get a
we've
GoFundMe
survived a
going.
long time without him.
You know what? That's a big mouth talk for somebody who wasn't here during the big boy years.
Well, I'm
You
gonna
don't know
say
what it was
this.
like, Greg.
I can
You
tell you
don't.
this.
You don't know what it was like.
I'm going to tell you
think
something, Rick. He's completely against this. That right there.
Greg, you don't. You
I don't think it's worth the effort.
Greg, but you don't know what it was like.
But when he's in here, I think he's going to be too big and he's going to bother us.
No, I want him.
On the
You know-
bluff was perfect.
Yeah, but you
perfect.
just wait till you look into his eyes.
But you know,
Just wait.
he's in
Yeah.
here. He's just like
Greg, wait till you look into his eyes.
It's like I can't move good. He's in here.
I love it.
People had even suggested
ping
taking
pong
out
table.
some of the golden ticket seats and putting them in.
No, now we're getting out of hand.
What in the
world?
Now,
I tell you this, I'll trade the wheel of meat for him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I trade that drum set
absolutely.
for him.
Yeah.
Well, you got to ask Adler.
But see that
We
that
can
is the
still have
that
free
is the
metal. We
problem.
don't
There's a burn factor here with some of our folks that are a lot higher.
Yeah.
And they would get tired of it, just like they would get tired of everything else we have in here.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, the drum set.
If you know what I mean.
If we didn't want to crowd the studio, I'd lose the drum set for him because we could still have free metal.
Yeah, we
I
could
just
we
don't
could
know if I
move
can
the
stare
drum
at
set.
The guitar and the amp, they didn't take much room.
Well, I'm going to
I'm
tell you
just-
something. If we could reposition that camera and put him right there, that's your money shot.
Oh boy, wasn't it?
Speaking of that, I'm happy to report as I look where Big Boy might go, the Chia Trump, is making
doing
progress.
Yeah, I like. I
Chia
put him over
Trump-
there so he'd be right over your shoulder.
Chia
there.
Trump is making progress.
He has finally.
It's,
at
it's
him.
baby steps, but he's
But he
making it.
can't. But from compared to yesterday,
Greg, how you feel now?
It's better. That
He's-
plastic bag helped. I still don't think it's going to live full potential. We did something wrong.
but look, but I'll almost. I mean, we're-
Everybody was telling us more light and 70+ degrees, which I don't know that he gets either one of that.
None. He
Here
gets
a
neither
lot.
one of
The plastic
That's
bag
better
and
than
the,
it
and the
was.
greenhouse
Yeah.
effect's what really helped.
That's-
I mean, because like
The
you said, kept the
commercial's
moisture in
misleading.
there.
The commercial didn't act like it takes a month for it to grow.
You wanted it to grow in an hour.
I did. On the commercial, it seemed like it did.
We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Your phone calls are coming in. We'll chat with you when we return. Check rickandbubba.com. If you haven't shopped the Rick and Bubba store in a while, take a little browse. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes now past the hour. We'll get some phone calls for the hour is done. Wheel of Meat coming up today. So be paying attention for that. All right, so we've already covered some Biden stuff, but frankly, there's so much of it every single show, you really can't get through all of it. And so we a couple of things we haven't touched on, and we hit some of the biggies today, and even looked back at some others. But the president keeps doing all these bizarre things. Do we want to do the?
We have what you asked about.
We have what I asked about first. Do you want to do that first or second? Do you like what I had
he's
first?
ready with that
email.
first.
Well, it's not us. An
Because he
email.
even puts man on the end of it.
Okay, an emailer said it, and it was while we were on vacation, so that it's not a dig on. None of us were following this then. That once Queen Elizabeth passed on and King Charles takes over, you no longer say God save the Queen. She has already gone into the presence of the Lord. You say God save the King now because you now have a king again. Well, apparently, according to the emailer, Biden has not made this transition, and it's infuriating Pierce Morgan. So anyway, and because he
they
said
were saying God save the Queen for a long time. I mean, she was in
Right.
Well,
Well,
you got to click it over.
Well, Bubba, back again. If you and I, a couple of rubes with our little Rick and Bubba show, are having a tough transition to God Save the King, we're not the leader of the free world. If the president should make that transition out of respect for the Brits, but so he apparently he doesn't even. No one's telling him he's saying the wrong thing because he doesn't seem like he's even remotely ready to correct it. Okay, so here we go.
All right. God save the Queen, man.
Man, God save the Queen, man. Look, doesn't know where to go.
Which way do I go?
That's every time.
This is every time. He has no idea where he's
And
going.
he does that run. Good night.
He even throws a man onto the end of
Man.
it. Yeah, so
Save the Queen, man. All right.
You know how
he
God
didn't,
save the Queen, man.
He didn't fall, but he stumbled again going up the airplane
Saw that.
in Helsinki.
Yeah.
watch this right here. If
Which
you
is
can
fun
go
to
back, if you
say.
can finish that, Adler, because I love picking up on these things he does. Anytime, it almost like he has an awareness that he looks lost. If he gets an awareness where he goes, right now I can sense, even in his state, I can sense this doesn't look good. He'll do a little jog. Have you noticed that he'll pick up a little jog
look,
as
I
if
can
we
run,
go,
though.
you don't seem to know where you're at. Oh, you did a little jog. You must be fine.
Yeah,
All right, so
you look good.
watch this when he gets real
All right.
confused. He tries to fix
God
it by
save the Queen, man.
Of course, it's a king now, but yeah. Watch when he gets real confused. Watch the jog. Hey, let me pick up a little.
Yeah, I'm good.
Watch me. Yeah, watch me jog off here. I'm in great health. Hey, we're not questioning your physical health. We're questioning your mental health.
Yeah, you can jog all day.
I don't know. Can you make your mind jog?
How far have we come since Dan Quayle misspelled potato?
I know. A
And
long
you remember
way.
how what a circus that was?
Yeah.
And,
You think Biden
it's
needs
every
to,
day.
like on the interstate where you're supposed to merge over, it's got the big arrows flashing so you can see it far away? Maybe somebody needs to be at back of the auditorium with like lights flashing.
Or what
which
about
way
just
he
the
needs
side
to
of the
go.
stage? Come to me. I got an orange hat on.
Right. Maybe a flashlight.
I'm like the guy calling the plays in.
Yeah.
Come
Give
to
him
me.
a different shirt. Give him a different hat.
Yeah.
I'm with you because I know this is your world. The thing, Greg, you've touched on it. We've all touched. The thing that I just can't understand is how these things continue to happen.
Yeah.
If I'm at a staff meeting and I said, all right, guys, if I see the president wander around on stage again, I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind.
Yes.
Now, do we not have a plan, Bubba's point, your point, that you, Calvin, when he's up there talking, I want you in a position right behind him, okay? All right, if he looks to his left, he's got you, and then you, Greg, I want you on stage right if he looks to his right, and we want him to exit stage left. So if he looks at you, Greg, point to Calvin, go to Calvin. If he looks at you, point him off the stage.
Get a plan.
Can we not fix this?
And I want you
I can
both
fix this in 5 minutes.
in a high-res vest with like you're getting a plane in.
Yeah, I
what to
want you
do.
one of those yellow vests like the guys on the side of the road cutting grass have, an orange hat, give me some lights, whatever it takes.
Well, they can't fix any of our problems. I guess I don't. Why am I expecting them to fix this one?
But where's that meeting?
Where's
what's
the
going
meeting?
on?
Hey, okay, thank you very much, Mr. President. All right, is he out? Is he gone? Hey, guys, what are we doing?
Yeah.
This guy's running around like Mr. Magoo. Let's at least do what we can do.
Right.
Well, he won't follow instructions. I got it.
But we know what he's not capable of. Let's stop putting him in those positions. But we can get him off a stage.
Our instructions
we
need
can
to be
get him off a stage.
so over the top that even he understands it.
Right. I
have a game day crew that travels with him, and they're always the same
and
people.
then there'll be some smart aleck on the group. I know who he is. I can see what he looks like. Well, I'm sorry, Burgess. I mean, I think it's going to look bad if it looks when we got people walking off stage. You think that's going to look worse than what we got now? That would be my response. Which one do you think looks worse? Us actually getting him off the stage or him wandering around up there like he's an Alzheimer's patient? Which one do you think's worse?
Didn't we at one time suggest that Jill Biden be there to escort him off? And wasn't she doing that for a while?
She was, and then she had to go over and deal with Hunter.
Yeah.
The reason why she can't get him off the stage anymore is she's trying to keep Hunter from wandering around with a nosebleed, screaming at everybody. So try to introduce everybody to his little friend. That's an Al Pacino, by the way, Scarface reference.
Yes, it is.
And Bubba, we have the he's walking up the steps, leaving up, but it really wasn't that bad.
It's not a fall. It's not a fall.
So we didn't even we didn't put it on the list.
But again, it's just we're having problems. It's not a full fall. He just stumps his toe.
I know we're running out of time, but his other thing is on this segment. But the other thing is he keeps telling everybody wherever he is, he wants to stay there.
Yeah. Right.
And of course, we as Americans would say that's fine.
Yeah, this is him in Finland saying that.
I want to thank you for visiting Finland. We have had possibilities of meeting each other quite often during the.
No idea
I like it here even better. Yep, and.
That's what he said.
He wants to stay everywhere he's going, and that's fine. If he wants to stay in Finland, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
Of course, I wouldn't do that to Finland.
Yeah.
Seems mean
this
to
is
them.
him in Ireland saying that.
Yeah.
Hey, look at this leprechaun.
Thank you all very much. And I'm not going home. I'm staying here. Isn't this an incredible place?
He never
All
gets
you
the
American reporters. Looks just like the White House, right?
Look at Lucky Charms.
Greg, he never ever gets the right response. He thinks
he can't find it. He was trying to make
I'm with you, Greg. Grab a hold of him. Get some Lucky Charms.
And this is him in Canada.
There's a pot
this
of
is
coal
quick.
close by.
Yeah, this is him in Canada wanting to stay.
We're staying.
There he is again.
We're staying.
That's his deal.
He wants to stay everywhere he goes.
They said, sadly, and every time when they actually looked into it, he thought he was in Delaware. All right, we'll come back and do phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. Look at Super P ready to go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines available. We'll chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
About the new Gillette #MeToo ads. I haven't seen them. I'm about to see one now.
I have not either. I hear a lot.
But I do know this, and I have seen some of the stories. Somebody sent one of these to me when we were on vacation, where there's the thing we always have to be afraid of is when the world, in our opinion, the adversary, tries to take a really bad situation, and when they've got everybody feeling uncomfortable, scared, emotional, then there's an attempt to move in with an agenda and actually change something that we need to be very careful doesn't change. And one of the things, and we've talked about this on the show for a while, that masculinity is under attack. And when I say masculinity, I don't mean the wrong kind of masculinity. I don't mean the world's masculinity. I'm talking about true biblical masculinity, men made the way God intended men to be made, women the way women were intended to be made, equal but not the same. And there's a masculinity of maleness that actually is very positive, just like the right, biblically sound femininity is a wonderful thing. And what we have is that either one can be corrupted, or as you hear this word toxic, toxic masculinity, well, there's toxic femininity as well. So now
you can't say that, Rick.
Well, it's true, and if you don't like it, you can email Speedy. But so Gillette of course, now some people are saying they're going too far with it. I haven't really been able to see this or make a ruling on it because I don't know. We certainly want men to protect women and to be people who defend women and stand up for women. But I don't have any issue with that at all because biblically we should do that. But this is almost suggesting that masculinity in and of itself is not a positive.
Well, when we first saw it, and if you listen to the 30-second clip or watch it, it's not the entire short film, which is 148. And I think at first it tries to say where we've kind of made our mistakes as the toxic masculinity that you're talking about and what is accepted, and then what we should do to correct it. But you guys can make your own decision.
Okay.
It's We Believe the Best Men Can Be by Gillette.
Bullying.
The Me Too movement against sexual harassment.
Masculinity.
Is this the best a man can get? Is it?
It's likely happening here in bullying as well. A problem.
We can't hide from it.
Sexual harassment is taking over.
It's been going on far too long. We can't laugh it off.
Who's the daddy?
What I actually think she's trying to say.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
But something finally changed.
Allegations regarding sexual assault and sexual harassment.
But she says it's
And there will be no going back. Because we believe in the best in men.
Men need to hold other men accountable.
Smile, sweetie. Come on.
To say the right thing. To act the right way.
Bro, not cool, not cool.
Some already are. In ways big
Yo, men, we're acting like we gonna shake it.
and small.
I am strong.
I am strong.
But some is not enough.
It's not how we treat each other, okay? Okay.
Because the boys watching today will be the men of tomorrow.
So what was bad about that?
I don't know. It's a good question.
I really don't have a problem with that.
I don't either.
Yeah, I was led to believe that there was something.
I
more.
was too.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with
If I
that.
could breathe, I'd tell you.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
Sorry, bud.
I think what they're saying there has some truth to it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see. I'm sure there may be some other political undertones there. I don't see or fully get. Some dog whistles, Rick. But
You better believe it. 35 minutes past. Phone calls 866 We Be Big. Super P ready. Dial us up to join us, and we'll find out what is on your mind on today's show. Carshield.com/Bubba. Are you driving an automobile that is no longer under warranty? Well, if something goes south there, guess who's going to pay for that? That'd be YOU. Unless you make the move and bring that peace of mind back by going to carshield.com/Bubba and getting one of their protection plans. We'll get you 20% off if we go use our URL. That is carshield.com/Bubba. Be sure and put that /Bubba. Get 20% off the plan. Or if you call them, 1-800-451-7776, just mention Bubba or the Rick and Bubba Show, and that'll get you the 20% off as well. And they've got all kinds of protection plans. If it's a covered repair, they'll pay the ASE certified mechanic directly that you chose. 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing is available, rental car options so you're never out of an automobile. And you can grab those right now by going to carshield.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. To the phones we go. Let's start with Jeff in Sweet Home, Alabama. Jeff, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing great, Rick. How you doing today?
I'm good.
I just wanted to tell you guys, I heard a couple of segments ago, there was somebody had emailed Adler and was wanting him to change what he does. And I know people have been picking on Helmsy here lately with his job change and all. And I just want to tell you, as a longtime listener and a big fan of the show. Y'all keep what you're doing, man. Unless you want to get a job selling beer for Bud Light, just keep what you're doing. Don't try to appease the few. Stick with us millions who love you just like you are. Appreciate you, brother.
You'll take us just the way we are. Thank you, Jeff. Very kind. We continue.
Bud Light reference.
He threw that in there.
Yeah.
Let's go to Cody.
Number 14.
Cody, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Green acres, fellas.
Thank you for the call. Go right ahead.
All right, so Speedy, a few weeks ago I sent you an email. Type in Pardue Cody, it should pop up. So from what I understand, the Democratic Party does not want anybody to do anything publicly, like with kids or any kind of PR stuff, except for Biden, because he's their hope.
Joe Biden is their hope?
That's what the email said.
Well, again, I think that could be propaganda from, I get a lot of these emails that people put us on different Democratic things. It is interesting to watch the things they say. I just don't believe that anybody that is in their right mind looks at the current state of Joe Biden and says, we're excited about our future as long as he's the future. I mean, not anyone who's being honest. He's not the future for any party. There's very few things he's going to be able to continue to do in the near future, not the distant future.
Yeah.
And this situation that we clearly see is only going to get worse, sadly. So I don't believe that. You might have read that, but I don't think that's accurate. We continue. Let's go to JC in Pell City.
JC.
1047 WZZK. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I didn't know a few months ago that James Mann announced when the snake was come out that he had snakes inside his house. I didn't know if y'all have talked to him about that since that's happened or not.
I can't really understand what you're saying.
Snake in his house?
What did he say? You say James Spann had a snake in his house? Is that what you said?
Something like that.
Yes, sir.
No, I haven't heard about that.
No, I hadn't either.
No.
My gosh.
I heard
I hate he's going to have to burn it down.
Can I tell you what was funny about that? Watching Super P screen the phone calls, and there's lines available now if you want to get in. He made a note under JC, which I did find that to be the case in my headphones. He put underneath, caution loud individuals. Because you get when you have your Bluetooth going, a lot of times you think you can't be heard,
right?
So you're kind of shouting
to do it,
yeah, and but I haven't heard that James Spann had a snake in his house.
No, I'm not familiar with that either.
No, I saw he found one in the cloud, but
buddy.
Or a cowboy boot or something.
Did y'all not?
I think it was a cowboy boot. Yeah.
I saw the spurs hanging down.
Right.
Did y'all see that?
Looks like it was untied.
Guys.
What? Go ahead.
Speaking of snakes, and speaking of pythons, there was a 19-foot python wrestled and caught in Florida. Y'all want to see this?
No,
Bubba, look away.
It's the new record of pythons they pulled out of Everglades.
Can you look at it?
Oh yeah.
It's like a demon fighting. Watch this. Look at this.
No.
Oh no!
How about this guy?
My goodness!
I don't know if I'd get down and roll with that.
What is he
thing.
doing?
Right there. What about when it wraps you up right there?
Yes.
Somebody help the man.
That thing could have eaten him for sure.
It's as big as my leg.
Look at the size of that head, Bubba. Just look at it.
That's a big one there.
Bubba, look at
That thing looked like a first baseman's mitt, didn't it?
Bubba, how much for you to grab that thing like that?
Let me tell you.
How
what,
much? You got a price?
I ain't grabbing that for nothing. Look how wide it's got its mouth.
Yes.
Look how wide
so
its
wide.
body
Fit a
is.
basketball in there.
Oh,
My goodness.
I feel like the lid of the pit of hell just got knocked
right.
off. You know?
Right.
Its head looks like an alligator. It doesn't even look like it. Like you just think that's big, like a gator.
Ryan in Alabama.
What if it'd bit you?
No.
Dunzo.
Got them teeth.
Hey,
buddy.
hey, good morning, guys. How y'all?
We're
We're
good.
great.
We're good.
Hey, just wanted to get your thoughts on the Secret Service and their inability to figure out whose little candy bag got left in the White House. But we've got Democrats that can pull up an alleged accuser on the Supreme Court nominee from 40 years ago.
Yeah, we talked about that in the first hour. You probably missed that today, but
I did.
In the first hour, we agree with you. it really, Bubba used the word, and I can't think of another word to use, and I have great respect for those that do that job, but it's very embarrassing for the Secret Service. It's an embarrassing headline. I mean,
I don't know how else you put it, and we do have respect for those folks. They're the cream of the crop, but obviously the people in the management of that are compromised. I don't know how else you would put it.
Right.
When we had the January 6th fiasco at the Capitol, they've been able to track down people by cell phone pings and all that kind of stuff. I mean, they've locked up no telling how many people with that. But we can't determine who did this in a controlled environment where we know who's in the building. It's just embarrassing.
Yeah.
It really is.
Let's go to Bailey out of Gadsden, Alabama, Z93. Bailey, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. This is just on the girl with time blindness.
Yes.
There's a girl in my office that I work for. She's 21. She thinks that she doesn't have to give a 2-week notice to our boss because he doesn't give a 2-week notice if he fires somebody. I'll hang up and listen to your thoughts on that.
Well, she certainly doesn't have to do it, but if she's looking for employment after that, and they find out she's one of those people that'll just leave a place without helping them transition, it won't help her in the future.
Or if it was terms of her hiring,
Right.
she's obligated to
Well,
do
that's
that.
true. That's true.
In most places where you get fired, they do give you some type of severance pay, usually for a few weeks or a month or whatever.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I think her argument is pretty thin there on that.
Yeah, it's also a concept I know she's aware of when you treat people the way you wish they had treated you.
Yeah.
I know it's a bizarre concept now, but maybe you are above the fray as opposed to not lowering yourself to what bothered you.
Again,
I'd want a good
someone who-
reference, wouldn't y'all?
Yeah. Again, someone who's not spanked as a child.
You're right.
You know what cures that time blindness? That's a hot bottom.
It does.
You know, that'll do
That'll
it.
cure it.
Hot
Yep.
bottom.
Suddenly you see.
That was a cure for a lot of things when I was growing up. It worked you through attention deficit disorder and a lot of things. I got real focused when my bottom was hot.
Speedy's telling his kids. I've told my young adult kids, and just told Super P, and we'll tell Lord of the Jacket, and we tell all the interns. Look, the crop out there right now, the league is so weak. The conference is so leaked.
Yeah.
If you'll just be dependable, like you said, Speedy, if you'll just be on time
and treat everybody like you want to be treated,
and you will soar up the ranks so fast. You'll be one of the most valuable employees anybody's got.
You're like an all-star.
Because most everybody else they're so bad right now. Just the basic commitment to excellence will serve you so well.
That's so true.
Let me say, as a person that was in their 20s for 10 years, the world is a small place. It's smaller than you kind of realize, and burning bridges is that's a risky game.
It is.
Let me say that.
It is.
Thank you, pal.
I was in my 20s for 10 whole years. So.
Thank you.
Yes, you were.
There you go.
Nowadays, people stay in their 20s for 20 years. John in Alabama. John, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. I just wanted to comment. I just wanted to comment on a couple of segments ago. Y'all were talking about people being late or being on time and this, that, and other.
Yep.
I think there's an intro that's played on the early morning show every once in a while that needs to be played more often about a guy that the smartest man he ever knew was a third grade dropout.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of kids and a lot of adults in this world now needs to hear that and pay more attention to that.
Yeah, those are great words of wisdom that he had from his dad. I forget who it is that's the experts are talking, but yes, it's very, very. Words of wisdom just ooze out of that intro, and it's true. Let's go to Aaron in Coleman. Aaron, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Well, I was sitting in a Jack's in Holly Pond, Alabama, and they had the TV on, and I heard a familiar voice. Did you know that Beth Mowens does the play-by-play for the NBA Summer League? Can you please give us a little bit of that?
I did not know that was the case.
Oh, boy.
I had no. You talking about men's basketball summer league?
The NBA, men's basketball.
Yeah, the NBA's playing right now.
They never stop, Rick.
Welcome to the summer leagues. It's hot in, not just outside. It's hot in here as well. There's some string music. They call it down there in the South. We'll be back. Yeah.
I miss her.
Do you?
Not.
Do you?
Not.
It makes one of us.
Here.
Yeah, we can get you a recording. You can listen on your personal audio device if you'd like it.
What about a ringtone?
I'm sure her wonderful.
Bubba's calling.
Bubba's out there ready to go. We'll come back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I mean, the message I don't miss, other than the fact that I thought Gillette sold razor blades, but it seems like they might want to focus on that.
Yeah,
but,
well, they were saying that their logo, I mean, their old slogan was "the best a man could get," and they're trying to say that but I guess what I'm saying is I certainly understand there's been pockets of of misbehavior of men and women. Now, when it comes to bullying, women are probably some of the worst offenders.
Can't say that, right?
It's especially if you talk about social media and things like that than any man has ever been. But I do believe that our society is always better when men behave as an appropriate way. Now, you're not going to see anything in any commercial that says true, sound masculinity is found only with men who come under the authority of Christ. The perfect example of being a man is probably when God became one. But I will say the themes that they touched on in this commercial, accountability, standing up for people,
being a peacemaker,
correcting men who are acting like animals.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem.
I think we
with
need
that.
more of that. Actually,
yeah.
To me, I don't understand where being a man or being masculine ever got that it meant other things. That's never meant other things.
Yeah,
to me.
that's the only part about it that I think. I don't know that anybody has ever, I don't know that we've ever had a time that everybody said that men should behave this way, and that's really being a man.
Yeah,
I was certainly never taught that.
No, neither. Being a bully, a jerk, an idiot, that never really figured into the plan.
And I know you got to get it into a 30-second spot. When you watch the 30-second spot, you don't get all of that out
No,
of
it doesn't come across.
So it is
this way.
very hard to
let's see
depict
it.
what's going
We got
on
it.
in the 30-second commercial.
Okay.
So it
if
misses
you're just
the mark.
listening to it.
Yeah,
well,
it does.
I don't know if now that I've seen that, I may be able to pick up on it, what they're trying to teach in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But if you just hear the 30 seconds and don't watch that, it's very confusing.
Well, don't misunderstand me. I don't ever want to go to the world and to Gillette and say this. Hey, sons, I want the world to teach you how to be a man.
Right.
Right.
But I will say this: I saw themes in this commercial that I 100% think are correct.
Yeah.
And
No problem with that.
Where I'd love to shock everybody is to say, y'all realize y'all present a lot of the principles that the Bible calls men to.
Everything they just said that we agree with is biblical.
And then watch them have a meltdown. So I might not be fun to do that.
Yeah.
To Jordan out of the great state of Missouri. Jordan, go ahead.
Jordan.
Morning, boys. How we doing?
Great.
Good. Hey, well, actually, Rick, I was calling in as soon as you guys started talking about this. I mean, I saw the uproar on social media this morning about this commercial, and I had to go watch it. And I agree 100% with you guys. I mean, I think we're talking biblical manhood here. I mean, we got Terry Crews talking about holding other men accountable. I mean, how biblical is that? 2 Timothy 2:2.
Yeah.
And then you've got this dad going to the little boys that are fighting. That's not how we treat one another. Well, sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I teach my boys that, hey, if somebody comes against you, you've got to defend yourself. But, bullying is a whole other deal, you know. And so I honestly, you could almost go to Gillette and say, hey, thanks for helping us present biblical manhood to the world.
Yeah, I think I'll send them that and just watch them have a meltdown. Don't say that. Don't say that.
It'd be hilarious.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
But the thing that we have to work out, all these principles they talk about, I think we're in agreement in here. But what you have to be careful with is when our society takes these very horrible things and starts declaring that everything is that, and everything is this, and then you have to go, no, that's not really
right.
What you're talking about right there is not bullying at all. That's a coach telling somebody what they can and can't do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And. to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. The wonderful Willow canned meat still to come today on the program. That will happen before we're done today. Also looking forward to being in Montgomery this Sunday night there at Landmark Church. For Man Church starts at 5 o'clock local, and you are welcome to join us, men, all across the Montgomery area. I-92 WLWI, our affiliate there, and Lord willing, I'll see you guys coming up this Sunday night. And you'll have an opportunity to plug into one of our curriculum as well if you're not already in one of those small groups. So, Bubba, we probably have talked about this on the air so many times. We've even had to have this discussion with some of the young folks that come through here in the intern program. There seems to be, with the all-loving, all-caring left of our country in the world of wokeness, there seems to be a gross misunderstanding of the faith of Islam and a devout Muslim people when it comes to the issue of sexuality and marriage. So it's almost like all they ever focus on is how Christians see these topics, and the Muslims always get a pass.
Yeah.
And then of course everybody gets all excited as you know, like when they celebrated in this group in this Michigan city. You know, we heard history was made today when it happened, when the city council became a majority of Muslims, and they were talking about that they were showing how wonderful they were and what great strides we'd made as people. But now you see something here happening, that if someone is Muslim and they're devout, okay, to Islam, if they're devout, then the way that religious belief system sees homosexuality, transgenders, all of this is very, very similar than the way you would see it from a Christian standpoint, except one group, the Christians, are being a little more, we hope you repent, we hope you'll see this as sin, where if you get real fundamental on the Islam side, and if you're in one of their countries, it's a much more severe response. I'll just say that.
Sure.
So,
or if you're in a Michigan city where they're in control.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Now that they've taken control of the city council, well, Pride Month got a little flack.
Yeah, and I'm not familiar how you say the name of this town. It looks like Hamtramck.
Yeah.
How would you say that?
I would.
It's HAM. TRAMCK.
Do you find it? Do you find a little irony in the fact that a city council that's now majority Muslims has the word ham in their name?
Yeah, that's
there's a little irony there.
Yeah,
just a little bit of irony.
The population of the town is about 27,000. It's an enclave surrounded by Detroit. More than 40% of the residents were born in other countries, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. A significant share come from Yemen and Bangladesh. On Tuesday, the council unanimously approved removing two of the members, Russ Gordon and Kathy Stackpole, from the Human Rights Commission for flying the rainbow flag over a public sidewalk.
Rainbow flag, no. We will not be flying those on public ground.
And the direct quote is, they have defiled the rule of law.
Mm-hmm.
The rule of law.
So it took Muslims to point out,
to shut down the pride flag stuff.
If you're not going to let people of faith fly symbols or have their symbols on public ground, you believe that to be true. Of course, we could argue whether that's what the establishment clause means. That's another argument. But if you can't have something that is promoting a small group of people or a certain group of people's point of view on public property, well, then the pride flag shouldn't be there either. And it took the Muslims to point that out and actually remove two members for doing it.
And, you're not seeing a lot of protest about it, Rick. Now
where's all the mean stuff? Where's all the coverage of how mean the Muslims are being?
What if a town in Florida had done this?
Oh.
And it was Republicans and Christians?
Oh.
They would be crying in the streets on the network news today. Oh. And you don't hear not a peep about it.
And even if the Christians did what these Muslims are doing by saying, look, it violates the law that we all agreed to, they go, oh, no, that's coming from their fundamental Christian, Jesus-loving stuff. They're trying to take their religious convictions and force it on other people. You don't hear any of that on this. It's not a peep. Not a peep. Not a peep. Not a peep. And but normally, to Bubba's point, this would be a big story.
Yep.
But you're having a hard time.
Have you seen any story about it on the network news at all?
Crickets.
At all.
I talked to a man this week who said, I'm done with watching and listening to any mainstream news, no matter what cable channel or what major network it's on. I only listen to y'all and watch y'all for the news.
Well, how about that?
Because they said the other stuff, it's just a bunch of parrots all saying the same thing. Y'all will actually get in there and unpack things and talk about them from all points of view.
Why are we not loading up the bus full of protesters to head to Hamtramck,
That's it.
Michigan?
Hamtramck.
Pretty good. That's about the only way you could say it.
Hamtramck.
Hamtramck.
Boy, Buzzy.
Where's the LGBTQ community? Where are you? I mean, where's the protest?
Come on.
I mean, these two members were removed because they put pride flags up, trying to appease, of course, the Pride Month mob. And these Muslims pointed out, no, that was on public property.
And we've already voted not to display that flag.
Can't do it.
So are they limiting their free speech? I mean, what's the deal here?
Where's the protest?
Where's the protest, my friends? I tell you why they're not protesting. They're scared.
They are. And to your point, they coddle Islam. They always have, and it's odd. You know, you should have seen us trying to teach young people about, do you realize that if fundamental Muslims were in charge, how they would see the whole LGBTQ thing? And you're mad at conservatives?
Because we won't just endorse it?
Right. Yeah. It's
yeah, you may have picked the wrong side on that.
Right. It's but you know what? If the people voted and they voted to put a majority of Muslims on the city council, and if they're bothered by this, I would probably say, based on the fact that they all won their area, that the people who voted for them probably say, well, this is what we were hoping. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But as far as the principles they speak on, I'm with you. I see nothing in this commercial I disagree with.
I think part of the whole masculinity thing is that you have to understand your place in the world, where you are in the food chain, who is in command, who are you responsible to? I mean, who you allow to have authority over you, like we're told to do.
Right.
And then how you exhibit that down chain. Also, the people who are in authority under you.
Right. And the way you treat women and the way, you know, like I've said, I think what's funny is, and I'm not saying Gillette's in this category, but I'm just talking about others. It is interesting that sometimes the far left are the people who've created this terrible, terrible attitude, and then they turn around and are crying about what they've helped create. You know, there was a time when, you know, men were told that they should, you know, be there to protect women. You should open door for
manners.
Women.
Yeah,
you know,
open doors.
Stand up when a woman's leaving the table, and of course, then we're told, well, all that's out. And then we were told that if you really love women, treat them like men. Well, I think the most disrespectful thing you can do to a woman is treat a woman like a man. I have too much respect for women to do that.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Gillette, I don't know why everybody's mad at you. I don't see what they're mad at.
They basically taught a pretty good Sunday school lesson right
They
there.
really did.
Yeah. 14 minutes to the top of the hour.
Thanks, Gillette.
Yeah. Thanks for agreeing with a lot of biblical truth. 14 minutes to the top. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
I remember so vividly, and you know how you don't know things while they're happening. And, with it being 25 years, people are sending in all kinds of memories. I've even got an email today, the 25 things our family has experienced in the 25 years of Rick and Bubba.
Oh, boy.
And so one of those things is mentioned, that they became fans of Zach Brown before anybody knew who they were because they were on the show a lot as they were, making their way. And there's all kinds of Zach Brown, we were on the Rick and Bubba show stories. But one thing I remember, because, we're trying to get familiar with their catalog, and we hear Chicken Fried, 5 years before anybody else does. When I say everybody else, I mean the main. There were other people that were seeing them in concert and stuff, but I'm talking about it. They didn't have
on the charts.
No, they didn't have an album out or anything. And so I remember people would call in that really knew them even more than we did because they went to see them in concert, went to see them in bars or whatever. And I can remember this song that I just played. Somebody called in and said, "Hey, Zach, why don't y'all do Jolene?"
Mm-hmm.
And I remember Zach because they were trying to be very, very sensitive to the fact that, we do a show a certain way, tried to do a family show. And Zach, did this, moved his microphone and said, "You probably don't want us to do that." And at the time, I didn't understand it. And he was probably overdoing it. He said, the song is a really rough song about, a guy strung out on drugs and laying in a ditch and, all this kind of. And at the time, that wouldn't have been that big a deal because it's a hard song. But I remember thinking, why does he not want to do Jolene? And then later, when their album came out, I heard it on there, and I'm like, oh, I guess he thought this was going to be just a little rough and dark for the Rick and Bubba show. But and they didn't write it. It's from an old blues guy wrote it a long time ago. But it's a rough boy. It paints a rough picture of somebody in a rough situation.
Yes, several people have done that song, haven't they?
I don't know how many. I know that they did it, and I went back and found the original. But I'm sure there has been others who've done it. But you're probably right. And but their version, I really like.
Oh, it's awesome.
And I've heard the original. I actually like theirs better. I know, probably. I'm sounding like Bubba a little bit, but I do, I really do. So we have that, Bubba. I will tell you, and I was telling you guys, we have we've got a guy that's been listening to the show since 1996. He's called the show several times under the handle Hambone.
Oh, yes.
He said that he went. He said, and you saw this even out on social media if you missed it live. He went to a ball game. In a place in Alabama called Springville, and Springville was playing St. Clair in a county in a basketball game. He said, "I have now used the referee bird box for the first time." He said that the gym was quiet. I waited for a quiet time in the gym. He said there was a timeout because they were getting ready for 3 free throws. The ref walked over to the scorekeeper, and he said, "I yelled out, 'Hey, ref.' Sandra Bullock could have made those calls blindfolded." He said it drew rave reviews among the Springville crowd.
Not bad.
He said, and immediately people were saying they got to start using that. One mom asked if I got that from the Rick and Bubba show, and I proudly said absolutely. Everyone said they were going to watch the bid if they missed it and get their bird box jokes for referees. 6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Brand new hour begins. The wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat will happen this hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Also, Super P and Lord of the Jacket, our interns.
Hey!
We the choir! We the champions! Throw flowers! Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for joining us on the Rick and Bubba Show, 30 years running now.
These are the days of America.
Well, America hasn't fared very well today.
She's taking a beating,
She's
Rick.
taking a beating today. Old Lady Liberty looking a little downtrodden. So now we've dealt with young people who don't want their employers to understand time blindness.
Yes.
We have It's like
without them having pay blindness.
Right. Yeah. Pay blindness. The boss might get that if you suffer from time blindness. Or as we said in the break, our dads would have asked us, would we like to have real blindness? And so anyway, that kind of parlays into the next story. Now the softness that we talk about a lot. This new thing where, I've made the joke for several years. Anytime I have a chance to speak at a men's conference or to a group, if I'm doing jokes about Dad, I will say that, Dad was a football coach. If he were coaching today, he'd be in jail. Yeah. And everybody laughs. And now I'm
he couldn't coach at Northwestern. I'll tell you that.
And now I'm like, that's really no exaggeration. We have taken what at one time was just standard coaching, or standard teachers in a classroom, and that same behavior, which was completely accepted and considered good for everybody under these people's authority, is now considered bullying, and having an authoritative figure is now considered to be so daunting for today's student and today's athlete. We must take this out of their lives.
Well, Rick, this is followed up by the question, what's going on at Northwestern?
Yeah.
I mean, they fired their football coach.
Yep.
Who's got a lawyer now?
Yeah,
now
he's
they're
not going quietly.
Yeah, now their baseball coach, Jim Foster, was fired on Thursday, according to the school. His dismissal came after allegations of bullying and a toxic environment within the program, according to sources. And of course, Derek Gregg, the athletic director there, said nothing will ever be more important to Northwestern than providing its students with a place to allow them to develop in the classroom, in the community, and in competition at the absolute highest level, and building a culture which allows our staff to thrive.
Okay.
This has been an ongoing situation, and many factors were considered before reaching this resolution. As director of athletics, I take full ownership of our head coaching hires, and we will share our next steps as they unfold. Now, Gragg, G-R-A-G-G, the AD, hired Foster in June of 2022.
Yeah.
So he's only been there a year.
Yeah.
And they're already getting rid of it.
So there was nothing in the background check, nothing at all, as you were getting ready to make this hire. So the same guy, as Dad whispered, Greg, to you and me on the field, remember the same people that named the stadium after you will fire you.
Sure.
But was there nothing in the background check that said, I don't know, he might create a toxic atmosphere?
Well,
I would fire you for doing a terrible job on the hire.
Now, think about this. He was hired in June. He was already being investigated by the university's Human Resource Department before the baseball season started.
Wow.
The probe found evidence that Foster engaged in bullying and abusive behavior.
I'd like a little more
according
specifics
to a
there.
document obtained by the Chicago Tribune, and made inappropriate comments about a female staff member.
Do that in
The
there.
document was set to be shared with the athletic department leaders to take action against Foster, but he coached the season without any formal discipline in place. Now, here is also what you have to figure into this. Northwestern had several coaches depart the program in February. The team struggled to a 10-40 record after the season. 16 players reportedly entered the transfer portal.
So
he come from Army. Is that where he came from? At the bottom of the
Yeah,
article,
it does. It says he came from Army, where he coached for 5 years and won 4 Patriot League titles.
Well, you can treat the cadets like that.
Well, that's the thing.
They can handle it.
I would want to know the specifics. I see that a radio station, 670, The Score, said one of the things that was alleged is that he discouraged players from seeking medical attention for injuries, that players hid their injuries from him because they were afraid of that. That's one thing, but I would go, look, I may hear how the guy operated, and I may agree that he
may need to go.
May need to go, but when you thought
it was a bad hire in this case,
I'd like to know what comment he made. What was the comment? And then I'd also like to know what specific things, there's one, what specific things did he do that makes y'all come to the conclusion that it's a toxic environment worthy of firing? I'd like to know all the specifics, and I may agree with them, or I may go, oh, that's overreaction.
Well, let me ask you this. Was Northwestern the place that all the players threatened to quit a few years ago?
That was Missouri. Well, Northwestern, I think, were the first to try to unionize.
Right.
Were they? Okay.
So there's been some issues there before.
You're right. I think they filed some kind of suit against the NCAA or something. Of
course,
Northwestern now.
in Chicago. Is that right?
Yeah,
You have
in that
right?
area, yeah.
Correct. But if I'm the athletic director and I've had two firings here, football, now baseball, and the baseball guy I hired a year ago, is anybody ever going to come talk to me?
Well, he
I mean,
said he takes ownership of his head
He was
coaching
good.
hires.
He hired both of them.
If he does, he may need to be fired. That may be the problem
Yeah.
because this appears to be across the board.
Right.
Well, the football coach, they had only suspended him for 2 weeks. And then a student newspaper ran an article about other things that supposedly hazing things that happened. And he supposedly knew about it. And then they come out and fired him. And he played there. He's been coaching there for a good while.
Mm-hmm.
But like you say, he's lawyered up. And I think
Yeah,
he's just going for a big
he's
salary.
not going. He's not going easy.
I tell you where he's going, Tuscaloosa rehab program.
That's right.
Probably.
Good point.
Roll Tide,
That's
Mr.
where he's
Foster.
going.
Yeah.
Mhm.
After getting a big settlement,
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Foster's
the dollar
baseball
goes
guy.
further in
Fitzgerald.
Tuscaloosa.
So who's the football coach? What's his-
Fitzgerald.
Fitzgerald.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the one that goes
His
around.
name was linked to a lot of jobs. Every time
was.
an opening would come,
He's a good
he'd be
coach.
one of the candidates.
Mm-hmm.
You thought a good coach?
I did. He is. He's a good coach.
Yeah, he got
So if you're
I
the
like him.
if you're the assistant coach
Not very
stepping
good
in
last
now
year.
to oversee the program, the baseball program right now, Brian Anderson. It seems like there's a lot of people in the news named Brian Anderson. Have you ever noticed that?
Well, you got to watch him, Brian Anderson.
Yes, you by the way. You
I
do.
mean, how does he go about putting this back together?
Well, I'll say
He's
this:
gonna come in with discipline.
if
Well,
you're
doubt it.
if you're a coach
yeah, he's going.
and you're a winning coach like Fitzgerald was, okay. And
Well, now
you-
he was 1-9 last year.
Well, I'm
but-
talking about-
but as a
before
whole,
that,
but
before
as
that.
a whole, he
You're
is.
really caught up on that 1 year.
yeah,
Yeah, it's a bad one.
Or Foster,
One
who
and
was a
nine's
winning
It
coach
is horrible.
before he went 10-40. Have you noticed they also have bad records?
Right.
But what I'm saying
Yeah.
is, if you're a coach that is good, and you see that, wow, so baseball coach goes out after a year, they're talking about toxic environment. Football
Oh, yeah,
coach,
yeah,
now's he in buying. Do you want to go?
No, because they're going to overdo
You want to take
it.
that job?
Correct.
And work for these people?
They're going to overdo it now.
Right.
They're going to expect you to come in there and don't yell at anybody. Don't So no, that
Don't
nobody
make
wants that job.
anybody play hurt.
Yeah.
Don't know what the baseball team was like that he inherited, but it sounds like to me he came into maybe a roster or a team that he was trying to get in line.
Yeah.
and be like, hey, there's going to be a new way
I'm
around
gonna run
here.
a few of y'all off. and
Yeah,
get some-
we need a little bit more
No.
discipline. We need some more structure in here, and they didn't like it. And
Yeah. See,
who knows? And then now they're all jumping ship with transfer portals and all that. So whoever inherits the team is going to have to just create a new roster.
Well, that is problematic now, but in a way, it can also work to your advantage. Back to kind of what Coach Dilfer was saying on the podcast we did with him. See, a lot of coaches that we know personally and that we just know because of the way they operate. Saban did that. I'll use Saban in Alabama since that's something we're all familiar with. They usually do show up if the program's going down the tubes and say, a lot of y'all can't play for me. I'm going to replace all of you with new people.
Could you imagine?
Yeah. Well, in the old days, you just made life so miserable they would quit.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what now with the transfer portal? You just talk real mean to them, and they run to the transfer portal, and you're done with them.
Yeah.
You know, and
Get them really-
you
yeah.
can get rid of them a lot easier.
And I know,
replace them a lot easier.
I know you guys are like me. That's the guys I want playing in the fourth quarter of the championship game that can't take that.
Yeah, when you need somebody to dig a little deep.
Because most of these baseball coaches, they're making you run not because they want you to get in shape, but they want the mentally weak out. If you're gonna quit,
So
and
you're
lay
gonna take
down,
that extra step.
They want you gone.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so Springville used it for the first time. Hambone, a 1996 Rick and Bubba 25-year veteran.
That's good.
23-year veteran.
That's good. That's good.
So it's out there. It's already working. And it's drawn rave reviews.
I think it's going to grow like the chia pet over there.
Hey, are we proud of him? Coming on.
Yeah, it's coming on now.
Well, our Donald Trump chia pet is coming on.
Yeah.
You can see it just over my left shoulder there. If you're watching, back there by the American flag. Only we would have our president as a chia pet next to the American flag.
Sure.
All right, we'll be back. Now, I love stuff like this. This owns me. And this politically correct world and watching these people who created this bizarre environment get caught in their own traps. We have a very funny story involving CNN legal analyst, how do you say this name? Areva Martin, is that how you say it? And she's talking to David Webb, and I guess this has to be on radio.
Yeah, it's on the Sirius XM Patriot channel, channel 125.
Okay. On the Patriot channel. And again, this is a CNN legal analyst.
Mm-hmm.
And we're about to hear. You didn't get secondhand embarrassment with this because you love it so much, right?
I love it so much, but yeah, it is. You just cringe, but yeah, you start laughing too. So it's the David Webb show, and he's on Fox News and everything else, and he's interviewing Areva. And he starts the conversation about his career and whatever, and then she interrupts him.
You're going to love this.
Yeah.
You're going to love this.
Courtesy of SiriusXM.
I've chosen to cross different parts of the media world, done the work so that I'm qualified to be in each one. I never considered my color the issue. I considered my qualifications the issue.
Well, David, that's a whole nother long conversation about white privilege and things that you have the privilege of doing that people of color don't have the privilege of.
How do I have the privilege of white privilege?
David, by virtue of being a white male, you have white privilege. This whole long conversation, I don't have time to get into
Areva, I hate to break it to you, but you should have been better prepped. I'm black.
Okay, then I stand.
See, you went to white privilege. This is the falsehood in this. You went immediately with an assumption. Your people, obviously, or you didn't look. You're talking to a black man who started out in rock radio in Boston, who crossed the paths into hip-hop, rebuilding one of the greatest black stations in America, and went on to work for Fox News, where I'm told apparently blacks aren't supposed to work, but yet you come with this assumption and you go to white privilege.
David,
That's actually
David,
insulting.
It is, and I apologize because my people gave me wrong information. They told me
the whole white privilege thing is insulting.
David, can I apologize and correct the record? I want to apologize. I was given wrong information about you, and I apologize.
But based on my color, you were going to something that I was part of, and just to add to it, my family background is white, black, Indian, Arawak, Irish, Scottish. I mean, it's so diverse. I'm like the UN when it comes to this. And this is part of the problem with driving a narrative around a construct like white privilege. Privilege is one thing. We're applied wealth, economy, various social factors, but not necessarily determined by color of skin.
I can't. I'm trying to love this anymore, and I can't love it any more than I do.
Boy, he cut her down, didn't he?
I've gone to my account, and it's just full. There's so much love. I love this so much. Can you somebody send that to me on my phone where I can listen to it all day?
She just showed the Ms. Martin there that this is the playbook. You immediately go to this. If you have no facts, if you can't make an argument, if you can't discuss a topic. White privilege. I mean, she just came right out. She already had her play scripted. That was right on the top. And again, showing how ridiculous. As a matter of fact, she's being racist by assuming he was white because he didn't sound black, and that's how she made that assumption.
And now, keep in mind,
we have no other way to interpret.
No, if a white person had said, "Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't sound black," the whole world would collapse. People would. How about this? The View would cease to even be able to air because everybody would be dead.
Yeah.
We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us on today's edition. And there we go. The wonderful Will. Light that Will up, baby. The wonderful Will of canned meat.
Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful Will of canned meat. Speedy will now illuminate it. The lights will blare. Members of the golden ticket seats will find their way toward the wheel. They may get an opportunity to spin that baby on your half, America. What's up for grabs? Well, one thing, delicious canned meat. We have various canned meats. We also have the walking dog of all canned meats, Spam. Thanks to one of our audience members today for bringing us 2 cans of Spam. We were out of Spam. We now have it, and so we will put that back on the board.
Can we carry home the ones we don't give away?
You know what? You know what she said too. She said, "I want. It's not as sacrificial as it seems." She said, "I did not want Spam to come up on the wheel and somebody not be able to have any, and y'all not play the Spam song."
I know.
So anyway, that's how it
set
works.
you back? How much?
$7.
$7?
Yeah, for 2 cans. $7. 2 cans. America's favorite studio band, Rock and Roll City. They're in there ready to go, and so we got that set up. Thank you, guys. And we have everybody lined up. Leanna Warren will be our first spinner out of the golden ticket seat. She will spin on behalf of Liam out of Springville. So, Liam, what do you say to Leanna to get her to spin that wonderful wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
All right, let it rip. Let's go. And yes!
Oh, a big spin. Put her back into it.
That's right. Don't let those little stobs there grab your blouse, or we'll have a whole different show today. Here we go. Yeah! Mug, drink it! You've got a Rick and Bubba coffee mug. Liam, I love this coffee mug. It's got the studio logo on it. You're going to love that. So let's put you on hold and send us a picture of you drinking out of that beautiful mug. I see. And Greg's not involved, so you'll get it pretty quick. Let's go to Martin in Adiana. Martin, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Spinning for you is Claire Powell. What do you say to Claire to get her to spin that wheel?
Wheel what? Well, spin it backwards for me.
Let's go backwards. Be careful, Claire. Be careful. Can you request it? There it goes. It is going backwards. Let's see what happens here. Thank you, Claire. She wants
Claire
to see
enthusiastically cheering the wheel on.
She brought the Spam. She wants Spam to be spun. Yeah. Sunglasses, wear them. Well, congratulations. You've got Rick and Bubba sunglasses complete with the carrying case that goes with them. Greg, can we get a go for Martin? Go! Martin, enjoy those sunglasses with the pouch that goes with it that also acts as a cleaning cloth for your beautiful sunglasses. And Rick and Bubba logo proudly on the side. So let me put you on hold. Oh, well, good. You're in good shape. You'll be the envy of all your friends. Let's go to Rogersville. Fisher is standing by. Fisher Russell Williamson will spin for you. Fisher, what do you say to Russell?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Russell. Get up there and let it rip.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, that one's going to go for a
That
while.
one's going to go. I play a little ball. Play a little left guard.
We won't have to grease it after that spin.
Was a good wrestler.
That's right.
All right, so let's see what happens here. Come on. Oh, it's Henry the horse.
Henry the horse.
Henry the horse. The audience goes crazy.
He's on the back 40. He'll have to come trotting in.
Fisher does not win, but the audience does.
Henry! Oh, there it is, Henry!
Oh, gosh, sorry, guys.
Oh, I see why.
I just got back from the White House. Sorry.
That's so good. So good.
He dropped his bag and wrecked the microphone.
What a horse. There he goes there.
Of course.
What a horse. Of course. Everybody say, everybody say, ha! Chattanooga, Tennessee. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, it actually says Chattanooga, Alabama, but I don't think that exists. Sharon, how are you doing today? Where are you from?
Hey, I'm from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I love you guys so much.
Sharon, thank you so much. Your enthusiasm is helpful. Did you know that Candace Williamson will be spinning for you? So what do you say to Candace to get her to spin that wheel?
Come on, Candace.
All right, you ready?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. Sharon is fired up and draw back like a flip. All right, here we go.
Candace with a good spin.
Come on, Candace.
Could be a winner in that.
Good, Candace, get a winner. Let's see here. Yeah! Me! Bubba, it is the variety pack. Candace has spun for Sharon a canned meat. Bubba reaches into the drawer, Sharon. We don't even know what he's pulling out. What canned product do you have, Bubba?
Rick, this will be double Q pink salmon.
Pink salmon! Canned salmon! Salmon patty, baby! Oh, Sharon, you got a salmon patty. We'll autograph that can. We'll send it to you.
Around in there. I can feel it.
Let me tell you. Hey, you know what you do when this can comes in, don't you? You set the dining room table. All right. Sharon, thank you for listening to the show or watching the show, whichever
All right,
one.
thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Sharon.
You know, it's full of omega-3 fatty acids. Rick, you just got a ton of them in here.
Bubba, here's we got a birthday boy up here ready to go now. Here is Byron Graham. He's 60 years old here for his birthday today.
Happy birthday.
Out of Southern Indiana. Clay, what do you say to Byron to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, birthday boy. I am 60. I got my Rick and Bubba staff shirt on, just like I like it. And my family put together a nice trip to the Rick and Bubba studio.
Oh, they did. What a great family.
I know. All right, let's see. Here we go, Byron. Yeah.
Okay.
T-shirt, T-shirt, T-shirt. Wear it. Clay, you got the Rick and Bubba T-shirt of your choice. So we're gonna put you on hold. Just tell the guys in there what size shirt you wear and which Rick and Bubba shirt you want, and we will ship that right out to you. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for
You're
listening.
welcome.
Bubba, we have no time.
Yeah,
we're out. So that was it. Look, boys, y'all let Daddy go first, and that's fine. Now we'll let you spin it in the break just for fun. But congratulations to all the winners today. Let's give it up for the golden ticket seat folks.
job.
They got to spin today, and birthday boy Byron Graham, 60 years old, making it happen today, and spun a winner. Congratulations! The wonderful wheel of canned meat is put up. For another week. Lord willing, we'll spend that baby with another group of golden ticket seat folks next Friday. All right, we'll be back. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Greg, here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Cocaine in the White House. Cocaine in the White House. Cocaine in the White House. I wonder who it belongs to. I can tell you it rhymes with punter hiding. Go, Greg, go, Greg! Woohoo! Welcome to Rock and Roll City, where tours of the Capitol and our Capitol building include free cocaine. Yeah, it's great.
You know, I mean, they would just lose their minds. So,
and that's the first card you go down.
Yeah.
The white press. That's the new. It's the new dog whistle.
Yeah.
Is
But-
what it is. It really is a dog whistle for the left.
well, it's like David Webb. What he's not understanding is what he understands and she doesn't understand. I'm sorry, or Eva Martin. The point he's trying to make is I'm not trying to ignore that certain people are born into certain privileges, but it has nothing to do with the color of their skin. Case in point, and I assure you this, and I say this with zero reservation. And I have great respect and admiration and obviously love and devotion to my wife. But I assure you that Michael Jordan's kids have a much better start than my wife did. And she's a white person, and Michael Jordan's kids obviously are not. But I assure you his kids have a better shot at everything than my wife had. And because I know what she came from, and I know how hard she worked.
Doesn't mean she doesn't have opportunity.
Yeah, she has opportunity, but I assure you, Michael Jordan's kids have a much easier road than Sherry.
And it was based on economics.
It wasn't based on skin color.
Right.
And that's the point that David Webb was trying to make. You made an assumption. Let's say I had been white. You haven't even looked at my life, my background. You don't know where I came from. No. You were going to assume that because I was white that somehow my road was easier than yours or anybody who's of color, and that just isn't true.
Well, see,
And-
she makes her living doing this, and that's just the card you throw out there to immediately you water down any discussion of facts or situations or anything. Oh, just white privilege. Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah,
there you
that's
go.
it.
There's it. That's the
That's
whole.
it.
That's the topic
That's
right there.
it.
We just threw a coat of paint on everything.
Right. Now, sometimes people are successful because they've grinded and worked. They've took advantage of the opportunities, to Bubba's point, not the guarantees, the opportunities that this country affords everyone.
Yeah.
Now,
we start at different places.
Sure.
No one is denying that.
But we're at the point now, though.
But
You may
there's
start.
no way you ever put everybody on the same line. You can't do that. Even in communism, which was supposed to be the
Right.
great equalizer, they don't do it either. And plus, that system won't work. It fails. It won't sustain itself.
Right.
So, we just might have to say that's just the way things are in a fallen world, and take whatever situation you got and try to make the best you can out of it. And sometimes really cool things happen here in America that can't happen anywhere else.
No, you're exactly right. It's and the point being is I understand all the things, you talk about history and all that. I certainly understand every bit of that, and I don't deny those things. But the thing that we have to stop doing, especially if you're a person of color, is for you to take part in anything that stereotypes and divides people up and places them in categories based on the color of their skin. That's exactly what we tried to come out of.
Yeah.
And you certainly don't want to be the people that try to go back as the other way is if you're a certain skin color, then certain things must apply.
Right.
I don't know if you know that. That's exactly what we tried to correct. So anyway, I love that. That is hilarious, David Webb. I hate.
I love
There's
how
a bullseye.
I love how he's like kept just.
Oh,
why are you saying that?
When he realized that she was going down that way, he baited the hook and just left it there.
And then for her to blame it on her staff, I mean, come on.
Yeah, what has that got to do with anything?
Don't say
her
it.
assumption.
You made an assumption based on how he sounded,
Yeah.
which was racist to begin with,
Right.
and you were wrong. And then you started playing your cards you had over here stacked up, ready to go to play to some uppity white guy. And you were wrong.
Yeah.
You were just wrong.
What should your staff say? Now,
She
I want you to know
shouldn't
before you go, I want
apologize.
you to know before you're going there. This person's white, black,
Right.
whatever, brown, whatever, Asian.
Should you even have to say that?
No, I don't. I can't remember ever in the history of the show Speedy ever telling me what color the person was I was going to talk to.
I can't either. I mean, it's really not something we cover, I just wish there were so many people that wasn't burdened with this.
We're back 35 minutes past. Congratulations, winners, and well done, golden ticket seat guest who got to spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat. A little disappointment over here, Claire. I know that we did not spin a Spam, but you have given us 2 cans of Spam that'll get us through a couple of weeks.
Us down the road.
It will. So thank you. And first of all, watching somebody win canned salmon today, if that didn't move you to tears, then you just have no emotion.
Yeah, is there anything worse than canned salmon?
No,
I
Greg,
don't like salmon either.
No, Greg.
But you can it.
No, Greg.
Oh,
I didn't see you. I didn't see you pouting up when Mama made us salmon patties. That's what she made it from.
I didn't like
salmon
You,
patties.
didn't you love salmon
I
patties?
did.
You didn't like
Rick-
salmon patties? You didn't like salmon
I would
patties
eat-
with
I would eat-
macaroni and cheese?
I'd eat Campbell soup on that whenever she
Are
made
you
that.
serious?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
I never knew you never came around
That kraut and
salmon.
weenies.
You wouldn't eat kraut and weenies either?
I didn't like
No, I
that
didn't
one.
like the kraut part. Rick, they have a recipe on here for grilled Alaskan salmon burgers.
Oh.
What sounds good?
Boy, it does. What you do? You put it together, you fry it, you put it
put
in
on
there, and build it.
hamburgers.
Did you
just
say
like-
salmon burger?
Greg, you just take the salmon patty and make a burger out of it.
I'm
Why
not
don't you
big
stand
on
down?
salmon. I'm just not big
Well, Greg,
on
you've made that clear. Stand down.
Especially
Ain't
on
nobody
canned.
making you eat it.
Nobody's
So
forcing
you're gonna crack
salmon
that
on you.
can open and eat
Yes,
Me
I'm-
and Rick are enjoying salmon over here. We're not making
How about
you
that?
eat it.
We're gonna make salmon patties and we're gonna eat it. And by golly, you gonna eat one. Hey, if you
Don't make me call Gerald Kate.
let me tell you something. If I'm gonna make salmon patties and you gonna eat one. I promise you gonna eat one.
I bet they stink the whole house.
I bet
up.
you gonna eat one.
You know, that's what Betty
I'll
says
try.
about it, that they stink the house up. I think it smells good.
Oh, salmon patty.
Now, her mom cooks it for me.
What was so sad? What was so funny about
Let's
growing
walk
up?
and cooking things,
We've
huh?
talked about this all along. I tried not to bring up salmon patties at school because I didn't want kids to think we were bragging.
Yeah,
we're
I know.
showing off a little bit.
I was like, of course,
That was a Thursday night treat.
Right.
You know,
There may be some people not fortunate enough to have salmon
know.
patties.
I don't be act like I'm up.
Do you ever go catch one in like modern day if you see like a buffet's got them or whatever and go grab you a couple?
Rick.
They're good.
Rick, look at me. What do you think?
Oh yeah, sure. Matter of fact, I bet you don't eat salmon any other way, do you?
No,
Huh?
I like all. I eat it as sushi. I eat it all kind of ways.
See, yeah, I tried that.
I'm burned out on salmon there, as I said it. Now, not salmon patties, but as far as, hey, man, let's get some salmon, I'm like, nah.
I love it as sushi.
I've eaten so much
It's
salmon.
my favorite sushi,
I almost
by the
turned
way.
into a salmon, and I'm just sick of it. And Sherry makes great.
What
salmon.
about the sushi? Do you like it?
No.
When you eat it raw, makes you feel like a bear.
You know, when I do like a
Bears.
what I do on the.
I would eat that. I would. Yeah,
Greg, that's what Mama used to make.
Yeah, but I
Greg.
didn't like it growing up. But I'm looking at it now.
You'd
I'd probably
eat
try.
that?
Not when I was a kid. I wouldn't.
Rick,
you remember how
I
it
put
was.
ketchup on
I
it.
would run
love
it through ketchup too, Bubba.
Sure.
Love it.
Mac and cheese,
Love
mashed
it.
potatoes
What
on the
about
side.
what about when you
potatoes
mac?
on
Oh, come on.
What about when you macaroni and cheese get a little bit of ketchup in it, but you didn't mind?
Didn't mind at all.
I didn't want my food touching either.
I know you didn't.
I
Greg.
didn't
You're a
either.
weird kid, Greg.
When I was a kid, I didn't want it touching
I didn't want
either.
my food touching.
Greg, you're a strange, odd kid. and I will tell you this: I've never seen. I mean, as authoritative and no nonsense as our parents were.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. They could not defeat Greg on food. They couldn't.
They gave up. They thought I was going to starve.
They gave up. I couldn't believe what I saw. I thought. You know what I thought to myself, Bubba? He beat him. I'd never seen that happen.
I had a couple of episodes where I had to eat hominy, and I hated
Hominy?
hominy.
I don't even like
But I
saying
sat in
hominy.
there. The kitchen's
I did-
cleaned up.
yeah,
One light on, and there I sat.
I had to
How
sit
many-
at
how
the
many-
kitchen table to 9:30 one night.
Yes.
And,
Greg
and
too.
it was,
Greg, but he won.
Yeah.
Mom-
Mother just go, if you don't like it, here, make a can of, you can have a can of soup.
I've never seen.
I had to sit there until I discovered the dog would eat it, and then I started feeding it a piece at a time.
That's good. Hey, no surprise here. You think old Chubbs was a food problem over here?
That's all good.
Good night. Hey, the funniest, and we told the story 1,000 times. Sherry still laughs till she cries and tries to get Mom to tell it again. The time they caught me eating 2 dinners, God, what a good one! And I couldn't have been 4 years old. And I'd figured out that the fireman that was 2 houses down from us, he had a different schedule.
Yeah.
And so that family ate real early in the afternoon, so he could get to his shift. Then they had a little stool they'd pull up, and I'd come up to the screen door, little Rick knocking on it.
You knew what time?
Yeah,
Huh?
and they'd pull up a stool, and I'd eat dinner with them, then go eat dinner at home. and when my mom discovered that, she was like, "You have mortified. Has he been coming down here?" And they go, "Yeah, he shows up every day and knocks on the screen door."
Didn't they realize you were missing?
Nah,
Well,
back
those
then,
days, parents
they
didn't
turned you
care.
out.
we
Yeah.
played out in the yard.
No, keep in mind, I was doing this, and I couldn't have been because I moved from that neighborhood when I was 6.
So you
So
were
the
at least-
oldest I could have been was 5, and I'm just wandering around the neighborhood doing my thing.
Yeah.
So, and wasn't nobody was worried about what was going to happen to me.
No, back then.
I knew how to stay out of the street. You know, I mean, we were just smarter kids.
Yeah.
We weren't helpless.
We weren't helpless. Boy, can't you just
Not
see?
bashful.
Hey, can you see my little chubby self sitting at that?
So what do they
stove?
have for dinner every night?
Oh, you know, all the
Back
all
then,
the,
everybody
all
cooked
the
a
houses
big
cooked
Would
the
they
same
always
thing.
ask you, "Hey, Rick, do you want to eat with us?" And you'd be
Oh,
like, "Yeah."
Well, hey, little Rick, you want something to eat? Yes, ma'am. Very respectful.
Sure.
You know, and I sat at the end of the table, and they'd make me a little plate. Then I'd go home, and about 6:30 we'd eat. I'd eat
That's
again.
great.
Wasn't that
That's great.
fantastic?
That is. That's fun.
But you know how now you see from a parent standpoint that mortified my mother.
Oh yeah.
When she found out, she goes, "They think we
thought
don't
you think
feed
we're
you.
not feeding
They
you."
don't
Yeah.
think we don't feed you,
Yeah.
and they ain't got food for
Or
you."
or we're not watching you very close.
Of course, in my little kid mind, I kept thinking, "Well, this nice lady keeps feeding me."
Yeah, like a dog.
Right? Yeah. Why not? All right.
funny. That is funny.
Let's go stories that we haven't
Yeah,
gotten to
several
today.
we didn't get to. The autopsy's in on Lisa Marie Presley. Cause of death was due to a small bowel obstruction.
I missed
according
guess on
to
that. I
the
went drugs.
Caused
Lee
by
County.
weight loss surgery complications.
Yeah.
What do you think about a celebrity?
Well, they said there were
Did
other.
anybody think that might have been the cause?
They also,
I was thinking
well,
drugs.
Greg, in all fairness, they listed other conditions too. They say her death was classified as natural, but she did have. Let's see, was it what drug was it? Didn't she have some drug found?
Well,
in her
yeah,
system?
her stomach was hurting. She's trying to make it stop.
They said that according to the coroner's report, she had been complaining of stomach pain earlier in the day.
Well, yeah.
And this is a common complication from, I can't say the word now, bariatric surgery that she had a few years ago.
See, I never knew she got so heavy she needed this kind of
That's what we were
intrusive
talking
surgery.
about,
I mean, we all put a little weight on, but she was one of these people.
Protocol before they do that.
Yeah, I thought when you have this kind of
she's a celebrity. She probably did.
You're right, but this kind of surgery can be very dangerous, and I thought it was only reserved for the you are so overweight, you're not going to live much longer if we don't do something drastic.
Like the forklift crowd.
Yeah, the forklift. There you go, buddy.
I know several people have had it. I mean, they lost a lot of weight.
They do.
Oh yeah.
But it's not just a walk through the park.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
It can be dangerous. It can be dangerous. So and then
she died at what 54?
Yep.
Yeah. 54. And what did Elvis die at? 52?
No, he was 40.
He's in his 40s.
40s. How about that? He went in at about 44 or something like that.
Yeah, he was like early 40s.
Mm-hmm. Or 42.
No, I remember that.
He was. Yeah.
Oh yeah. He's unloading groceries out of Mom's car.
You don't want to go the way he went.
No,
Rick,
no, you don't.
Leave it alone.
Well, I'm just saying. Who are you? Did I just get called down by Greg? You don't be insensitive.
Yeah, for some reason he
what
has
just
certain
happened?
soft
Eat a
spots.
salmon patty. What are you talking about?
That salmon got me out. I ain't focused.
Right. You're usually the first one to bring that up, and I was trying to get out ahead of you.
Yeah, that's true.
Story here about, and Greg's been wanting me to do this all day about Mama June.
Oh, man.
You were the one that said she was pretty hot.
Now, I can assure you
Bubba said from not to hot.
That has never come out of my mouth.
It was something like that.
No,
I think it was. The quote was. I think the quote was, "She ain't bad." She ain't bad.
Hey, Greg, lost a little.
Gained a little back.
Yeah, y'all. This topic's not.
It's in the funny topic.
This is
It's
not.
Well,
It's not a funny topic.
she is back in the news today because her oldest son, Anna Cardwell,
Her oldest daughter.
I'm sorry, oldest daughter. Y'all got me laughing. I can't even read the story.
Right. Her son Anna.
Well, you never know.
Yeah,
now.
well, that's true.
Okay.
That's true.
Anna Cardwell, known on the family's first reality show, Here Comes Honey Boo Boo, as Chickadee, is battling cancer now.
Yeah, terminal cancer.
I don't know why this just now came out.
That brings it home. I guess what the headline
It
says.
said doctors have told her that eventually the disease will kill her.
Well, I watched. Maybe that's
terminal.
why it's just now, because it was months ago. Because the new show is not the hot, or I can't remember. There's so many different versions, and they've talked about it on there. That she
And you saw that?
Yeah, I got hung up in a.
You watched
it was
this?
like back-to-back episodes. Rick, you know I like a good white trash car wreck.
Yeah, I know you do.
Oh, yeah.
You live for that. You live for that.
Man, Mama June,
While eating salmon.
She'll give you some good TV.
I've said it 1,000 times. Greg is to the white trash community what Jane Goodall was to apes.
Yeah.
He goes in studies. He lives among them, and I mean, he just nobody knows more about it.
What's
You
that
know-
bunch? Dang, what's the bunch that the guy barks?
Oh, the
Don't do
what's
this
that name?
again.
Starts with a W.
He'll put
No,
the
W,
picture
the-
up.
what-
I don't want to
what-
see that picture.
Oh my gosh,
I
people
can
are
see him
screaming
looking
at
for it.
us.
I can see Adler looking for it.
Whitakers.
I don't want to see
Whitakers.
it.
The Whitakers.
I don't want to see this.
The
Adler, I
Whitakers,
see
I'm gonna
you
be
looking
honest.
for it.
I'm gonna be
I don't
honest.
Don't do not.
The
put that
Whitakers are too
picture
far.
up.
The Whitakers are too far for me.
Okay, so it's even too far
Yeah,
for you.
yeah.
I feel-
would-
I
can imagine where
can't
I am.
watch it.
Yeah.
I found that picture you guys wanted.
No, I told you not to do that.
Stop it.
I go Jessica White, and that's as far as I can go.
Yeah.
By the way, did you know
I feel
that?
sorry for them.
I can't go with. I
do-
can't.
no.
The Whitakers. Yeah, that's a whole nother.
Did you know
level.
in the last commercial break that Rock and Roll City played "Cocaine in the White House" was their song?
Yeah, to the tune of "Smoking in the Boys' Room."
Final phone calls of the hour.
I think it's a hit.
866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you and hit any other headlines we may have missed. We'll be right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Adler, you made a comment the other day. This is really an oddity. We introduced you to deer hunting, a few years ago, and you don't go a lot. It's mainly
hadn't been since.
Well,
He's out on his own, though.
well, Greg. So I heard him discussing that he actually went hunting without our help.
Yep.
With one of his brothers.
Yes, indeed. My older brother Luke and I went out to a nice property right outside kind of Montgomery area, and the owner is actually Stacy Lynn, who has been on the show before. She's
Bringing that good
had
food.
the books.
Yeah,
Had the
she has
books,
all the wild game cookbooks and all that stuff. Stacy Lynn
They
Harris.
cook like in rock ovens and all that kind of stuff.
Yes. She's the one that has like 7 kids and stuff. And
Makes clothes out of weeds and all that stuff.
That's right.
that I don't know if she does that.
that
Makes
one,
you-
yeah.
They're
Had a
preppers.
vest out of clover.
That's right.
It was
But
great.
They're preppers.
She can make some.
Kill a man with a piece of pine straw.
That's exactly right. and cook a cornbread that you would not believe.
Oh, why didn't you bring some of that back?
I'm so
That's my
sorry.
favorite.
We had chili before the hunt.
Was it cooked in one of them rock ovens?
It was so good.
Oh man!
And then the cornbread was baked in a cast iron,
Oh,
so
yeah.
it comes right out of the pan. You're just like, yeah.
That's not the way it's supposed
Probably
to be.
came over on the Mayflower.
Yes,
Foul, you're not
that's
bringing
right.
any.
Sure.
I'm sorry. I'm
Actually
sorry.
ground the corn up to make it.
Yes,
All right.
and I took.
Now, how did you get invited back? Because I know they have like a really, really nice place.
They do. So I actually have been doing over this past year a bunch of cooking videos for her.
Yeah.
Because I do like freelance video work, and
so we side business.
we formed a
I do a little
friendship.
freelance.
Right. San Antonio.
Over at Adler.tv.
That's right. She and I have formed, I would say, an unlikely friendship. You know, she's a pioneer woman, and I'm a hipster man boy. You know,
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah.
it's an
Right.
unlikely friendship.
It is unlikely.
Yeah.
But she invited me.
No privilege there.
She invited me and all of y'all, by the way, out to go hunting. And I said something several times in the studio, and nobody gave me
This is the
anything.
first I'm hearing of this.
not
I yelled it several times in the studio. Hey guys, once again,
You didn't want us to
You were embarrassed of us.
they've emailed y'all yearly about the big dove hunt that they do, and y'all have never even emailed
I don't-
back.
I-
I'm
I-
sorry.
I don't.
I know
I've
y'all
been
get
to
a lot
that
of
dove hunt
emails
4
though.
times. I don't recall it.
Y'all get a lot of emails.
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just don't recall it.
No,
Never
when she's
happened.
been in studio, she's invited us to come hunt several times.
Yeah, there you go.
You did not invite us to go on this hunt.
I
That didn't happen.
literally.
You didn't
y'all,
text. You didn't
I
text and
tried
say,
to
"Hey,
say
I'm
it.
going somewhere. Y'all want to go?"
I tried to say it in the studio many times. I got zilch.
No, I think-
like I always get zilch.
Guys, in all fairness,
Like per
hey,
usual.
Hey, listen. In all fairness, your voice talking about that you're putting together a deer hunt, it doesn't resonate.
doesn't
Nobody
sound
hears
good.
it.
That's true, Rick.
We didn't hear it. No, we
Speaking
didn't.
of
We're not
dog
on that
whistles,
frequency.
we didn't hear it.
Yeah, there's the other end of the dog whistle. You were speaking at a pitch we couldn't hear.
I think you must have said, I'm going hunting with my brother, and y'all can go do.
No, I was like, does
Yeah.
anybody want to go? She's all about
never
it.
said By the way, that didn't happen. That didn't happen.
I totally did.
I didn't realize how
Hey,
much I disregard your commentary because I never even.
didn't happen.
Y'all
That didn't
just don't listen to the words I say, and that's fine. I've accepted that. I'm
You know
okay-
what?
I'm
That's
okay
one of
with
my
that.
That's one of my New Year's resolutions is to listen to the words you say close. Well, I have been inviting him to lunch for a better part of last year.
Bubba, I say, all right, let's go. When do you want to go? And you're like, well, I got my backpack on. I'm actually out the door. The door's closing as I'm inviting you. So I'm not sure.
Well,
even
I'm
what
headed
this
there.
is.
I'm headed there then.
Let me tell you, he's not gonna get home without stopping to eat. I promise you.
That's
so
right.
my brother and I drove down there,
Well, sometime.
and we're eating some chili. Just
Did you wear
talking-
that camo you had last
talking
time?
wild game. Y'all, I'm so embarrassed. I think I embarrassed my brother.
Great. This is the
because-
point of the story. He thinks he embarrassed his brother who actually hunts.
Yeah, my brother's like a real hunter. Like, I'm using his crossbow, and he has a gun. Like, I'm using his stuff.
You
He's
got
got
on
the
his
gun.
nerves.
He's
Great.
got the
He
gun.
embarrassed his brother.
You didn't wear your motorcycle boots again, did you?
Well, they're multifunctional boots.
Did
okay?
you have that onesie on? Yes or no?
Well, I actually planned on bringing it. I planned on bringing my grandfather's hunting onesie, if you want to call it a onesie.
You
It's
talking
a
about
jumpsuit.
when camo just came out? Cartoon camo?
Check out this new thing called camo.
Yeah.
50,000.
Pass the gravy, please.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number as we come back. So let's be sure we understand some things that we need to hit before we go. So Rick and Bubba University, the podcast tomorrow, will be back. If you want to reach us now by phones, you can. So catch it wherever you get podcasts tomorrow. We'll talk to Major Scott Husing, and he wrote the book Echo and Ramadi, and we'll tell you about the Ride for the Brave and also how you can help his organization Save the Brave. But we'll also talk about the state of our military and how they're not meeting the recruiting numbers, and why someone who is one of our veterans, some of the reasons we think that's going on. So enjoy that this weekend. I'll be down in Montgomery Sunday night, Lord willing, speaking at Man Church at Landmark Church, so makes plans to be there. I-92 WLWI, man, I'll see you there. So that gives you an update on some things that'll be going on this weekend. Greg today in Birmingham, Alabama. Some of you maybe know, hey, just Dad's birthday from Southern Indiana. You get folks from Meridian and Gadsden. Maybe you'll go see Greg over at Henry Hoover Auto Mall.
Come on.
He's there today.
That's right.
From 11 to 1 local time. So if you want to see Greg, you can.
How about that, Papa Murphy's Pizza? How about Kevin from Papa Murphy? He won't be there today because he's celebrating his anniversary with his wife.
Well, happy anniversary, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin always delivers the good pizza, and we sit out and hang out and have a good time. They got meatballs, too, now that are really good.
Whoa, do they?
Yeah, they do. Oh, yeah.
You know, Terry likes their gluten-free pizza. She'll order that.
Yeah, I bet people rush to that.
No, it really isn't bad. If I didn't tell you,
what ain't gluten free, and that's in meatballs.
Thank
They're
you, buddy.
good.
Just something about your
They're good.
delivery on that.
Never really
They may be. Yeah,
They may be.
They
But well, they got a lot of cheese on them. They're good.
All right.
Well, I never really
understood cheese or the
I'm bringing you
meatball?
one.
I never really understood the whole gluten deal, but I know one thing: it must taste good.
Yes,
right. If I didn't tell you though,
Especially
y'all
in
probably
Burgess.
You would never know the difference.
When John Panett said at that time, he said, "I don't know what gluten is, but it must taste good." But the early days, honestly, because we had one of our boys had to go gluten free for
died early.
Had to go gluten free for different stuff, and in the early days, everybody who's doing the gluten free thing now, you're fortunate. In the early days, you couldn't find anything.
Yeah,
and you had to make it all at home, and it wasn't very good. And it's come a long, long way.
Yeah.
To the phones we go. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to John in Prattville. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning, Rick. How you doing?
I'm good, John.
Well, that's great. That's great to hear. I'm an avid listener to y'all's show.
Thank you, John.
I'll stand up for good values, but I'll just talk about the president every so often. I just got to ask: have you ever considered running for president with your vice sitting next to you?
I have, and we both have considered it strongly.
Well, she was your spokesperson.
Yeah, and then the more we think about it, and the more we contemplate it, the more we don't want to do it. But yes, we have.
It almost makes you wonder about people who want to do it, doesn't it?
Yes.
It does.
It does. It seems very time consuming, and
a lot of travel.
Yeah, I don't want to take a cut and pay.
Yeah.
I know at the end of it all, our speaking honorarium would go way up. But, maybe we put out a book and get a library. But I know we can monetize it once we get there.
Oh,
but
yeah.
on the
once
front,
you leave, it's a big money maker.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's I don't think you see the problem is a president can do some good things, but the way our country is set up, and I prefer this, you're not a king. So if you get in there and you can't get a Congress that'll work with you, and the American people have changed so much that they don't like the things that you think they need to do sacrificially, you really can't get anything done. We probably can do more doing the show.
Yeah,
yeah. So let's go to let's go to Robert in Birmingham. Listen to ZZK. Robert, go ahead.
Hey, how you guys doing? I grew up on salmon croquettes as well. Loved them.
Yes.
But my mom was the master marketer at trying to push leftovers on us.
Oh yeah.
She gave us something one time and we wouldn't touch it. Would not touch it. About 2 months later, we asked her what was for dinner, and she said, Batman hash, and we went nuts. We ate that stuff like crazy. She told us about 5 years later, that was the same stuff I tried to give you about 2 months ago. We would ask for it. It was unbelievable.
Batman hash.
Pac-Man hash. See, that's marketing right there. That's
Yeah,
beautiful marketing. We continue. Matt in Munford, Alabama. Matt, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Big fan of the show. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, we're just talking about going down the street and getting food from the neighbors. It made me think about what I'm dealing with now. I have two little girls, and they've been going down the street and playing, and they'll come home with drinks and snacks, and I said, what are you doing? And they're like, well, we go down there and we ask her. She doesn't say no, and I'm the one that has the problem. My wife doesn't see the big deal, but I'm like mortified. I'm like, they're probably thinking we don't have food. So when you said that, I was laughing, man.
Yeah,
It's
you're living
hilarious.
it. You're living it right now. Yeah. When kids,
Right now, I'm in it.
When kids pick up that neighbors will give snacks and extra dinners, oh, it's solid gold.
Rick, my neighbor growing up, and I had lunch with him not too long ago, Randall Brown, he claims I could hear an ice cream freezer from miles away.
Unbelievable to
He
hear.
said he said you couldn't even hardly get the ice in it and get the salt on it, and here I'd come wandering up. What are y'all doing?
They cracked that top of that box of the rock salt.
Oh. It was like somebody putting off an electric feeder. You know? What's that? Shh. Mark in Kentucky. Mark, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Rick and Bubba. Hey, I've got the answer to the cocaine crisis in the White House.
Okay.
All we've got to do is get Kamala Harris to ask AI where the cocaine came from.
He cracked himself up.
Oh, what?
The laugh ender.
I know it. That deep voice added to it.
I tell you what. I was a big
Oh, man of a thousand voices, are you?
Yeah, I got
Kamala.
him. Got him.
Man of a thousand voices.
You know, Rick,
dialed it in.
We forgot, and we got to play him the other day when he would do his voice on the sports czars and try to be celebrities that y'all had done. That's when it all, Man of a Thousand Voices started.
That's where he got his start.
Yeah, that's what he did.
We tried to do Tom Hanks.
The Richard Simmons one is my favorite.
That is a good one.
It is a good one.
There's so much passion behind
What
it.
about we just Tom Landry? Great.
I like the real Tom Landry, and I like Speedy's Tom Landry.
Speedy, show him where they're at if he don't.
I think it's. He's
By the
good,
way, did I
he's
see that
good. Go to
Richard's
top.
having a birthday today? He's like 75.
Who?
Richard Simmons.
Live like.
He's been out of public so
Go to
long,
Bank
I mean.
10, Rick. Just real
Bank
quick. We're
10?
running out
Bank
of time.
10?
I know. And then go to the top row and about halfway down, just start punching numbers.
Just
They're
start
probably,
punching?
well, they're probably
I want
somewhere.
Richard Simmons.
Yeah, somewhere in there. Let's see what you got.
Live like you were dying. Hey, it's Richard Simmons, and I'm squeezing my country buns with a sports side.
Hey, this is Jeff Gordon, and you're listening to the Sports Side.
Like 3. I think it's Landry, I think. I don't
This is Tom Landry. You're listening to the
Sports Zone.
I said
That's where it started. You're right. Well, low budget, y'all.
Yeah, we didn't have a big budget for our sports show.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'm thinking if somebody's halfway listening, they don't know the difference.
Rick, I would be riding home before it started, and they would call me, and he'd have made some new ones, and they'd play them. It was awesome.
Thanks for being with us. Golden Ticket Seats, thanks for being here. America, thanks for joining us however you have today. We'll catch you either on the next Rick and Bubba show, or you may have more content coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.